conversation we had, he was like, tell me more details. I need to figure this stuff out. I explained it to him. He goes, I got you. What can I play?
Can't talk about that. Good man. I'm not talking about it. No problem. Morse coded on the table.
Welcome, coming live from the Reserve Poker Room in beautiful Toledo, Ohio for that was a little much, wasn't it? For the 100K guarantee poker tournament. Stepping right into the action, joined today by Glenn and Rob. We'll be talking to you for the next probably 6-7 hours full of action to see what's going on. We are at the feature table. We'll be rotating in and out different players. You'll get to meet a lot of the players coming in tonight, and we'll be going from now until we get a winner.
Yeah, probably about 7-8 hours.
Probably about 7-8 hours. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to start it out. First hand of the action, and there is a lot of pocket pairs in this hand. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, it looks like we got 4 pocket pairs here. Rob's got pocket 9s in the lead.
Stan with 6s. Josh has got 5s. Trent 7s. I mean, this is the first hand, and that is, I mean, I'm sure everybody would like to see that. Then the flop comes out King, Jack, Jack, and you got to be a little nervous about a King, Jack, Jack flop when you all got low pocket pairs.
Yeah, if you're Josh, though, you got to bet here. You were the pre-flop 3 better. You got to take your opportunity to weed it out or find out where you are.
I think we're looking around and you see Stan raises to 600. Josh.
Right, and Josh played that really well. He actually had one of the worst hands, but because he took the pre-flop initiative and continued it, he was able to take it down on an ugly board.
I think if somebody had took an opportunity to maybe kind of bluff at that pot there, they probably would have took it away from him. But that was a good first hand to get started. Of course, the guys at the table don't really know what's going on, or they don't know that everybody has some kind of pocket pair unless they are talking about it now. So we'll get into hand number 2 here. Coming through. We were at the table last night, and that dealer was my favorite dealer because he's kind of no nonsense. He didn't smile too much. He didn't laugh too much at anything.
Yeah, he definitely didn't laugh. So the starting stack, everyone will start with 40,000 in chips, and the blind levels are going to start off at 100, 100, and the levels are going to be for 25 minutes. And there's going to be a break. I think the breaks are every 4 levels. I believe there's a 15-minute break.
I think they went, they're going to rotate the tables out. So we'll group of guys for the first 4 levels, and then we'll bring in another table after that, and we'll do that after each level. So you'll get to see different players from the room come in throughout the night.
So Jim here has open limped Jack 7. He's flopped a gut shot and a backdoor straight draw, but he just limp called, and so he got lucky that Jason didn't continue there. Now he's got top pair with the inside draw as well, and he really should be betting this hand. It's a good bet.
7 ways of the flop, though, kind of makes it a little bit difficult to get too aggressive.
Yeah, but he's got more equity than most people with that straight draw on top of the top pair. So even if he gets called, he's not going to hate it.
Andy got the flush draw. Andy puts in a raise there with the flush draw.
And also an inside straight draw.
Yes. And he's going to take it down. What do you
Yeah,
think,
I
Rob?
probably
a
call
little
there.
bit. Yeah, say a little bit of a tight
Yeah, if
fold.
you're going to take that stab, I think you got to call and see that, and consider just check calling the river.
But
Just
some
too
of
many
these-
bluffs there for him to have to fold.
Right, right. And I think some of these guys early on, they, you know, a lot of the strategy is to, you know, there's two of them. You know, some guys will play ultra conservative for the first several levels, wait till the antes kick in, and some guys will play a little aggressive. This tournament, it's a $260 buy-in tournament, and there's $100 rebuys for the first several levels. So, you know, some guys might choose to play, you know, extremely aggressive versus. You know, versus tight, just because the rebuys are pretty cheap. So looks like Mark Davis here picks up a pocket kings.
Yeah, Jason is he's a smart and aggressive player, so this might actually be a pot builder.
You see a raise to 700 from Mark.
I think Jason's probably going to 3-bet here. He might just flat in position.
You're right. He 3-bets to 2,300. Joshua fold.
Oh, Trent wakes up with big slick here. Yeah, I really don't like that ace-jack offsuit call. You gotta really smash the flop with that. And the action's still open to the first raiser, so you could be squeezed out of that pot.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty action flop because we're going to see what Trent's going to do here, and it looks like he's going to 4-bet.
Yeah, I really think he can't call with an ace-king offsuit. He should be raising or folding there. Yeah, that's a good raise.
And then I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 5-bet from Mark Davis.
He has to 5-bet. He cannot let them come behind. He's got Jason and Andy there. That's a good bet.
Thank you.
Mark all in.
That's a great bet. That's exactly what you have to do.
Jason's going to think about it. He's
going to
Oh,
fold.
Jason's
Oh
making
my
the call.
God. Well, you know, it's the rebuy period, so he's just trying to chip up now. He knows he's bad.
It'll be interesting what Trent does over here. You got to think Andy's going to get out of the way. And
That's right. We got to make it interesting.
You think Andy's going to get out of the way, but looks like he's thinking about it because, you know, like Rob said, it is the rebuy period, so guys might be just willing to gamble.
That's a good fold.
Andy
Yeah,
does
he's
make
in
the
such a
fold.
bad shape there.
Trent's
Trent
going
is
to
going to make the call.
Wow, we got a 3-in all way.
3-way all in.
3-way all in, thank you. First to orbit, I think.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
got,
we might see a lot of that.
You're going to see a lot of that tonight. So we got kings, nines versus ace king. Of course, Mark's in the lead, 61% to win this pot. We did see one ace out of the way because we know that
ace jack.
there was an ace folded, so I don't think we saw any nines
Probably be a
folded.
chop.
So there's still 2 aces in the deck and 2 kings in the deck, 2 nines in the deck. We'll see how it plays out.
That'd be 1 king.
Don't like the suspense
One
killing him.
Yes, I am sorry.
Oh, come on.
So we're
No.
coming live to the event right now,
Look at this.
and everybody want to wave at the camera. Look, Glenn, like, everybody set up. Hi guys, how's everybody doing? Glenn set up. Put
Hi,
on
everybody. I'm Glenn.
I'm Rob.
Rob.
And I am Nate. Glenn put on a nice smile. I never saw Glenn smile like that before. He just kind
Yeah,
of.
don't get used to it.
Yeah. Very uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, very, very uncomfortable.
So while the dealer is setting out all the chips here,
Hope you want- hope one of
making
you comes in
everything
second.
even, looks like it's going to be a pot, a side pot.
Just one of you comes
Should be pretty close. It shouldn't take too much because it is only like what, the 3rd hand into the game.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
third
Jason
hand.
played a hand already, so he should actually have. He won that hand, I think, right? No, he folded out, so he should have a little less than the Mark and Trent.
Yeah, I see Trent is a little bit down. Looks like Trent's got 37.8. Mark, Jason's got 39.5, and Mark was at his starting stack with 40. So
really-
Mark does get a little change back. And we're gonna run the flop out. See how it goes. This is gonna be pretty exciting.
Got 120K pot right off the rip here.
Jack 6-4 on the flop, 2 hearts.
Trent needs.
That's a lot of outs
There
for
is
Trent.
a queen on the
10,
turn.
Any ace.
And there is a blank on the river. So Mark Davis is going to take that huge pot down, third hand into the game.
Mark Davis.
120.
There we go. Big man.
And 2 players reaching into their pockets for $100 to take another stab.
To go right back in. And if you do know anything about Mark, those chips they'll be hard to come out because he is a solid player. He's been playing around here for a long time.
I've been playing with him since the Black Swamp days, actually. I don't think I played with him before that, but that's like 16, 17 years ago.
That was a long time ago. And Mark, his game has changed a lot over the years. He's done some things on the, I think he plays on the Heartland Tour a lot. I know he goes out to Vegas and does some things like that. Yeah, on the Heartland Tour. I did, looking at his bio, I think he's got 2 caches on the Heartland Tour. So, everybody knows Mark, 2 HPT final tables, I think with a $24,000 win. And those chips are going to be hard coming back out of there. So that is a nice stack to get started on the day.
It's just so early, though, that,
it is.
It takes a long time to finesse that stack up. And it's going to have to be, 3 times that size to get to the average at the end of this flight.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
you still got a lot of work to do.
That gives you a lot of comfort, though.
It does.
When
It
you
gives you
start
an
out with a
opportunity.
triple
Still friends,
pack. So that's pretty good. Coming into the action now, we see an open from Andy with pocket 4s. We got a call with King Jack
I already need 1,000,000 chips.
from Anthony.
So that's kind of
And what's the seat? Anthony's in seat 1.
You see a lot of people doing this, calling in position with these Broadway cards, but it's an offsuit hand. It's King Jack. It's not very strong. You probably want to be raising or folding that.
Looks like we got a flop, Queen 3-2. And
He's got 2 backdoor draws and an over. He's going to have to bluff to win this pot, probably.
one call.
We're going to see Anthony come along for a turn bet. I think Anthony did
there
that.
it is.
And there's his card.
And this is why people call these hands.
Just got
We'll
lucky.
probably see Andy slow down a little bit here. Check it for maybe pot control, but I'm sure we're going to see Anthony bet. Try to
Hey,
figure
I
out
used your
now.
help.
And with the 2 overs on the deck, I think we'll see Andy make a solid fold.
That's a real big bet relative to the pot. Yeah, that's a good fold.
H-Man would have been cool.
I think that's a nice win for Anthony coming out on that hand to take that pot down. And, he kind of floated the turn just to see, what would come out, and he hit his card on the turn. I think that's what he was looking for.
Yeah, Andy played it right, too. It was smart of him to fold there on the turn, and
Those are my lucky
his
chips.
C-bet was a really good C-bet. That's a good flop for his hand. I think they both played that fine post-flop.
So right now we're seeing the chip count, and of course you got Mark Davis way ahead of everybody at the table. He already got a couple rebuys on the feature table starting
like that
out this
strategy.
early.
I'll have a little fun in the early
Yeah,
levels,
this
but
morning they had
seriously,
70, I think it was 73 rebuys. They had 89 last night. So there's going to be a lot of
My
rebuys.
strategy is to raise then fold.
We're going to see Andy open up with a 300 with a king 10 in middle position.
No, Jason opened and Andy
sorry.
called.
especially
Okay.
like that.
Jason opened with 8-6, right? Andy called that.
I like when I get an option on the blind. I was like,
Stan wakes up to queens.
See what he's going to do here.
And the raise is to
I'm
300.
scared.
You got a pot build. That's a good. It's a good 3-bet. 1 point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it looks like no. It looks like Jim 3-bet.
Jim 3-betting. We can't
And
see his
Stan
cards
just
right now.
smooth calls.
Right, with the queens. Not sure what Jim's got there. So,
I
we're
don't
going to play
hate
this hand
Stan's.
kind of.
I don't hate it the call, but you can definitely 4-bet in that situation.
I think this early we probably would. With the then you got a flop of 3, 8, 10 all diamonds. So
No, we're not seeing what Jim has. Jim has the mystery hand.
we do. So I guess we can tell on this hand, how would you play it? And we can go from Jim's action. Think you can guess his hand?
No. But Jim does play relatively on the snug side, so I would expect him to have. I would expect him to have a couple Broadway cards, if not a middling pair.
So it looks like Jim did bet 5,000. Stan, I don't know who's in position. I think Stan's out of position.
Andy's got top pair, but with the diamonds out there, he chooses to lay it down.
That's a good fold there. That's a pretty big bet on the flop. It was multi-way pot.
Stan with the queens, but no diamond. Ace on the turn.
See, this is the trouble of not protecting your hand for Stan.
pre-flop.
Yeah, pre-flop or on the flop. Either spot, he could have really helped himself out, because now Jim's probably got an ace. He could have had ace king, ace queen, maybe one diamond. Maybe he's got a hand like ace 10.
Ace jack.
Right, and
Diamond.
it's unlikely he doesn't have an ace, given all the other hands that were in play.
We're going to see him with a 13,000 bet. Stan is thinking about it. We're not sure what Jim's has, so we don't know where he's at there. That ace is not going to slow Stan down. It looks like he's going to make the call.
Hey, he's getting a little stubborn there.
Looks
Yeah.
like he made the call for the 13K.
Unless it's a diamond, Stan's going to have to call any bet on the river. Yeah,
And it is a
he might
diamond.
be able to get away from it now.
He checks the river. Looks like Jim's going to check back. He turns over, and I saw Stan point at Jim, so I'm not sure what he had there. We didn't see
Yeah,
it
I wish
here.
we could see his hand.
Yeah, but it looks like he
Ace
takes the
nine.
pot.
Oh,
Ace 9.
It's actually a lot weaker than I thought he had.
Yeah.
but
Wow.
I'm not surprised to see he had an ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a raise on the flop by Stan takes that pot down.
Right.
Right? He wins the pot, he protects his hand.
A little bit of a misplay let him get to the turn with the ace. Still a scary flop with all diamonds there. Stan making a call on the turn without the queen of diamonds. But then you see the guys check it out.
Right, exactly. A queen of diamonds, the call there on the flop is actually not a bad play. But
Yeah.
without a diamond, you really should be raising.
That's exactly right, but well played by Jim. And I thought it would have been a little stronger than that ace 9 there.
Yeah, me
Especially
too.
ace 9
Yeah, me
off.
He was on the button, and he might have just been making a position play. Got lucky.
Seemed to work out for him that way.
Well, and they're starting with 400 big blinds deep, so players are willing to splash around. And I don't mind that play on the button on position. Just
Yeah, I don't hate it either. I mean, ace 9 is not a very strong hand, especially offsuit. But it's early, and he wants to get in the action.
See Rob making a raise from the late position with the pocket 3s. Jim called.
I
Stan
prefer a
called.
smaller raise when you got a small pocket pair like that. You're really trying to build a pot and trying to flop a set in a multi-way hand. You don't want to have a single caller or two callers,
This guy actually.
because everything's over 3. And look at this.
Stan hits his king.
But the camera's like right in front of the TV. So it looked like he was like on the stream, like he was like staring into the
Josh
camera one time.
has a gut shot.
Looking into my soul.
It was. He
Yeah,
was
so
watching the
Stan's
TV,
bet,
I was like right behind
his
the
bet is minuscule. He's really got to size up. That bet's not going to chase very much out, and his hand is not very strong. There's 2 obvious draws on the board. People can be sitting on aces. Look at that. Everybody calls because of how small that bet was. It's 1/6 the pot.
Yeah, that was. I think that was a little bit of off bet for him there, only betting 600, but where they were at in
See,
the pot,
that's-
you didn't get rid of anybody.
And that 6 is a money card, because that's an obvious straight right there. Happened to hit the gut shot, which
Josh getting the gut shot on the turn.
But then now Stan actually,
well, Jim
Stan's
bluffs here.
open-ended. Stan's open-ended with the king.
Jim's got ace 10 offsuit. He's got nothing.
And he fires out for 30.
And so Stan's actually going all in here to protect a much weaker hand than he had with the queens.
I think if you're Josh, you got to make the call here. You got the low end of the straight, but
I'm probably raising if I'm Josh. There's 2 clubs on the board, and I've got the bottom end of the straight. I don't want any more cards to come out that might connect with somebody's hand.
definitely not just making the call. I probably would go all in there also. Looks like he's just going to make the call.
I mean, I don't hate the call. He's already rebought once. He maybe wants to slow down a little bit and see that river.
Or maybe he's got no more hundies in his pocket.
I don't know. I saw him at the cash game table. I think he's got plenty of money in his pocket.
Okay.
Jim actually made the fold. I thought he was going to make a call there.
No, he
but-
just had ace high.
Yeah.
Well, a gut shot,
Well,
I guess. Yeah.
No, he had the king. Well, no, Stan had
Stan has the king. Stan bet all in. Jim raised with ace 10 offsuit as a bluff. So, well, he had the gut shot, but still as a bluff. So that's a good fold.
Josh will take that down. Nice little pot for Josh, 25K.
I've definitely played a few hands like Stan just did, where I'm just mad at myself, you know.
I think early on in the tournament you can kind of get away with that a little bit more.
Yeah.
You can kind of, because you want to chip up early.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to try to get to it, and with the rebuys being, with the structure being the way that it is, and the rebuys being the way that they are, I'm not mad at Stan for the way that he played that hand.
But those are lucky. Look how lucky they are.
And then, of course, we still got Mark Davis as
think
the
you're
big-time
gonna
chip
really
leader. So I think this is
take
the
off.
rebuy, the third rebuy off the feature table. So it's a lot of action
First
going
round.
on here. Yeah, these guys are not afraid to get it in.
No, and it seemed like yesterday the feature table kind of played a little bit slower than the other tables. The other tables are getting multiple rebuys and such, and the feature table seemed to be playing slow, but that doesn't seem to be the case today.
Yeah, I think we started out that first feature table yesterday. I think we were kind of the kiddie table. It wasn't a lot of action going on.
Trent has a King 7 suited. That's a playable hand, but it's also a hand you can fold pretty easily. Queen 10, 700. It's a bit on the high side for a raise, but it's still a decent hand, and he's in, what position is he in?
He's probably middle position, says like +4.
Looks
so
like his hijack maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not a terrible one. It folds to you.
So it seems to be on this table, 700 is looking like the standard raise, but that is a pretty big raise when the blinds are 100.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 700.
Slept for like 3 hours.
Stan hits his set with the threes on the flop. So
Yeah, he needs to
First
get
Red Bull.
value now. He needs to get a couple of streets of value.
well, Rob's got top pair, so he's going.
He can definitely just call here, and yeah, that's not a bad call, but he's got to be raising or betting at some point.
I think you're going to look at Josh to get out of the way. Josh makes the call. So we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
don't like
3
that
ways to
call
the
by
turn.
Josh. You got no draw. You got bottom pair with a 6 kicker. I mean,
Oh wow,
That's a tough card for Rob.
that is a tough card for Rob because Stan bolts up there.
Stan has to bet. That probably caught somebody. You got to get your value.
I would like to see, if it's me, I'm probably at least 3/4 pot for me.
Yeah, I was going to say 5,000, 5,200, somewhere in there.
And then Rob's going to check raise.
He goes,
when
he goes
hits
not
his
even
20
quite
on the
half
turn.
pot. Looks like 2,800.
Yeah, that was like, 40% or so.
I think we're going to see Josh get out of the way.
Yeah, he's doing the dog and pony show right now.
Right, he's only got.
All he's got's a bluff, so he's got to raise if he's doing it. I mean, you can't expect threes to be good there.
Is Josh? Josh
Did he
coming
raise?
in. Yeah.
I could get first.
Oh,
Josh raises the.
Oh, man.
I mean, if you're Stan, you just got to be happy. You got to be excited, right?
I mean, I don't
here.
mind bluffing, but there's better spots. You got 2 opponents and a paired board, and you're on the bottom end of it all.
Stan just.
It's like Stan
Stan goes
ships it
all
there.
in.
Well, good for Stan.
Definitely.
That's
Got to.
exactly what he should do.
Yeah.
Josh is going to fold, and Rob's going to call. That's what they have to do.
I don't think Rob will snap call. I think he's gonna.
Well, he's
gonna
not.
put
Maybe
some
not
thought
snap,
to this.
but
It was worth a try.
yeah.
Yeah.
Check
I
that.
think it's an easy all-in for him right there. I mean, he's got to think that he's good.
Rob called and shook his head. He knows he's too strong to fold, but it's
But you know what?
Probably
He,
behind.
he is reaching out for the 100 right now, so he'll get a little bit of luck on the river by doing that.
yeah. So like that means a 10's coming, right?
Yeah.
Or if you stand up.
And you just see the smile on his face. He kind of knew,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I do agree with what Mark Davis said. If Rob puts his backpack on, gets his wallet out,
Stands
gets
up,
his keys out, he'll definitely be hitting the 10 here. Or the queen.
Look how comfortable Mark looks right now. Look how easy it is.
If I had 120K in
Chatting
the
it up
first
with
level, I'd be
everybody.
comfortable as hell too.
yeah, you just don't have anything to worry about. So going to the river, as you can see on the screen, we got 6 outs. Rob's got 6 outs.
He's
so
got 7.
We'll see how it goes.
He's got 7 outs actually,
Yeah, the 9.
And the 7 on the river does not.
and he misses.
Not one of the outs. So Stan will take down a nice pot.
Nice hand, nice hand. Well,
Bolting up on the turn.
All right. Well, now Stan's got some money. He's been in a lot of the action. Yeah, Rob's going over that one in his head.
You can't be mad at the way that Rob played that.
No, you
hand,
can't.
though. I mean,
He made a position raise with suited Broadway cards. He continued with top pair. He turned, trips. Yeah, he didn't want to call, but it's the rebuy period, and he's got to chip up, so he just can't really fold it.
I think Stan just smooth calling on the turn and not raising or blowing him out of the pot, you know, also got him paid there.
Yep, and what also induced a bluff by Josh.
By Josh, yeah.
So he got a little extra value there.
Sure did. So I think that hand was well played by Stan.
Yeah, Stan put it, you know, he bought that one rebuy, and now he's getting serious. The first one's not so bad. You get to like the second, third rebuy, you start feeling bad about it.
Yeah.
Well, they all seem to come out. You know, it's $100. What's $100 to it?
Exactly. But when it's $500 because it's your fifth rebuy, then you start thinking, man, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah, right.
Like Francisco picks up pocket eights, puts it up to 600.
And then
Jim with the ace king.
Jim wakes up to ace king. I think we're gonna see a 3-bet there.
Jim's putting in a
3-bet
to 1800.
Yep. Yeah, I like that 3-bet there.
Yeah.
Josh has got ace jack suited, so I think we're going to see a call.
This is a very playable hand, and he's been playing pretty loose, so I'm not surprised by that call. You know, it's tough to call there when you got the original raiser still having an option to raise. So you got pocket eights. You really shouldn't be calling here.
You're not making that call there?
No, I'm raising.
You're raising again?
I'm either raising or folding, and it's perfectly fine to fold eights in that situation. I mean, that's a pretty tight fold, but like sometimes I'm definitely letting those go.
Yeah. With a 10-6-3 flop,
you gotta bet that flop too, unless you're sure they're gonna bet at it and you can check raise, but you gotta protect that hand at this point.
So I think if you're Francisco with the 10 on the board, are you gonna fold right here? Or
No,
are you just gonna...
no, I'm never folding that flop. Almost never.
Even
That's a
with,
great board for eights.
With Jim leading out 3K?
Yeah, that's a 3-bet. So how many 10s does he have in his 3-bet range? You know, not many. Maybe he's got jacks, queens, kings, aces. He could have all those hands.
Francisco does make the call, so we're going to go to the turn.
Yeah, I wanted to see Francisco raise there. See, now the queen, obviously he's still ahead, but it's a lot harder to think you're ahead with eights.
I think we're going to see a check again from Francisco.
This might check through, actually.
How many points were there?
You got 2 gut shots.
Jim's got position. I think you're going to see him bet at it again. Take another flyer.
On Thursday, right?
I love that bet.
Josh could make the call there with the gut shot.
Like a turbo.
Looks like he gets away from it.
Yep, I love that bet. Jim earned this pot. Francisco's, look at that. He's in a terrible spot.
So Jim gets it through.
But I think the whole hand could have changed there if Francisco leads out with even a half pot bet on the flop there. He might take that down.
Leads on the flop, check raises on the flop, 4 bets pre-flop. All of those aggressive moves with those eights would have won that hand, or at least set him up to win that hand. I mean, it's tough. Eights, you know, all those middle pairs are really difficult to play. But when you flop a 10 high board with 2 diamonds, that's a great spot to get value out of a middle pair like eights.
Well, I think the power of position kind of played out in that one because Jim takes that hand down with the ace king.
Exactly. Right. So you're out of position and you get 3-bet with eights. You really shouldn't be calling too much. You should be 4-betting or folding.
That would be the popular aggressive approach to it, and I would agree with that also.
Sometimes it's not, bro.
So it looks like we're gonna see.
See a
blinds
lot of
have gone
people-
up now.
Old Jim feeling confident with the jack 6 of spade
I
limp.
see a lot of people making calls with hands like that, and those are just so difficult to play.
You know, in tournaments, I don't like making calls with hands like that. In cash game, I think it's fine, but tournaments, I just really hate that. You know,
I want it to be connected a couple of ways or be like a nut draw.
Yeah.
You get that flush, and a lot of times you're dead to a better flush.
Exactly. So we're gonna go 4 ways to the flop right here. With a 3 queen 8 2 spades.
So Jim flops his front door flush draw.
He flops pretty good.
You got Josh.
Josh has top pair.
We're gonna see Jim bet out.
See, I love that lead. You know,
1800.
he limp called pre-flop, but then he donked. He donked because he's not strong enough to check raise there, but he also doesn't want to check fold. So a donk bet is really good in that spot.
Stan's looks like he's getting out chips to make a call here.
Stan's
with the,
hoping for something.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of nothing right there now. So
Yeah.
But Josh with top pair. We know Josh hasn't been scared to make moves earlier. Looks
Trent's
like he's
gonna
getting
fold
out
here.
raising chips.
I mean, he has to fold here.
Josh
That's a
raises
great
it up.
bet by Josh.
Looks like 3,800. Another 2,000 on top.
Yeah, Jim won't be going anywhere on this. So
Jim's gonna make that call. I think Stan's got to get out of the way right here.
Stan has to know now that he's beat and he doesn't have much of a draw. He's got one backdoor draw and an over ace. That's just not good enough on a coordinated board. That's a good fold.
So we're gonna go heads up to the turn.
Have you heard a famous hand called the Dorothy?
With the 3 of clubs, that's a
Jim can
flanker.
really do anything here.
I think that's a pretty good card for Josh. You got to be confident right there. Now you got 2 pair. I don't think you're really worried about anybody having a 3.
Depending on the bet size.
He's gonna go 3,800. again.
Yeah, that's small enough. Jim has to call.
I think Jim
He
is
could
gonna
raise
make
as
the
a
call.
bluff, but I'd probably just call there.
Since you're leaving, I'm not going to ask you to guess what a Dorothy is.
Jim makes the call. Looks like.
All right.
I'll
Yep.
ask you, or you can tell me in a second.
All right.
I told you the 5 red bull, you know.
Yeah, he's gonna have to surrender if there's no spade.
boom.
Spade on the river. Yahtzee.
I probably bet this if I'm Jim because I'm worried about Josh checking back.
Yeah, because Josh, if you're Josh, you might want to slow down a little bit with an ace on the river, but
Right, and the obvious draw came in too, so
Right.
A little bit
8,000.
of a little bit of value. I kind of like that. He gets a call.
yeah.
yeah, that's a great bet.
Yep.
That's a good size.
Yeah, I like that as well.
It's a good value bet. With the size of the pot, you know, it wasn't too much. It was just kind of like, hey, you know.
This is why people limp call with Jack 6 of spades.
Right, what do we know?
And I said it.
that's what
I
we're getting
actually
at.
was the one that said it pre-flop, and I thought it was a great move by Jim. You guys were talking about you would only do it in cash game, blah blah blah, this that and the other. But
Well, I
I
don't
told
say
you
anything
that.
about cash games.
Well, generally a suited 5-gapper and early in a tournament is a hand that I choose to fold, but that's me.
But I said Jim's a great player, so you know that was. I
Jim's
played
great.
Jack 6, and man, Jack 6 is my favorite hand of all time, especially.
Oh,
No,
so
you
I
didn't
offended
say
you when I
that.
said that.
Well, that changes everything if it's your favorite hand.
I'm clearly just joking, so I hope you guys don't think I'm out
I'm
here
gonna start playing you
Jack
different
6.
from here on
Yeah,
out. If
that's
your
it, man. I'm
favorite hand,
raising
gonna
every
be
time
thinking-
you live, man.
I'll be
Blast.
thinking I'm good.
Blast.
I said yesterday, I've never beat Glenn into a pot. And I stopped playing pots with Glenn because I've
that's
lost
good.
so much money to you. So
Just stay out of my pot, Nate.
I will. I definitely will.
You don't have any problem beating me, though.
I
He beat me up yesterday, man.
you know
Let me
what?
tell
I think it
you.
was pretty good.
2 to my left, and I just couldn't shake him.
You know, even a stop clock is right twice a day. So you know.
All right, so Rob calls with King Queen offsuit. It's not a terrible hand to play, but really you should be raising with that. You don't want to limp and have 5 people behind you. See, 6-5 hearts raise. That's a much better. And I think he's in position too. So
I like it from the cutoff.
I don't hate that at all.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good play. I like the suited connectors myself. And I'm being honest here. I do like the suited connectors. I like the suited
6-5
gaps.
is way better than Jack 6.
Yeah, definitely.
That's like far superior.
Definitely.
Well,
Now 6-5 with a 10-10 king flop. We'll see. Of course, Rob's going to check there.
yeah,
Josh
there's
is
no
gonna
heart on
continue.
board. There's no draw for Josh. He might try and he
yeah.
continues. If I was Rob, I might let him hang himself. I might just call there.
You see Rob with the raise, it looks like. I mean, top pair.
Yeah, that raise is perfectly fine.
Yeah. I think if you're Josh, might get away from it.
Oh, you have to fold if you're
Yeah.
Josh. He took his stab, and that was that.
Well, you know, Josh definitely come to play though. He didn't come to fold, and
did
he wants
not.
to try to build his stack.
He
Yeah.
does. Everybody's looking at Mr. Folded Hands, Mark Davis. He's just real
Look
confident
how happy
there.
Mark Davis is right now. Look at that. That's a 120,000 chip smile right there.
That is.
All right, Griffin's time.
One thing that I will say is that Mark's has got his bigger chip denominations in the back. They need to make
Oh,
him,
that's a little bit of an angle.
Oh, that's a nice
Yeah.
catch there.
they
yeah.
need to make him put that out there and put
You
his
would think
finger
someone in
chips
his
up.
profession would know not to break the rules.
Well, yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, no, he argues how the rules were actually broken.
That's true. Okay, so
Okay, you might think he broke the rules, but he would beg to differ.
Right, so Mark's getting away with a little something there. Nobody's saying anything about it, but I would definitely be at the table like, hey, you need to put your bigger chips up front.
I wish we could see the positions on these because it's hard to keep track.
It is a
and
little bit.
the blind levels, I believe, are 1 in 200 right now.
Money out there.
You got a queen 10. You got to open the 600 from Mark.
That's a great raise. That's a standard size raise.
Oh, you see Josh come over the top with the 3-2. Looks like he makes it 2,000.
See, that king deuce suited is a much stronger hand than the jack 6, just because it's going to play better when it does hit its flush. Also happens to be ahead. I kind of like that 3-bet there. That's a lot of strength. He's in position. He knows Mark is deep, so he's going to get paid if he hits.
Yeah, we're seeing Mark's going to go ahead and make the call. So we'll go heads up to the flop.
I might. I don't know. Gotta play him slow this time around, you know.
That's an action killer right there.
Yeah, the ace.
I would expect Jason to take this over right here and just take her down.
He's in position. He's been checked too. Yeah, that's a great bet. He bet a little over half of the pot.
I think if you're Mark, you're just going to get away from it right there.
Yeah, he's got to save face a little bit. You can't snap hold like that. You got to act like you got a decision.
I mean, looks like Jason showed him one. Let him see what it was.
He had a 2 on the other one.
Maybe he flipped over the 2. So
he did flip over the 2.
A little bit of friendly play right there. Mark seems to. Mark is wondering. I think he's going to watch it on the replay and wonder if he had the best hand there. But
Mark
that
played
was
that
a good
hand
fold
fine.
by Mark. Yeah.
He played that hand fine. He bet. He called the 3-bet. He check folded with nothing but a couple backdoor draws. That's perfectly fine. You should be happy with that.
No.
We're looking at the chip counts here. Mark is still squarely in first place. Jim's got a double up, Stan's got a double up, and then everybody else is right around starting stack.
I just got back from Thailand.
So I think it slowed down a little bit where we saw a lot of action earlier in the first couple of rounds, but I think guys are kind of slowing down some and settling into their game.
Mark picks up the deuces, trying to do a little bit of set mining.
Did you meet any girls in
Yeah, that's about all you can do with them. Set mine or bluff. That's about it.
It's like Jason puts in a little bit of raise with the 7-4 offsuit. Josh make the call with 3s.
See, Jason's playing his heater there, so
yeah,
he might even bluff on the flop, regardless of what it is.
Trent opens up with an ace-queen suited, so I think we're going to see a...
That actually plays well multi-way, so you can call or raise there. You can bet if you want, but a call is just fine. He did call, right? Okay.
I think Trent put the raise. Yeah, he put
3-bet to 3.5.
Yeah,
Okay,
3.5 thousand.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Still 3, right?
Calling's okay too because of the, you have nut straight, nut flush, big ace. Yeah, so
gotta think the set miners are definitely going to call.
Yeah, definitely. You see,
we'll see what Jason does. Jason was the original raiser here, so he might get a little frisky and pop this one up again, or maybe just give up.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I think Jason's got to get out of the way here. I think Jason's kind of playing at Mark a little bit. Looks like when Mark's in the pot, Jason's in the pot.
Bring me 16.
But we're gonna see him make the call there. It's little.
Yeah, he's planning to make some moves. I think he's just looking at rebuying again.
He's got to be.
He's either
going to
chip up
with a 7-4 right there.
Right. Sometimes you get some opponents you can just run them over and they just fold in the big situations and you chip up that way, or you catch a hand. 7-4 can catch a nut hand.
I mean, I'm not mad at Andy for coming in. You kind of priced in right there at that point. So Andy makes the call. So we're gonna go 5 ways to the flop.
5 ways to the flop. Then we call this Motor City Heads Up.
Yeah, a lot of odds. Never heard of it.
That's like
9, 10, 9 flop rainbow.
Josh could bluff at this, and if he goes 2 streets, he might get to it.
And I think Josh is thinking exactly what you're saying, but it looks like he makes a check.
Yeah, that's not a bad check.
It's like Trent's
check raise looks a lot stronger with a big board too.
Yeah. Trent's going to reach down here and that's like 5,500.
I love that bet by Trent. That's a great bet.
This might take her down.
As the pre-flop raiser, I think.
Get out of the way, big sexy.
I think he can take it down right there. Looks like Mark's thinking about it. I think with the deuces, you're going to get out of the way.
It's so hard with those because you're losing to everything.
Boy, Jason is.
Oh, so
he's
Jason. Yeah, Jason's got a plan here. I would expect if
I don't hate it.
If an 8 or lower comes, I think he's going to try to make a swing at this pot.
Yeah, that
Queen
might
on
slow him
turn.
down.
I think that's going to
Yeah, I
slow
think
him down a
that's-
little bit, but that's, of course, great card for
Trent.
Hits a stop pair. It looks like Jason's going to bet out.
Yeah, he's going to be reaching in for a rebuy here in a second.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble. I think we're going to see
Yeah, I think Trent's just going to go
Trent's
with this
just got
one.
a smooth call right here.
I think that's the best play, right?
Yeah.
Let him bet. He's Josh's first to act on the flop or the river. Jason is, and so let him 2-barrel bluff.
You got to be kind of thinking about it after you with your continuation bet, and then he calls with the 9-10-9 rainbow. So
Yeah, raise is fine. Definitely a call or raise.
Yeah, I think that's what he's thinking, whether he wants to commit more chips to this or just call. He's just like he's.
Well, that's not gonna work.
It makes.
And,
I think he put the raise in.
Yeah,
did
so
put
he
the raise
calls
in.
there, and Jason maybe fires that river. But that's fine. There's a lot of draws on the board. There's a 5-handed flop. It's perfectly fine to raise and take it down.
Yeah, nice hand with Trent.
Jason caught with his hand in the cookie jar a little bit there.
Yeah, well, you know what? You got to give him A for effort.
You do.
You know?
really do.
Trent was also somebody I met back at the swamp all those years ago.
Yeah, and I tell you, Trent, he's been around this area a long time, and he's actually known as his nickname in the poker world is the Black Swamp Strangler. I'm not sure how he got that name, but everyone calls him
That's
that.
actually a true story.
I heard the story, so I'm not going to tell it third-handed, but it's a pretty good story.
I'm sure Ted says hi.
Yeah, that's a little inside there.
Yeah, inside joke there
for
for
everybody wondering what's going on.
a few people will
there.
get that one.
This is one of those hands you can play, but really you should be letting it go most of the time. It's just not going to play well. That's a good fold.
Good fold by Stan. Looks like Mark's gonna.
Yeah, 8-7's real strong.
He's gonna raise there.
First into the
Make it
pot.
600. Jason gets out the way. I think we're gonna see a call here from Josh.
He might
The
raise.
Ace Jack.
Yeah, Josh has been pretty active.
Trying to get rid of your whites?
Yep.
We bet to 1.5. Anthony wakes up with the Ace-10 suited. I think he's gonna make an easy call here. In position from the cutoff. Francisco gets out the way. Jim gets
So Anthony calls with Ace-10 suited. That's not a bad call there. You really don't want to be raising, and it plays well multi-ways, so I don't mind that at all.
I like making that call with Ace-10 suited in position, so you're not mad at that at all. Flop Queen 8-7, pretty connected board, but Mark hits his 7. I think we're gonna see him lead out here.
So he bets, what's that, 2/3 pot?
With the 3,000, yep.
Yeah, that's a real strong bet.
And you see Josh get out of the way. Looks like Anthony's gonna make the call there with
He's got 2 backdoor draws.
Bad sign.
draw, straight draw, back draw, flush draw, and
Yeah, he can continue with a spade. Oh, that's a
Yeah,
monster card for him.
That is a good card for.
it's a great card
for
for
Anthony.
It's terrible for Mark, so he's probably going to shut down, and fold to a bet.
I think you're gonna see Anthony make a bet here.
He has to bet
Just
that.
gotta take control.
That's a really good bet.
Yeah, Mark's going to get away from this one, I believe, but I think that when he sees this replay, he's going to be a little bit disappointed that he didn't fold that in.
I don't know, because even though he's got the best hand right now, I don't know, his equity is only 61%. And there's a good chance he doesn't have the best hand.
There is,
I
but
mean,
of course we have the insight to see the cards.
yeah, well, against the range, so when Mark's thinking about his range, and a lot of Anthony's range is better than a 7.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a monster turd card for Anthony.
That was
on
the
that
best.
hand. Yeah,
The
that
King of
was
Spades is the only other one.
So it looks like the action's going to continue here. Looking at the chip stacks again, Mark's still squarely in first place.
Even Jason with 23,000 has 114 bigs, so it's plenty of room to play. The way he's been playing, he's not going to be satisfied with that.
And you didn't
No,
have
he's
cards.
not.
He's going to be chipping up or
No, I thought you
rebuying.
had hearts.
So I'm expecting to see him make some moves here soon.
No, I hit the flop, but I didn't ace.
They got a misdeal. So guys, just we're at the $100,000 guaranteed purse at the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo. There's a guaranteed first place prize of at least $20,000. The guarantee was met at the earlier flight today. This is the final flight, Flight E. I would anticipate the prize pool to be $125,000, $130,000. This is the final flight. We're doing a feature table right now, probably for about another 30-40 minutes. Then we'll have a break, and then we'll actually get they're going to move a new table into the feature table here, so we'll get a new group of players. So if your favorite player is not at this table, maybe in this next level we'll be able to get them over here.
Pump fakes.
I think we got one more level after this, don't we?
I
think it's 3 levels each table.
Yeah, like aces or something.
No, like, bro, give me 8-9 suited. Like, 8-9 suited. Anything. Jack-10 suited.
Let's see, it raised to 700 from Josh with the ace-6 suited.
I'm like running 0 equity bluffs against him when I have 7-4 offsuit. Like,
I don't like the raise being that much. That hand plays really well multi-ways. So like a 500 raise is going to really get a lot of people in.
I'm supposed to act like I have.
And that's what you want. Because you want as much in when you hit it, you're going to have the nuts.
The 9s, 10s fold. Like, I can have all this.
On a 9-5 jack flop.
I must have just ran into it, or like ace queen got really stubborn. I don't know.
And Jim hits top pair on the flop. Looks like he's gonna bet out. Josh is still gonna come along. I think we see Rob come along with the 8-5. He's got bottom pair.
You're looking for an answer, but
I was trying to fish.
I know, you're a fisher.
I'll see it.
7 on the turn.
He had 2s the
It's not a
entire
bad
way.
card for Jim. I think you're
But if I
gonna
got
see him
up there, oh my
bet out
god.
again. Josh picks up a gut
I have to
shot
go to ATM because there's about to be a lot more rebuys on the table.
with 4,000 to call. I don't know if he's going to make the call here. It looks like he gets away from it.
I like Jim making that double barrel value bet there because it could easily be the case that he has 2 spades and he's semi-bluffed. Maybe he had a spade and a 9, and so a spade comes in. That's a real good bet.
Confident in a 9-4 and it takes it down.
We had a blind 6.
So we know that
Cross the
Rob
line.
and Josh are not afraid to mix it up here. Some of the guys have been a little more quiet at the table. But I think for the most part, everybody's just kind of settled in and playing the game. Just trying to see where it goes from here.
I think in this flight, guys, I'm not exactly sure what the number is, but we're probably in the vicinity of 75 to 80 players so far in this flight.
I think so. Josh opens up to an ace-jack suited. Under the gun +1.
So here's Jason with a queen-6 offsuit. He's definitely going to take a stab. I mean, that's just not a hand you would normally play. He's just looking to chip up.
But to raise to 400, that's just a min raise. Of course, we're going to see Josh make that call there.
He 3-bets to 2.6
Oh, he
instead.
did 3-bet, yeah.
That's a monster 3-bet. He knows that he's way ahead of Stan.
We got 98 entries.
Yeah, 98 entries in this flight so far.
That's pretty good. And that's not including the
That's not including the rebuys, yeah.
rebuys, right?
There's going to be a lot of rebuys tonight.
Yeah, everyone's going to be firing. This is the last
There's gonna
chance.
be a lot. There's going to be probably 150 rebuys.
So for every 3 rebuys, there's another seat added to the prize.
It's a little bit better than that, but real close. They just divided by the $260. And oh, that's a monster for Josh.
Josh flops Jim.
Yep, just shuts it down right
Yeah,
there.
you're never checking that or betting that. You have to know your opponent to bet that. Yeah.
You see Jim take a stab.
Josh
at
looking
it.
awfully depressed to make that call.
I was gonna say, let's see if he starts showboating.
Right.
But
Yeah, it
probably
looks like he's just desperate mode.
I think there's a bar down the road if you want.
Jim slows down a little bit. And the 10 on the rivers, of course,
I think
not
Jim
going to
knows.
change anything. Josh bets out. I think you're going to see Jim fold here. He's not going to put any more into that pot.
That was like a pot-sized bet, so Jim's just gonna save a little face here and act like he has something.
You can get drinking and driving on a bicycle.
I don't hate Jim's bet.
You gotta see where you're at. You gotta see where you're at.
And he did just fine to
And I was like, they're legal limit.
get away from that hand.
And Josh got the max that he could get out of that one.
So what was jail like?
Thailand? The local jail was actually not that bad, but the actual like court jail, like the main jail, was bad, and the immigration jail was bad.
So I think the blind levels right now are 1 and 2. I'm not sure how much.
I think it's 1 in 300 right now.
No, it's just 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Looks like 1, 2.
I don't think they have the 1 and 3
Did
level.
they
Oh,
have
yeah,
a 1,
that's
3?
right.
Yeah.
No, they don't
I
have
think
3. I don't know
so.
what I'm thinking.
I was the only white guy.
2-4 is next blind level, and then it's going to be 2-4, 200. The big blind ante is still the big blind ante, but it's the size of the small blind. That's something new they're doing at this tournament.
I actually like that structure a little bit.
It gives you more time to play. It doesn't put as much pressure, but it's still raising the stakes, so it's forcing the action just a little bit slower. It is actually, I think, an improvement.
I did. The big blind ante, I think it's kind of it forces it. You know, you don't really have much playing time, and it'll get you out of here a lot quicker. So, but the way that this structure is set up, I think is pretty good. It's a real player-friendly structure. I believe.
No Tyson tattoo?
No Tyson tattoo.
I really like Trent's raise here.
41.
It's not a great hand, but he's in position, and he's at an action table, so he knows if he can hit something, he's going to get paid.
Taking a stand.
And he can easily fold to a 3-bet. I mean, he's gonna fold here.
Yeah, Mark makes it 4,100.
And there's a call, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna go 3 ways with Jack, King Jack offsuit. That's a bad call. So he made a good fold there.
Good luck to you. Wait.
No, this one.
Yeah.
They'll be coming back this way anyway, so it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter.
Go heads up to the flop
Be like, don't put these guys
with
on
the Queen 9-8.
Jason will be shipping this in here, I'll bet.
So when I was
Pretty sure of it. I think we're
on
gonna see.
TV, they're like,
Mark's
talk,
looks like
not
he's reaching
warn.
for chips to
They
lead
wanted
out.
us to talk. Everyone's like wouldn't move or do anything.
Mark is doing a little bit of the deception in the bet. He's trying to kind of act like he's strong.
I mean, I can't fold.
Yeah, Jason's gonna get his. He's gonna get it in there.
Folds, you're gonna do that?
How much more is the bet?
I think with a gut shot, and it's 13,400 to call. Mark's got a gut shot.
You could have like jacks.
I don't know.
Like, you have to
Does
call
he make
if you
the
have
call
to
there?
call.
Well, it's 33,000 in the pot, so he's getting like
So many options, huh?
2.5 to 1, and he's got
I bet. That's not
7
so
outs maybe.
No, but I'm saying like you have to call.
You know, it's perfectly fine to fold that.
Yeah, I think Mark's a little bit more on the conservative side sometimes. I think it just probably maybe
You
pick
know
a
what?
better spot
I don't
to.
trust you.
He also
Make
doesn't
it.
want to chip this guy up because he's right to his left and he's going to splash around. So that's a good fold.
He actually does. No, he makes the right call there and lays that hand down.
Good hand though.
Thank you. You only owe me 30K more. No, like 30K more. Yeah, 30K more.
Oh, sounds like there's some score
My
settling.
stack is dwindling. It's very sad. Yeah, it used to be bigger.
What do you get?
See, this is the trouble of going up early in chips is you feel real comfortable and good, but then you start bleeding them
A
away.
little less.
Yeah, I prefer just to kind of be smooth and steady early. You
Right,
know,
that
don't,
feels
don't,
better.
Right,
Slow
don't mix it
growth.
up, and
Right.
You
then
don't feel
once the
fun.
antes kick in, there's more dead money in there, and then that's normally when I like to pick it up. But if you're getting big hands early, you know what are you gonna do? You're not gonna fold them.
Yeah, 90, about 100.
Quit bragging, okay?
I'm not bragging. You just crushed me
Just kidding.
with your bluff.
Just deuces.
It was not a bluff.
You're all in bluff.
If you called, I thought it might have been.
Blind levels 200 and 400.
Might
Glad they finally put that overlay up on the screen.
Anthony's been pretty card dead. I'd be frustrated if I was him, but it's just early on, so it's perfectly fine to mostly fold. I don't know if you're.
Oh, we were so close.
He's in the small blind.
Jim?
No, Mark, right?
No, Mark's on the button.
Mark's on the
7-4
button.
suited.
Yeah, you're.
A little bit of
Probably-
overcall, don't you think, with the 7-4 of spades?
Well, you got the 2 limpers, right? Or
I
the
think-
1 limper, so an overcall is great there. But you got to be thinking Jason's going to... Yeah.
Yeah, he sensed it.
Right. And so it's fine. You can get away from a 400 chip call. Raising there would be a little loose anyway.
I don't like the limp on the button from Mark. I think if you were going to come into that hand with the 7-4 suited, you got to raise there.
Well, if you're the first to act, yeah, I agree. And a lot of times you can raise with that too, but over limping there with a hand that plays well multi-ways is also a fine play. I mean, folding is also great. But he's got to be thinking Jason's just looking to splash around.
I can lay this down.
What did Josh say there?
Josh said to the camera that he can lay it down. He obviously has word that we've been talking about his action play. Don't take it personal, Josh.
I don't know. Ace-10 of hearts against Jason there. I might take a stab at chipping up. If you want to chip up and you're happy to rebuy, you know what he's trying to do, and he's being so gross about it because he's, the bet's what? It was 800.
Yeah, I think if I was
and he bet
Josh,
33,000. So like, he's never gonna have a big pair there. Never.
Yeah, I think if I was Josh, I'm making that call there. Oh, you see Jason moving up on the leaderboard a little bit. He was down in the last place with 23 the last time we saw overlay. He's now at 37,000. Mark Davis still in first place. Stan and Jim just holding pretty steady with a double stack. Trent coming in. Anthony hadn't been pretty quiet. And Rob still with 100 big blinds at a 40K starting stack. So
Mark has bled. He's down about 20,000 in the last couple orbits.
yeah, I don't think he's won a hand since he won that big one.
Yeah, if I chip up like he did, I tend to just sit on my chips. I don't play the spec hands. I just sit back this early in a tournament.
What's that?
Because I hate bleeding them off like that. It feels bad. And then you start, getting upset with yourself about how you're playing.
Yeah.
So Francisco calls the Jack-10 of clubs.
Yeah.
Trent raised to 1.2. Well, we can't see his cards.
He's got the mystery hand. So
Francisco called in position. That's perfectly reasonable. Probably raised there too.
let's put Trent on a hand. How about ace king? How about just simple hand?
He's got he's got a big ace.
Under the gun, you go. What was that? 3x a pot? Was it blinds
Yeah.
2 and 4? Yeah, I'd say ace king.
Yeah, so Francisco has a gut shot and a backdoor straight draw. Oh no, he doesn't. I'm sorry. He just has the backdoor flush draw.
And he picks up middle pair on the turn.
Now Andy's open-ended.
Trent with the mystery hand, what we think is ace king.
We'll see. Well,
let's see here. Looks
See, that's
like
hard.
he's-
You get into these hands with it's 5-handed, so a single pair is not a very strong hand. Oftentimes it's the best, but it's not that good, especially on a board like this. We got two hearts. We got multiple straight draws.
Francisco laid down the best hand right there.
Yeah, and that's exactly, my point. That's why you might raise with Jack-10 clubs in position, then call sometimes.
Josh
to narrow
is
the
going to get out of the way.
So Queen Jack with, nails the joint.
Yep. Hopefully Trent didn't have ace king or ace queen, or he's going to lose some chips.
I like him betting here.
It looks like.
I like him betting because the risk is that it goes check, check, and you got no value for the nuts. So you got to bet. Maybe not quite that much, but that's not a bad size. It's about 2/3 of the pot. Trent's shown some strength, so there's a good chance he's got.
If he did hit 2 pair, because we called him on ace king pre-flop, so with the mystery hand, if he did hit 2
he didn't
pair,
bet the flop though. I'm just thinking that on ace king, he's betting that flop. Trent, there's too many opponents just to let free cards go. So I'm thinking that he might have had ace queen, maybe picked up a gut shot, and hit his ace, and so he might pay this off.
He has to call a lot of times anyway, even with maybe just like a king queen, king jack, because Andy could be betting a misdraw. Easily betting a misdraw. A couple of hearts, 7, 9, 9, 10, or 9 jack, you know, especially 9 jack of hearts, hands like that. There's a lot of hands that one pair would beat. I'd probably call with an ace and maybe with a king.
Yeah, he makes
we
the call.
see him make the call, and he's going to get the bet.
He's gonna show the nuts, and
Andy Stout.
hopefully Andy doesn't get strangled.
Maybe we'll have to give Trent a tutorial on how to put his cards on that pad. Maybe he's hiding them on purpose. Yeah.
Oh, Glenn.
You know he's going to talk to you about this later.
That is funny.
Oh yeah, I warned Trent going in. I already told him. I said I felt so good of him being at this table.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So action still going around. Blinds 200, 400 at the 100K guaranteed poker tournament from the Reserve Poker Room live
Anthony gets
from
his...
Toledo, Ohio.
Sorry, Nate. Anthony gets his first real hand with jacks. He's under the gun. He makes a large raise. Oh, and Rob wakes up to kings. This is going to be trouble for Anthony. 3-bet to 6,000. Jim's got suited king queen, but
I think we're going to see Jim make a call here.
You probably need to fold that.
Jim likes those suited connectors. He's not afraid.
Yeah, but with a bet and a 3-bet from under the gun plus 2, you know, what are you beating with king queen? You're looking for hearts in a straight. I'd rather have 6-5 or something there.
Let's see what Anthony's going to do. What do you do here under the gun with jacks? You just make the call?
Just makes the call.
Yeah.
I don't hate the call there. I mean, you might raise to isolate because you don't want to be up against 2 opponents on a position, but
and you also got to know
then
that
you're committing yourself, you know.
Yeah, and Rob knows that Anthony hasn't played a lot of hands.
That ace on the flop's going to slow everybody down a little bit.
Maybe not Jim.
Yeah, Jim checks it out, so it checks all the way around. Bingo.
Unfortunately, that king is a big card for everybody but Anthony.
I think Anthony has the ability to get out of the way with that king coming on.
It saved
it's
him.
a bad card for Jim, though.
So he bet about a 3rd pot. Jim's in position. He might just flat here and see what the bet is on the river. He's got a lot of showdown value, so he probably wants to get to the showdown as cheap as possible.
Oh,
but,
Jim,
you know, a
makes it
fold
lay
is
down.
not terrible.
Yeah.
No.
There's a 3-bet pot, so somebody could have been slow playing the ace.
I think if you're Anthony, you're going to get out of the way here. He doesn't want to see it because he hasn't played any hands. But
Exactly, yeah. He's just a little pissed off because he's got 2 overs to his pair, and it's like the first hand that he's played to a raise in this tournament, so he's got to be a little disappointed there.
But he makes a discipline call and lays it down. That was a pretty good fold by Jim there. I thinking maybe that, you know, somebody floated the turn with the ace. So
yeah, he's
he
in
kinda
bad
got away.
relative position to Rob, so he's still got Anthony behind. So if he thinks Rob might be stabbing, Anthony could easily be sitting on an ace king even. You know, it's a 3-bet pot, so you know, coming along could be a lot of trouble for him. So that's a good fold there. Now if it was the other way around and he was in Anthony's position, and Anthony folds, he might then call. Heads up.
Yeah.
It'll come out eventually.
So blind still at 200, 400?
Yes.
No, I was really like being dumb anyway. I just really.
Just a player update. There's currently 101 players in this final flight here, Flight E, at the Reserve for the 100K guaranteed $260 buy-in tournament with $100 rebuy.
Jim open limps with ace-8 of spades. I'm generally not in favor of an open limp. Over limping with that hand makes a lot of sense, but he did this earlier too. You limp and then somebody raises and you call and you're out of position to 2-3 people. And this is exactly what happened earlier to him. Now he had Jack-6, I think that was that hand, and he had a big score, but usually you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. He can't really raise here, so he's probably going to call.
And he does make the call.
Mark needs to get out of the way.
I think we're going to see him get out of the way. But it looks like he's reaching for chips here.
Josh's call is a little light, but he's in position. You know, he's in the cutoff. So I don't hate it, but
Mark making that call there, multi-way like that.
Really loose.
Flop 377.
This is going to be a
Rainbow.
type of flop that goes to the more aggressive player, and I'm expecting Jason to raise.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he's gonna try and take control here.
Jim leading out with 6.5 on the bet. Mark folds away, but I don't know if Jason's gonna.
We'll see if he sniffs this one out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's hard to give him a lot. I mean, you know, he limp called, so he has a lot of sevens in that limp call range. So that's actually a really good lead.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're going to play that style, you got to be willing to take these stabs here because a 7 is very believable.
Here, it looks like here we go.
Looks like he's gonna make the raise.
Jason didn't come here to min cash, guys.
He did not. Josh gets out of the way pretty quick. And if you're Jim, I think you gotta let it go right there.
Oh, so just a min raise.
I don't know. Against Jason, I would seriously consider. Yes, that's a great raise
yes, it
there.
is.
Jim goes all in.
Oh, I love that bet by Jim.
Nice play.
You know, like that's exactly why you play the way you do, limp calling from early position. Because it's in your range, right?
Yes.
If
yeah.
you're always super tight and super nitty and only playing like the correct tight aggressive way, then they're not going to believe you have a 7.
I think that was a great play from Jim there. Jason caught with his hand in the cookie jar once again.
I like how Jason's playing, but I think everybody else is on to it.
Playing poker.
I think you can't be mad at the aggression. He's gonna start. I think once you move away from the feature table, we haven't seen him. I don't think we've seen him rebuy to this point, but I think he's gonna put.
You talking about Jason?
Yeah, Jason.
He's right. He rebought.
He did because he was in that hand where
One of the
Mark
I think
tripled
it was
up.
the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was that third or fourth hand of the tournament.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna see him get a little more aggressive as the night goes on, away from on other tables. So I don't think he's afraid to mix it up or get his money in.
There'll be a point where he starts playing like better poker and not trying to gamble so much. But I think that's an hour away.
It's a little hard sometimes to navigate these rebuy tournaments. You know what I'm saying? Because guys
like Jason,
Right,
looking
but-
to chip up and willing to gamble.
And there are two train of thoughts. Either you're going to just get it in and go all in and just try to add more chips, or you're going to play more conservative and try to just stay with that one buy-in and make it through to that with that.
Eventually I'll have it, and then you're like, oh.
I like the aggressive route. I don't play the aggressive route, but I like the aggressive route. I don't mind guys that do.
So Mark calls, he flat calls with a bunch of people behind with 5-4 of clubs. I think you got to let that go or raise.
What?
Because you're going to be sandwiched in. I mean, I know it plays well, but...
All in ski.
Oh, he got smoked. All right, Francisco, when he wants to pick up all the dead money and win with ace high, that's a fantastic bet. It is so much larger than the bet. But look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people were in for 1.1.
And that's a real tough
fantastic.
spot. And it's a tough spot because if you raise the 3,000 or 4,000, you might get half
All
or
of them calling.
all of them calling. So yeah,
Sevens are really the only hand that can think about it here. But I mean, he's got to decide to gamble, and sevens don't really make a lot of
Last man
sense.
standing.
That's a great bet by Francisco.
he's been kind of quiet too at this table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anthony Hollywooding a little bit, but he's going to lay that down.
Well, he might be thinking he needs to chip up, and King 7 could be live there. It's suited. He hasn't been playing that way, so the fold is no surprise. That's a real good bet. When there's that much dead money, that's a good bet with much weaker holdings than ace king. Hands like pocket 5 suddenly become real strong because most people can't call.
A lot of seats out there. This has the high.
So the blind levels are still 200 and 400.
I like how Stan plays. Like every decision is like it's really tough. He's really got to think it through. There's a lot to consider. I think that's going to help him later on, especially if he's figuring out some spots to bluff.
You want those? Like those?
Sometimes people play fast, and then when they actually have a decision, they stop and think about it, and you can kind of split their range out that way.
So it looks like we're going to go 4-way to the flop.
A whole lot of garbage out there.
Yeah, what an 8-9-5 flop.
It's a very connected board, no flush draw, but all the limpers are going to be all over that flop. 9-6 has top pair with a gut shot, so Trent really should be betting. Josh bets it was second pair and an over. Trent just calls. I don't hate that call. You can definitely raise in that situation, especially in position to Josh. But calling is good because Josh has been really aggressive, so he can expect Josh to double barrel, and here he goes. A little bit harder to call now. I probably won't raise if I'm Trent at this point, but you're definitely calling there.
Trying to, yeah. Maybe he is. I'm just trying to text somebody.
Trent makes the call with 9-6.
Oh, and that's a bad card.
Ugh.
It is a bad card.
Josh got there by being aggressive and betting his hand. Well, Trent makes a good fold.
Yeah, 6-9. Not the greatest of hands.
If it's a blank on the river, you're gonna call there with second pair, but that queen's another over, and it's a 4-card straight on the board, so it's a good fold by Trent.
Looking at the chip count update there, we see Jim moves into first place by 200 chips and goes over Mark, who was leading the table for a long time. Stan coming in with 81.9, Trent 52.3. Jason is at the bottom of the board with 19.4, but as you can see, most of the table, at least half of the table, still has over 100 big blinds left. So,
and I tell you, I think Jim has definitely muscled his way up to his chip position at this table. I think he's played fabulous so far.
Well, he had the one hand that he just had the good fortune of the flush coming through. But that ace-8 hand with the 7-7-3 flop, that was just played beautifully.
that was an awesome play by him.
It really was. To bluff twice at it, that was really good instinct, I think. So Trent's here thinking about calling. He really shouldn't be messing around too much with a queen-jack offsuit. I mean, you can raise it, but you really, yeah, there we go, 1.2, okay.
I just want to get one last hand in so I can just go all in black.
If I'm Trent, I'm giving Francisco more credit
You got a minute and 49 seconds.
because he hasn't played too much. So even though Francisco's calling with a weak ace, if I'm Trent, I'm going to be pretty wary.
Looks like Jim's going to make the call. Trent makes the call, so we're going 3 ways to the flop. 5, 6, 10. 2 hearts and a diamond.
Francisco has second pair. That's about it.
Trent kind of wills, but it looks like he's going to c-bet here.
I don't hate that that bet. I don't really love it either. But and it's a huge. I mean, he bet the pot basically. That's a really reckless. It's an aggressive bet. That's just such a large size that you're committing yourself with nothing. You got no.
You
draw.
got nothing, but I think you're trying to say that you got an overpair to the board because you did open. So you do get Francisco to lay that hand down, and then Jim's going to get away from it.
And it worked. I mean, you're right. I mean, I guess he had a backdoor straight draw and 2 overs, so he had something. But I mean, I'm worried about Francisco in position, who's been playing very tight. I don't know if I bet that much.
But it's all about the story you're trying to tell. So you know, you open up from late position, and then you hit them with the c-bet. So you're kind of saying, hey, I got an overpair to the board, and let's go.
Well, an overpair and a set, 2 pair, all those hands aren't going to want to push anybody out of that pot. That flop was pretty safe.
collusion.
Pot size bet was a good bet though, right there.
Oh, you already said you got five revisors to do, huh?
Well, I guess it still stands no matter
I
what
think
you do.
this level's almost over. I'm not sure. We don't have a clock, but
I believe this might be the last hand of this level.
Well,
might
crap.
be on break after this.
action's on Mark with Queen Jack off. He's under the gun. This is an easy fold.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Stan's cards because I didn't see him put them into the QR. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he's gonna open it up there. So Mark under the gun.
I wouldn't limp.
Oh,
Did he make a bet there?
all right.
I can't see.
Well,
I would just limp. 20,000. If you plan on calling 20,000.
I'm not sure what happened.
Limp, huh?
Yeah, there's a little bit of drama that we don't know. We cannot see what the situation is.
I think Jason shoved.
Oh, he
well,
bet
Jason
out of
shoved
turn.
right
Oh, he
there.
shoved.
Okay.
He shoved out in the dark.
So now I'm all in. He doesn't call. He just calls.
You guys got the table chatter. I don't know what happened.
they're not really talking too much about it, but I think Jason bet out a turn, and so if Mark doesn't change the action, his bet stands. But if Mark just as so much as limped, that changes the action. We might have to raise actually to change the action, but if it changed the action, then he could pull the bet back. That's not what happened. Yeah, so a limp. Looks like Mark might have actually called. Yeah, everybody's gonna fold. There's better ways to chip up than these kind of silly
It's on you, sir.
mass shoves for a few thousand chips.
Yeah,
Then
I
you're
don't.
gonna have to win with a Jack 8 on a show, on a coin flip at best.
Right. And are we
How
gonna
about if
see
I
Mark make the
call
call
this,
there?
though?
I think about
I'll
it if
call.
I'm heads up. Yeah, that's not a terrible call by him at this point because he knows
ahead.
what Jason's doing.
He does make the
Yeah,
call.
he did it totally in the dark. Jason
Right.
did.
Yeah.
Jason didn't even look at his
And
cards.
Queen
If
Jack
Mark
is
is
way ahead
ahead.
of a random hand.
You have my blockers. That's like the worst.
Oh.
The worst. It's okay.
It's all right. You're ahead.
Jason drops the F-bomb.
I think I'm gonna win.
I think so.
So we're gonna go heads up to the flop. Queen Jack versus Jack 8 with a 5-3-7. I think Jason just wanted to get a rebuy in.
Okay.
9 on the turn. Picks up
10
a
or
gut
8.
shot. And Jack on
is
the
not
river.
gonna do it.
Nope.
So Jason will be reaching for a hundy.
Yes, he will.
And Mark is gonna take those chips in, and I think that'll put him right back about.
Okay, that's the end of this level. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back right here with a new set of players at the feature table.
It will be, but it's 15-minute delay. That way you can't sit there and watch it and see what I got. Yeah. It'll be live on the website. It'll be on the website. 15-minute delay. Or it's on the Facebook page, sorry.
So it's not on the website?
No.
It's on the Reserve's Facebook page. Kirk, we're rocking and rolling.
Facebook page.
Yeah, when you go to the Facebook page, it'll be playing right across the top. Check.
Well, my wife sees it. My brother can't because he doesn't have Facebook.
I had to make my dad a Facebook account earlier so he could access it.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo, Ohio for the $100,000 guaranteed purse, $260 buy-in tournament, $100 rebuy. I am Glenn Poininger here with Rob and Nate commentating this. Do apologize if we do not do the best of jobs, but we're going to do our best. Continue with the action here. It is the blind levels are 200 and 400 with a 200 chip ante. And let's get right to it.
I think we're doing a great job, if I must say so myself. You know,
I'm doing a fine job because I don't have to hear it. So.
I think I am.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. Like,
I believe I am a fantastic commentator. I think that I'm the greatest poker player, and you guys are just, you know, you guys should be thankful for being in my wake. I mean,
well,
I just think
he's
it's a
laying
great
it on.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, commentating, I would say, yeah, you're definitely there. Poker playing, we'll talk about that later.
I mean, great. I am one of the top 5,000-6,000 poker players that I know. Yeah, I'm
top
right
5,000
in
in Toledo.
Toledo and Detroit.
To the Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because you got to put Detroit in there too. So.
Okay.
Yeah, when you go to the Facebook page, it'll be clean. Right?
So we have a new group at the featured table here. We'll go over a few of these guys' names for all you people out there.
We want to thank everybody for watching in on the live stream too. Looks like we got about 50 people going on. I did pull up the live stream now, so any questions or comments, if you guys want to, you got any questions for any of us sitting here commenting about anything, just put it on and we can answer it live for you.
You don't gotta leave them there, George.
So we missed the first. I missed the first overlay with the chip counts. So.
yeah, we might have to wait on those. They've got them in their graphics. We can kind of catch them as we go.
Looks like Scott's got 125K there.
He's calling 10-6 suited from the big blind. I don't mind that defense. You got to defend your big blind or people are going to just take it from you, especially later in a tournament when it's much more valuable. So you let them know now when it's cheap that you're not going to do that. And maybe even check call on the flop here and there when you got nothing.
Well, looks like
Canadian W. Chat. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Canadian. That's Chandan.
Yes.
Chandon.
I would say Chandon, yeah.
Chandon, sorry if we messed that up, but he flops gin.
I am sorry for saying your name.
Yeah, he flopped the nut straight with 3 clubs on the board, so you know, that's a good bet to make it that. You're going to slow down if you get a lot of pressure, but a lot of times you're good there.
Well, my wife sees me. My brother can't because he doesn't have Facebook. I had to make my dad a Facebook account earlier so he could access it.
Yeah, I blew his name out of the water. I'm sorry about that. Shandon.
Is it Shandon or Chandon?
I don't know. We should ask him. He's Wiesner, though. I can see that's his last
I
name.
would think it's Chandon, but I don't want to say it wrong.
Yeah. He's a 19-year-old poker player from Sandusky, Ohio.
Bring it out.
Looks like the action's on Angry Joe. For those of you who tuned in last night, Angry Joe was the lead commentary for the jokes and the action last night. Hopefully we don't see why he's named Angry Joe while we're on the live stream.
Why is he named Angry Joe?
You know, I'm really not 100% sure, but I have seen Joe throw a few cards here and there when things don't go his way. So
Cards and chips, I think you said last night
yeah,
on the live stream.
Yeah, I've heard some chips flying around too.
So it looks like AJ made a really large raise to 6,000 with ace queen offsuit.
I think when you do that, you're kind of saying like, hey, I don't want any callers, but if you call me, you better have a pretty good hand. So.
You always want a caller with a big ace. Always. If you can get heads up with somebody, you're going to make a lot more money than just stealing the blinds.
It'll be interesting what the dynamic of this table is versus the last one. The last one seemed pretty aggressive when guys were splashing around, chips were flying around. So far in the first 3 hands, there hasn't been a whole lot going on.
Well, they've been playing. They have to have been because Scott's sitting on 125,000.
Hi, everybody.
Looks like we're on camera for a moment.
It's always safe to put it on camera, you know, when the action lows down a little bit, but it's always the option that I could break the camera when it starts up too, so we just got to be careful with that.
got to find a balance.
Yeah, we got to find a nice little balance there. So we're on our third camera of the night already.
Yeah, yeah.
So Ron calls big blind with Jack 9 offsuit. It's really not a good hand to open limp with. It's not a good hand to raise with really there either.
Leo puts a raise in with ace 10 of hearts to 1800.
Right, exactly. So it comes back around to Ron. He doesn't really want to make that call. He's just going to throw away his 400, or he's going to throw away another, 1400. So we got a call from Chandon with pocket eights. We got a call from Scott with king, queen off. Angry Joe calls with jack 4 off out of the big blind. That's a really rough call to make there unless you're just looking to find some spots to bluff, kind of like Jason was on our last table.
Sitting in the same seat too. But
Yeah,
I think I heard Joe say to watch out for him because he wanted to mix it up a little bit and get some action going too.
All right, so we got a king 7-6 rainbow flop. Checks around to the original raiser. He bets 6,000 into 9. It's a pretty big bet for a 5-handed pot. Chandon's also got he's got 134,000. He makes the call. Scott raises. You just can't be afraid, and even though he only has top pair, that's a pretty good top pair on this flop. That's an excellent raise there, and Chandon makes the correct fold. Yeah, that's good to protect your hand. There's going to be a lot of aces out there.
Always works out good.
He just calls, and he's got aces and 8s that could hurt him.
Looks like Scott's running a little bit better today. I played with him in the earlier session, and he was the victim of a couple of bad situations that ended up taking him out. So it looks like he's maybe 120,000 area, maybe.
No, he's up to 140 now.
140, okay.
Or more. He was 125 to start the hand. Yeah, every time I get into a hand with Scott, he gets the upside of it. It's a bad situation for me. He busted me out of my last flight, and the last one in March, aces over kings. I just can't seem to get any traction with him. It always seems to get it.
So there was a question from Larry Patterson on the live stream that said, if asked tomorrow to play at the feature table, can the players say no so they don't want to answer? Jim actually is the one who answered the question under my name, and he said only the final table tomorrow will be streamed. So I guess that's kind of like saying if you don't want to be on the live stream, you can just surrender your chips to me and I'll take all of them.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds good to me.
So it looks like Ron's raised with pocket 10s. John's called with 8s. Ron has 51,000. John has 66. I think John is in position.
Looks like
yes, John is in position. And Corey came along with a queen 10 on the button, so he's actually in position. Really don't like that call there. You're losing to so many hands. You flop a queen, you're often not good. You should be able to get away from it at this point.
John flops a set of 8s.
Yeah, and Ron's got an overpair, so that's trouble for Ron.
That's a lot of trouble for Ron.
Ron bets, John calls. That's a good, smooth call right there. 5 shouldn't change the action any. I would expect Ron to bet. Yep.
Ron definitely.
This is where John might want to raise. Get some more value. There are a couple draws out there, and they're deep enough. Yeah, that's a great raise. That's 13,000.
And with an overpair to the board, you're going to see Ron make that call.
So Ron calls.
Unless he has something to slow him down on the river, it's the jack.
Yeah, so this is
really doesn't change much.
Well, it's a heart. So any big card heart draws that somebody was betting got there. A hand like ace 3, ace 5, a heart's got there.
Ron checked it over. John's gonna bet.
Ron's
here for
probably
value.
still gonna call. It's only 21,000. It's half pot. I mean, you don't want to make this call, but you're getting 3-1 on your money. You're gonna be right some of the time.
He gets the bad news there.
Yeah. It's a good hand for John. I think he might have gotten just about as much value from Ron as he could get there.
He did. I really hated to see that hair go down because those are two really of my favorite people. I know we all play around here in the same area, but I like John's game a lot. And Ron has just been a solid poker player in the area for a lot of years. So
Yeah, I've played a lot with Ron here at the Reserve, actually.
yeah.
John doesn't make it out as much, but he comes for the bigger events.
He used to play a lot. Like
Yeah, he
back a few years ago, John would play a lot. And,
Well, he played out at the Swamp with us, too. He was
played
out there
in
all the
Swamp.
time.
He's played in some Heartland events.
We did have a couple of hours. We went
Hollywood Poker Open events.
And I think we won another like
Casino first started open.
Yeah, and John has some good cashes on some of those larger events as well.
Definitely did. But of course, John being John, we're not going to see anything on his bio because he didn't answer those questions. So we can't go through.
Must be secret, but we know.
Yeah, we do know. We do know that he is one of the solid players.
Okay,
around this
so
area.
Ron's under the gun with 10-5. He calls 10-5 suited.
Ron obviously a little tilted from the last hand, don't you
Yeah,
think? A little bit of a reach there.
Yeah, that 10-5
You
is
see a lot of people call with hands like that. I just don't think they play very well generally, just throwing some money away. Especially because people are betting in the rebuy period, so a lot of times you're limp calling. So there's a raise to 3.6 from Angry Joe. And it's back to Ron, and he just folds. George calls with 8-7 suited. I really don't hate that call. He's in the big blind. I don't love it either. It's such a huge raise. You know, but it is a button raise against a big blind, so George is probably going to give up. John's got 2 overs. Yeah. George folds.
John's going to think about it there a little bit. I think with the way that Joe's been playing, you know, you got to kind of think some, but eventually he does lay it down.
That's a good fold.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Angry Joe wins with the 9 deuce, and that's a good start to him in this featured table. I don't want to really see him lose a pot because you know things could get ugly.
He might need to lose a couple pots.
Yeah.
I don't know. It don't take much.
You can't be mad if you lose a pot with a 9 deuce, though, because, I mean, how many pots should you be in with a 9 deuce? So.
Well, that's true. But he was on the button, so he was trying to isolate.
He was on the button, sounds like it was suited.
It wasn't suited.
No, but you know, when you get guys that make these calls and they say, why did you call with that king deuce? Well, it was suited. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah, non-suited 8-gapper on the button. I'm probably letting it go and just gonna pick a better spot. But you know,
Right.
Joe didn't come all this way to fold, so
He did
he's
not.
ready to roll. I think this is his. I don't know if he played on Thursday's flight, but he didn't play yesterday, so this is his only shot. So he's gonna try and chip up.
Do you know if he played earlier this morning in the first one?
He did not.
Okay.
Leo calls with King 10 of hearts from under the gun.
I don't get it. Is it a
The same type of hand. You know, you're going to hit it big sometimes, but you're not going to hit the nut a lot of the times. And if you flop a king, you know, how good are you? You know, how good is your hand, I mean? Raise to 2.2. That's a really good raise there. You're punishing a limper. You're trying to take control of the pot. Corey 3-bets with ace-queen. That's excellent.
Yeah, I really like that.
That's
I really like that
excellent.
3-bet.
Leo cannot call there. He can never call there. You're not deep enough. You shove your 30,000 or you fold. Like, calling is, you're just setting yourself up. You just gave away 6,000. If I'm Chandon, I probably fold here.
Oh, Shannon comes along to make the call.
Yeah, I mean,
also?
it's, you know, still the rebuy period, so I can understand why people are being looser with cards that play well multi-way.
And he's got a big stack. He's got 130K area,
Yeah.
so
yeah, I mean, I can
he's wanting to
understand
splash
that,
around.
but it's definitely loose. See, and then Leo's being rewarded. Look at it, limp call cold call a 3-bet. Like that's a great flop.
Yeah, it's not. He's not going anywhere with the king, 10 of hearts, and that flop right
Look
there.
at this. He's going to lead into Corey. Wow, I love the aggression because Corey actually just has ace high. He's got to be thinking Chandon with the bet easily has a part of that flop or a pocket pair.
I think Corey with no ace in his hand, I mean with no heart in his hand, will probably get away from that flop.
He has to because the bet's 14, he's got 30, so it's all or nothing there with ace high.
I wouldn't be surprised if Leo shoved, but he just moved those right there.
Yeah, if I'm Leo and I played to this point, I think I would do it like we saw Jim do earlier, where you get aggressive. You know, you've limped, you got yourself in a position, it's believable. That's a great card for Leo. Yep. Yep, that's a great bet. Even if he's behind, he's got outs.
Oh, no, well,
I mean, Shannon making the call here, really he's only got a bluff catcher, so.
Yeah, but it wasn't much more for him to call, so.
Cool.
Yeah, just to see it out.
I mean, it was 11,000 for a pot. I mean, he's probably in better shape than he thought he was.
But, you know, do you really want to be kind of giving away chips at that point just for no reason? I mean, he made the bet. You know, he tried to get it through with him making the call. You have absolutely nothing to do there. Like I said, your hand is really, what are you expecting?
Well, yeah, I guess you hope your king is live if you hit it.
Even if a guy calls you with ace high, though, you're still behind on everything. So I'm kind of questioning that the way that he played that out there. Chips are, well, of course, the most valuable commodity right now in the game, but you just kind of gave away how many on that? He doubled up, so you gave away 30,000.
And there was plenty of pre-flop action that I think you could just pick a better situation for that suited king.
He also has the benefit of folding is not having to show that king six of spades.
Exactly.
Because if I'm sitting at the table and I see that play out and I see that showdown, I'm going to have a real hard time not going after Chandon's raises.
I've played with Chandon here several times. He's a semi-regular, and he definitely is a little on the aggressive side.
Yeah, if you're Chandon now, you still got a good stack. You probably need to tighten up for an orbit or two at least, and kind of restore some image. You know, something of a range. Like this hand, you got to fold this hand. Like you can't even think about it. John, we can't see his cards. He folds. Queen Jack offsuit. I mean, you know, you're coming in for a raise. That's fine. It's very loose, but it's okay.
In middle position, Queen Jack off.
It's just such a huge raise. It's 3,600.
Right, but Scott's got a good stack at the table too, with over 140,000 right now. So I think he kind of wants to flex his muscle a little bit. But then George wakes up to a ace queen off.
Yeah, George needs to raise here.
Raising with the ace queen on the button.
Yeah, you're in position, and the bet was so large that Scott doesn't want to call her. I mean, he bet cold bet 9 times the big. Oh man,
Five Jack 3 flop, 2 clubs and a spade.
I mean, backdoor draws and 2 overs for George. He probably wants to continue here, but you know, Scotty got out of trouble with that flop.
Sure did. I don't think AJ's going anywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't have too much though. I mean, I could understand the folding and calling, but he really shouldn't be. Well, you know,
and he's got
using as a bluff isn't terrible.
Right, but he's got 36K, so
it's all of it, right?
yeah, he's got to either be highly aggressive or just get rid of it. George folds.
Yeah, see, George shouldn't be folding. Well, I mean, it's not a terrible fold. He decided to play it.
He's got the ace of club. He's got the ace of club in his hand, so there are some turn cards that he would like.
Right. I would continue with that hand and see the turn, but.
Well, you know, playing with
position.
George, he's not an overly aggressive player.
He's very
anyway.
conservative.
He's very conservative, and he makes good decisions when he does. You know.
But he can be. George has been known to bluff. I've seen him. I've seen a few. He might not bluff you guys because you guys are tight, but
I don't know.
He's gone after me a few times.
I don't know. I think I'm a pretty. You know, I splash around a little bit. You know, I told you, I've never won a hand that you play.
Well, that's good. That's how it's supposed to be, isn't it?
No. I'd like some of my money back. As a matter of fact, can I have some of my money back now?
No. I left it all in the tournament area a couple hours ago. So
a lot of folding around. Looks like Scott might have called with 5 deuce of diamonds. These raises are just so big.
They are.
Yeah.
They
AJ
are.
raises a 3.5 with ace-5 suited against a 400 chip limp. There's only 1,400 in the pot.
oh, look at this.
Oh, Leo. Actually, I love that raise. That is such a strong raise. It's way better than just calling and seeing a flop there. He's in the small blind. That's exactly what you should be doing. You should be folding or betting like that. And it's a big re-raise.
Yeah, AJ,
That's
if you're looking
excellent.
at
It's
calling
all
about a
nothing
third,
for AJ.
a third of his stack call, so he has 2 decisions: fold or shove.
I love how Leo played that hand.
Yeah, these guys aren't screwing around.
No, they're not. They come to play.
They
The first few hands, they didn't do a whole lot, but then they got comfortable and all that, and I think Joe started with the 9 deuce.
Yep.
See, he can't do that move against somebody like Angry Joe or Jason from the last table because they're just going to gamble for and pull out a rebuy if they need to. But he's been watching, and he's expecting a fold there a lot of the time.
How much did you back on Thursday?
Like 110,000.
110,000. Barely made it Thursday then, didn't you?
So the players right now, a couple of little table talk, they're talking about guys that have bagged on these prior flights. So what they're doing, for those of you who don't know, if you make the top 15%, you make it to Sunday. Sunday's the finals. And if you make the top 15% at 2 flights, you'll be getting a $1,500 bonus. And whichever stack is larger of the 2 will be the one that you play on Sunday.
Actions to Angry Joe. He's got Queen 10 off. He decides to raise to 2.2. That's still a pretty big raise. I mean, a lot of times in the earlier stages, people are inflating the pot that way, but playing it more like a cash game.
I think you are. When you're going better than 5x, you know,
that's healthy, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So Chandon's got to just fold for a while. I like how he thinks about it.
Yeah, he does. Joe's not afraid to splash it around, but he's got 114,000 in his stack, so.
Oh, that's a huge flop for Leo and Angry Joe. See, Leo's got that Jack 4 of spades, so now he's got a gut shot and third nut straight draw, or a flush draw.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Leo go anywhere on here.
And Angry Joe's not folding either. He's got a pair, a backdoor flush draw, and a gut shot. AJ's got top pair. He might want to protect his top pair. He bets 10.5. Joe
got away.
Wow.
I'm actually impressed with that.
Wow, that's.
I mean, to not continue a street and see what AJ does or what the turn is. Yeah, you are 3-handed too, so your requirements of defending and continuing go down.
Oh, nice shove by AJ.
That's fantastic.
Yep,
He's
charging.
protecting his hand. He correctly
Charging the
fingers his
maximum.
best. Leo's probably going to call here. It's only a third of his stack, and it's an opportunity to chip up. He's got too many outs. He's got what?
Queen and a spade.
8, 11 outs. Queen of spades was folded. I think that was the only other spade.
I meant a queen or a spade.
Oh, it looks like the ace of spades was folded. They got it marked out.
And Leo does make the call there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a loose call, but you're trying to chip up. It's the rebuy period. I really don't hate that.
AJ stands
I
up
mean,
to
it's
get
one
a better
pull
look
from the
at
deck,
it.
you know. So.
Yeah.
Good hand.
Yeah.
And the 5 of diamond on the river doesn't change anything, and AJ's going to take that pot
AJ
down.
did everything he was supposed to do there.
Played that hand well. So he chips up, gets a double up there.
Puts him at about 68.
You know, with a hand like
68,000.
that too. Yeah, with a hand like that too, ace 7, you're going to get some better aces to fold. There's going to be some ace 8s, ace 9s that might let it go because they've got no draw and they have to be beat on that board. So that's good to be aggressive with that hand. Try and chip up. Yeah, he more than doubled through.
You can get some white stuff.
And he wants to get
Looks like Scott's at
Little
150,
fame.
Angry Joe at
Yeah.
114, John at
Little fame
112,
on,
Chandon at
radio.
101. Those are the big stacks of the table. Still early in the tournament.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of chips at this table.
There is. It seems like these guys were getting it in pretty good before they came to the feature table.
So the blinds are up now. It's 300, 600 with a 300 big blind to ante. Corey with 6.5 of diamonds raises to 2.8 thousand. It's folding around.
John on the button with King Jack of Hearts.
You know, you're in position. You've got suited Broadway cards. It's not a terrible call, but the raise was kind of a large raise. You're playing for a bigger pot with not a great hand, and you could be dominated on a flop you're going to continue with. So I don't hate the call. He's deep enough. You know, but Corey's not deep enough. That's the problem. Corey's only got 28,000 back. So if you're John, you probably should be raising or folding, I think, pre-flop.
Shannon with the best hand on that 3-8 ace flop.
But Corey's, he's c-betting. That's a good c-bet. He's going to have an ace a lot of the time there.
35.
Shannon's not afraid, and he puts in the call.
Here.
It's not a terrible bet. Or, I mean, call by Chandon. I mean, I probably am going to be suspicious of him because of how I saw him play before.
We're going to probably see him check it over here again.
Yeah, Corey should shut down at this point. I mean, he's got no real draw, and he's been called. Unless he wants to stick it all in there, he really shouldn't be. I mean, 6,500 is not going to fold anything.
Yeah, he's almost betting for value with no value.
Right.
See if Shannon can sniff this out here. Looks like he's thinking about it, but I don't know if he's going to.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the value bet bluff is better than the shove there. I don't know, but it's hard not to call with any piece of that. Any two spades, yeah.
Well,
that
gets through.
Works.
Kudos to Corey for the
that's excellent.
Taking that one down.
That's excellent.
Nice
it did look like he had something.
Yeah, play it like you got it. I mean, that's what Glenn says that all the time. If you're going to play it through, just play it like you turn it over like you got it, show it like you got it, play it like you got it.
Sometimes you got a triple barrel. You don't have to use both barrels all the time.
Yeah.
You know, obviously in this situation, you know, just a little small little barrel worked.
Yeah, I think a lot of times in that situation, if I'm Corey, I'm shutting down and surrendering.
I think
nice.
I think in that situation I would too, but you see that worked out for Corey pretty good there. Adds a few chips to his stack.
And if he gets raised or called, he's still got a stack to play with. So.
Right.
But I will say it's definitely a lot easier to play this game from our seats, knowing
well,
knowing what all the
sure.
cards are. Damn, it makes it. This is real easy to do this.
It is. That is a true statement.
Looks like AJ might have called with 10-9 off, Ron with 8-7 off, Leo with 9-8 off. You know, if you've got any hand, Chandon with Jack-8 suited, you know, any hand at all, a raise here, you know, out of one of the blinds is a high value raise. Even if you don't have much of a hand, because these guys haven't shown any interest, or any strength, I mean. Look at this. I don't think anybody.
AJ caught a piece of the 10.
And it's tough because he's got the best hand by a lot, but he's got 5 opponents. You know, so there's all kinds of draws out there. There's Queen Jacks, Jack 9s. There's hands like Pocket 3s that just were trying to set mine.
Right.
All of that's out there. King 3 suited's out there. King 10 suited's out there. His bet takes it through. So good for him. That worked out. A lot of times you make that bet and you get 2 callers.
Yeah, especially I was almost close to a pot-sized bet.
Right. Well, he's chipping up right now, so maybe he's going to go with that momentum and just kind of keep pushing a little bit.
Well, about you guys, but I'm ready for an Angry Joe blow up. I think that would be good for.
Yeah, I think we're
that'd be
a little
good for
bit
the
away.
stream. Be good, real good for the stream.
Do you think he's looking at the clock, thinking like, "Oh, I've only got 35 minutes to give him something"?
He got 20 chips to blow up. If you
Oh
only
well, he's got
minutes
here,
to,
here it is. He's got Queen Jack. So
To
Queen
show
Jack
him what
offsuit.
about.
So he's gonna bump this up to what, a 2200.
AJ folds the King 10 suited under there.
You don't want to get Joe angry.
Hey,
King 10 suited.
that's a lot of
is
respect right there.
perfectly fine fold. You can also play. You can really do anything with that there.
Leo's gonna dial him up.
I think we see Ron
Ron
come along
calls.
with the 10-9 suited. Leo calls with
Leo
the 8-7
calls.
suited. Nobody's scared.
Yeah, Scott says, "What the heck?"
I guess everybody just better duck. I don't really like Corey coming in with, well, I think Corey coming in with the ace-8 right there in the big blind, you're kind of priced in, so you
Yeah, at that
see
point.
a flop and see what's going
Yeah, and you
on.
want to defend too. An ace-8 is reasonable.
7-7 jack on the flop,
Leo just
Yeah.
smacked that flop.
smack the flop all
And,
the
He
way.
might get some money from Angry Joe actually.
Think he is.
Yeah, this
Joe's
might be the
gonna
hand,
sit right
guys.
there. I hope Leo has good ducking skills.
Leo doesn't have enough chips to really put a dent, so top pair for Angry Joe might be enough. He just smooth calls. That's a great call. I love that. Obviously, you don't want to see a diamond if you're Leo, but you're in position. You want Joe to fire again. There we are. That shouldn't change anything. Joe checks over to Leo. We might see a check raise here. He might have felt like he was giving him rope to bluff. Yep.
Looks like he's driving. No, he just makes the call there.
Oh, he might be worried about a 7. I mean, 9-10 gets there, but that's not a very likely draw to have hit.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, now he can't.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow, check.
Oh.
Wow.
I hate that as Leo.
Wow.
Leo should be betting there.
Leo definitely should have been betting there, but you do have to kind of look out for the 9-10 getting there and then the queen on the red. I can see him shutting it down, but I probably would have bet a little bit.
I tell you,
especially against a guy.
You got to
like
get the
Angry
value
Joe.
when it's
Yeah,
available.
yeah, you got to get that. You got to get that value. The only thing, maybe Leo was worried that if he bet and Joe would throw his cards at him, that's the only reason. That's the only reason I can think that Leo's not betting there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Joe's stack size is a little bit too much to be really tossing around his cards and chips right now.
Well, let him lose a third of his stack there, and then
I think he will start tossing cards and chips.
Got there cheap.
okay, looks like AJ with Queen Jack off is under the gun.
George picks up a real hand.
Yep.
See how George plays this ace king +1.
You know, I've seen him play it real conservative and real aggressive. I've seen him go and actually that's what makes it difficult playing against him is it's hard to you expect him to have a tighter range, but you can't always tell where he is in the hand because of how he plays them differently.
And I think the way this table's been playing, yeah, it looks like he raised up to 6,000. Yeah, I think you got
I'm
to.
guessing call 6. Is that what that means?
Yeah,
9
Leo looks like
raise.
he's going to look up to 6 with pocket 5s there. He's looking at George's
Yeah, they
stack.
changed the graphic. I'm not sure what they did here.
Yeah,
He was playing everything. I mean, 5s to set mine there is a little loose, but if you hit it, it's a monster pot. Maybe it's in terms of big blinds what they've got everything at.
Oh, 60 big.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense though, because that'd be.
Joe wakes up with 9s.
Oh, wow.
Looks like he's going to make the call. So 3 ways to the flop. Which is 3 queen jack.
George.
George's
George,
going to
and
put it all in there.
You've raised, and now you're all in. That's actually a really good bet. You could easily have that queen, but he's got a lot of outs if he gets called.
I think everybody folds and he takes that down.
Yeah, that's a good bet there.
Do we go to big blinds or I'm not sure. What's that? All in 307?
Yeah. Hey, bud. The graphic changed. It's not showing the bet amount. It's got, I don't know what that is. We're going to try and get that graphic fixed.
We'll see what's going on here. Glenn's really good at doing math, so he'll be able to tell us.
No, Glenn is not good at doing math.
Sure, Glenn's good at everything, so he'll tell us what the chip stacks are in just a second.
We don't. If this was like a large tournament where guys are taking 5 minutes between each decision, yeah, then I could handle that. But
break out your calculator.
Yeah, calculator. Yeah.
Instrument. Get us set up. So Ron's got Queen 7 of hearts. I'm not sure if he
wants to limp.
Called. Yeah, a lot of these people. So what they do is they get themselves. They're looking for the big hands, and that's fine when it's small stakes. But you start doing that into the middle of a tournament, and the value of the chips you're losing with those calls is so much more than the chips you would win when you hit it. And you really should be tightening up. A cash game, that's fine. But you should be tightening up on those calls, especially when you're going to limp call a raise.
Yeah, my philosophy in the tournaments has always been kind of like limping is losing. It's just you don't want to do that too many times. Of course,
when you over limp, sometimes it makes a lot of sense. You over limp position, like I can understand that. But as a rule, just limping and then only raising your big hands, you're really kind of telegraphing the strength of your hand.
Well, there you go. What do we know? Ron flops a queen.
This is like the 4th time I've said something about limping with a suited hand.
It works out.
Hit it big,
And top pair, backdoor hearts.
And I think we're going to see a call from Shandon here.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, you're probably going to continue with that most of the time. It's pretty seldom you're going to let that go.
Well, I don't know. Ron shoved, so.
Oh, I didn't see that. See, I didn't understand.
Yeah, that's the way I understand. I don't know how much his shove was, but obviously.
Yeah,
it's
so
enough.
that's an easy fold then. I mean,
maybe 18,000.
Oh, here we go. Looks like it changed.
Yeah, 18,000, I think, on the shove from Ron.
Yeah.
Well, that was the total pot.
Okay.
All right, graphics fixed. It looks like.
Whew.
Yeah,
that was I was starting to sweat.
So Ron picking up some chips there.
We got Joe in the the button. I mean.
Yep. This is a live event from the Reserve Poker Room. 100K guaranteed prize pool, which they actually crushed the guarantee.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be around 125,000 prize pool, maybe 130.
Yep, 20,000 guaranteed first place though. They did have that up.
Yeah, well, they're probably going to be over that.
Yeah, I would think a little bit over. It might be in the 22 range, maybe, perhaps.
Okay. So when the guarantee goes up, the guaranteed first place goes up?
Yeah, all the spots kind of go up a little bit. More spots get paid out.
I think it also depends on how many people double bag, because the double bag comes out of the prize pool. So if, I believe before this flight started, there was... or before the day started, there was one guy who double bagged.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Ben, I think. Ben
that's right. Ben did tell me, yes.
He squeaked in with like 30 or 40,000 chips last night.
Yes. And Ben also, he's hopefully he's at our table here in the feature table, because he's not wearing his hat today because he said I made fun of him, made him feel bad.
All right, looks like John is 3-bet with 8-7 clubs. That's excellent. He's in position. He knows the person he's betting against. Ron calls it.
Hold back some of them,
Yeah.
Ron's going to give up on this flop almost every time.
Yeah, because, it's going to definitely get in John's range, and then, of course, John checks it.
Yeah, so John set himself up to take that flop right there. I mean, it's possible Ron has a big king, but like we were talking about earlier, he's limping with his range is capped, so he's not likely to have a big hand.
Well, but John's played with Ron before, and
Ron takes it down.
I'm sure John knows that Ron has the ability to have a hand like King Queen or King Jack or something like that, where he's gonna limp.
So
So John's definitely thinking about that, and he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna live, and we'll see another hand here.
Yeah, it's gotta be 11.
Yeah, I get myself into trouble with that sometimes. I start thinking, you know, all those 6-7s and pocket 4s and.
Off to a great start this year.
Now, he would have played that hand different if, like, Angry Joe was in there. I think John probably best that flop, but he probably figured that definitely hit in Ron's range.
Ron busted me out of one of these tournaments out here, one of the big monthlies, on the bubble. I had ace-queen, raise in position. He defends his big blind, flop is queen-queen-6. And he check raises me all in. I bet it, of course. I've got trip queens. He's got pocket 6s. He just let me bet it for him. I said, man, what a flop for you. And he just shrugged his shoulders and raked all the chips in.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Right on the bubble, too. That'd have been a double bag for me, but I didn't quite get there.
So far in this hand, a whole lot of garbage. Angry Joe wakes up with a pair of 3s, bumps it up a bit. I mean, I don't know how you feel, guys, about raise with pocket 3s. I prefer coming into a raise. He's got good position. What is he on the cutoff there?
I like to raise with all the pairs when I'm in position.
Yes.
Because you can play position poker and just kind of ignore your hand. And if you do hit a set, you can play for a monster pot.
Now, of course, once again, Ron's in there. So Joe's going to be cautious and put out a little probing bet.
Yeah.
I think you'll see Joe shut down here. Cancel that order, ladies and gentlemen, because
not likely to fold his ace either.
Yeah.
And I think Ron's going to be in a little trouble.
Yeah, Joe will not be angry after this hand.
He's got a low chip stack there, so
yeah.
I think we're going to see him go
yeah,
all
Joe,
in the middle.
Joe just he's betting now to get all of his chips in on the river. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Ron bet that.
Yeah, Ron bet, Joe called. So Ron's going to probably shove all in right here. Oh, no, he just makes it 7.
Oh, yeah, you got to raise, and Ron's going to have to call.
Yeah,
He really can't fold with that stack.
When you only bet out half your stack there, I don't know if you can't fold, can you?
No. He thinks he has the best hand.
Yeah, with the board being ace, king, 7-7, I think Ron's going to pay this off. And
you have to. If you fold, you got 10,000,
yep.
and you're just shoving and gambling. That's a good call.
And Ron will be breaking out a hundy.
Yes, he will.
Once again, though, we don't see Angry Joe get angry, so kind of disappointed.
It's very disappointing.
I think we're sitting in a ringer over there. Somebody just rile him up a little bit.
Well, what we need to do is, we need to get aces against kings, and Joe have aces and king in the window.
Right, yeah. So I think we'll get chips flying around.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Good viewing for the people out there.
We need to give him like somewhere he has the win in the window, and then it sucks out on the river. That's what you need.
Yes.
The little roller coaster. Yeah, there's nothing worse than that window card being like one of 2 outs you don't want to see.
Exactly.
I wish they did like the rebuy louder, like somebody yelled rebuy and then they rung a bell or something, or they had some type of like, and then like maybe there was like everybody pointed at him or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, hee-haw, yeah. I think
like a ding,
at the table I was at earlier today, though, it would have been quite annoying because there was probably 14 rebuys at our table.
It would have been hilarious, is what it would have been.
Yeah, you would have had ringing ears.
You guys had an action-packed table there earlier.
Oh, it was off the charts.
I was busted out by then, so I don't have any room to speak.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was I couldn't receive any of the benefits of that, but it was a lot of chips at our table on the 3rd blind level of the day.
Wow. I've heard 2 schools of thoughts on that. Some people say just, go for it, get it all in, and some people say I just like to sit back and watch the smoke clear.
Yeah, if you sit back and wait for some hands, you can chip up in a more successful way for less money, but you need to have the hands. So if you're not getting the hands, then you've just ground down to like below starting stack, and you're nowhere. Yeah, so it really could go either way, but it's high variance play to just plan on rebuying a bunch and trying to chip up. A lot of these cash game players, a lot of these guys that have deep, like a good bankroll, they're happy to do that and they enjoy that. A lot of people don't like the slower action of the early levels. It's boring to them. So that's how they get through it, and then they tighten up later and play better. And that's fine too.
So in this hand here, Corey opens the action with ace-8. Joe 3-bet and took it down. I didn't catch the graphic on Joe's hand.
He had ace-5 of hearts.
Ace-5. Okay, I thought it was a suited ace.
Yep, so looking at the chip count here, we got Scott with 246 big blinds, Angry Joe in second place, John solid 103K in chips, Shandon bringing it up with 93K. Bottom of the board, looking at John with
Light starting to bother
31,
my
and
eyes, so
the
figured
graphic
I'd
just
put the
went off
shades
there.
on.
But John S with 31,000 in chips just picks up pocket jacks +1. So I think we're going to see some of those chips go in the middle now.
1200.
Min raise. You know, I don't hate a min raise. You're building a pot. You're forcing people to put a little bit more in.
I hate a mid range.
Yeah, I don't usually do it myself, but jacks are tough because the way this table is playing, a lot of big raises, a lot of calls, multi-way pots.
You're gonna get a lot of and especially with jacks, that's so dangerous right there.
Yeah. Maybe he's hoping somebody will come over the top. Doesn't look like anybody's doing that. AJ's caught with 8s, Angry Joe with 10-6 spades, Ron with 4-3. I know Ron's in position. In the 10-6 and the 4-3, you're just hoping to smack it. But for a min raise, you know, that's not a terrible spec hand to call. John is in the big blinds calling queen 10. He's defending. It's so cheap. He's getting such good money.
John definitely don't like that flop.
Oh, well, neither does, neither John.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I was going to say.
I covered them both.
Neither does John, right. Well, somebody's going to stab and take this down. Angry Joe, look at that.
With the 10-6, absolutely nothing.
No draw, no nothing. I love it. It's actually a good bet because if you get raised or you get called and bet on the river, you can just let it go. Easy decision.
Yeah, and he bet about 40% a pot.
Yeah, that's great. 8s are gonna have a hard time calling. They make the call though.
AJ
sniffs it out.
Ron's out of there. John's out of there.
Wow, John folds too. Yeah,
Let's
you know
see
that's
what John S with the jacks is gonna do. He started this.
I mean, it did check through, so there's some
he's gonna lay it
justification
down.
for a call.
Yeah, I can't see the light.
AJ with the best hand going to the river.
George is wearing the sunglasses and explaining that he can't see because of the light. And yesterday when I played, the light was so bright I had my sunglasses on and my hood pulled over half of my face because it was hurting my eyes all day. People are like, what do you guys do? Call me the Unabomber. I'm like, dude, we got the sun in here.
Yeah, it was pretty bright.
Angry Joe keeps up the aggression with a 7,500 raise on the river. And we'll see if AJ can sniff this out.
Yeah, I like that.
5 changes nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, I like that. I like that bet because the 5 shouldn't change much.
And I think that's what AJ is thinking. So he's gonna go ahead.
Oh, he's gonna dial him up. Nice call.
That is excellent play.
Makes the call. He's gonna take that pot down.
He's not afraid of getting cards chucked his way.
Do you see John? John
S.
He's got a kink in his neck.
Yeah, he's kind of like, what?
Oh man, he's so mad now.
But that's what you get when you min raise with jacks like that. You didn't put in big enough, so you got all kind of limpers coming in, and you get that kind of action.
You didn't see bet on the flop.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You let it go. So,
but don't you think it's a little hard to see bet with all them callers though?
Agreed. Well, that's why the min raise.
That's why the min raise is
here. I'm liking like a 3.5 open. He was in what, relative early position?
He
so
was under the gun.
He was under the gun, but I think you take it.
He was under gun 1.
Yeah, so I'm thinking 3.5.
3.5. You know, I wouldn't mind 4. You know, kind of see where you at, what's going on.
Yeah, you do 3.5, then you fire out in the flop, and if if you get dialed up, then you just gotta let her go, or load up the barrel and fire again.
That's it.
You know, aggression is the key. You know, being a little selective and just not playing kamikaze, but you know, being aggressive is going to win you some chips.
Watch how Corey plays this with a similar stack, queens +2. He opens up to what's the bid? I hope that's not a good raise. No,
he open up for 2,700.
I think that's a good raise here.
Right?
Yeah.
It's likely to take the pot.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Leo calls.
Oh, Leo's.
Or John, I'm sorry.
No, that's Leo, ain't it?
Oh, it's Leo.
Leo
The
calls
graphic
with
was
the
wrong.
queen.
Yeah,
Leo.
Leo.
Leo called with queen 5 of diamonds.
On the button.
Yeah, so he's just, I mean, he's got to smack it or hit something, or draw to something.
What's that, the old suited 7 gapper?
Are we playing 7 deuce?
Shandon calls. Shandon is, you know, you don't call there 3 ways unless you're thinking about doing something with that hand.
I don't know if we're playing the 7 deuce game in this tournament. But,
No, there's no $50 coming his way.
I think that's what Shandon's angling for.
It used to be, right?
Maybe he needs glasses.
Looks like
Maybe it looks like 2 7s.
Right? Yeah,
you know?
2 7s called there. For
Yeah.
sure.
He's too young for glasses. He isn't up there with us yet.
Watch
Glenn.
him bet them out of this pot.
I'm thinking maybe his mask is blocking his vision on that call there.
All right. So obviously Corey doesn't like this, but he's going to be good a lot of the time.
See him checking up checks all the way around.
Yep. Now that king, that's excellent. Shannon might take a stab here.
I think he will, and Corey's going to give it up because you got an ace and a king on the flop. You don't know what these guys got.
Oh, there's a check.
Is Corey going to bet? No.
Wow. Whoever bets is going to take this pot.
Checks all the way around. Shannon's got to bet here, right?
Well, but he's going to get called by queens if he bets
at
now.
this point.
He just got to give up, I think. Don't you, Rob?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think queens makes the call here.
we got 2 opponents. It's really
No,
tough
he's
to
gonna
skip off.
he's gonna go for it. He better size it up. What do you end up putting out there?
Corey's
5,000.
Corey's going to fold that hand.
Okay. I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, he didn't play. He missed his opportunity, I think.
Should have bet on the turn.
Yep. Yeah, and Leo too. Leo's calling in with queen 5 of diamonds. It checks twice to him on the turn in position. That's his shot. He's got to take a stab there. You're gonna play those spec hands like that. You got to bluff with them sometime.
Yeah, for sure.
We saw Jim do that last time.
Yes, and it worked out.
Excellently,
Yes, if you're gonna call on those garbage hands like that, you gotta be willing to man up and put some chips in, or you're better off just folding. I mean,
only when you get the flush, you're not going to get it enough.
Yeah, you just 7 deuce hits so few flops, but he tried. But yeah, his story just wasn't making a whole lot of sense there. So it's a very simple call for queens.
Yeah, I think he leads the turn and he gets there.
Did Shannon show the 7 deuce, or did he just kind of fold it?
I think he showed it.
Well, if he showed that, he'll be getting called for the next hour.
Well, he showed the king 6, the king high hand, and tens for Scott. He's got 148,000 under the gun. Raises at 2.5. Looks like the blinds went up. It's 4-8 and 400 ante.
Corey comes along with the 2.5 with the queen 10 off.
When you got 45,000, calling 2,500 with an unsuited queen 10 is a little loose, but he's in position on Scott, and maybe he feels like he'll have some opportunity to make some moves.
On Scott, but you got too many people behind you.
I mean, you're right. And here comes Angry Joe. Here comes, and Shandon calls with Jack Deuce offsuit.
Well, Shandon is opening it up his range and playing a little bit loose here.
Yeah,
I hope he's at the final table with me tomorrow. Actually, it might still just be it's the rebuy period. And he wants to chip up, so he's taking those stabs.
No, he's got twice the buy-in though. I mean, he's at 81K, so twice the starting stack.
Yeah, and I guess the rebuy period's over here in like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
so you're not gonna be risking it.
I'm trying to protect that stack if I'm at that level.
And when we opened this table, wasn't he at like 140?
No, not Chandon.
Yeah, he had. He had over.
Stack when we opened
over 100.
So Scott continuation bets with his pocket tens, says over pair.
Angry Joe.
Joe raises with his gutter.
Look at Angry Joe coming.
Gutter
double
and
gutter. He's got a double gutter.
And then some backdoor clubs.
I love the double gutters because they're so hard to see. A 7 pops off here, and a 3 looks like a straight could have hit, but a 7.
So Leo's in there with backdoor diamonds and a second pair. I'm almost thinking that
Leo just called a third of his stack.
Yeah, will Scott go for the raise here? No, he just put the call.
He really should. He's got to protect that pair. I mean, what are the flop straights? There's ace 3 and 3-6. So yeah, you got tens. Now you got a queen here, and you're feeling sick about it.
And Leo just took the lead.
Right, and so you're Scott, and you had your chance to protect your hand, and now it's gone.
Leo's 2-pair right there with the queen
Yep.
4, so you know he's putting it all in.
Yep, and so what does Scott do? I mean, he's probably going to have to let this go.
Scott's got to let it go.
Yeah.
Joe's still double gutted.
All in for
The pot's huge, though.
yeah. All in for 30K.
I mean, Scott's thinking about it.
This is how you bleed chips.
I was gonna say, I think that's all. I think Scott might make this call. Like I said, Scott folds.
I wouldn't be mad if he.
You know, last night when I was on the stream, the only part I heard was I was thinking about that bluff in the river with those 6s. And I scratched my nose, and I forget who said it, but they said, "Oh, I played with him before. He scratched his nose. I know he's going all in." And then I folded. And so when I watched the stream, I laughed really hard about that because it was like the second after he said it, I folded.
Right.
That was probably Angry Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe's thinking about it here. It's only 5,000 for him to call, 5.5 for him to call. So
yeah, he's getting 4 to 1.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's gonna make the call there.
You don't want to call that, but
yeah, you get the new.
Oh no, it was
that was
he only called 5,000.
That was an all-in.
He must have bet into him.
No,
Joe bet, and then the all-in wasn't much more.
Yeah, it was only 5,000.
Yeah, so you have to call.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the river is a 6.
Look out, guys. Duck, Leo.
I think with Joe's chip stack, he's still good, so he's not going to be that angry on there.
Joe just made the comment. He called 17K with second pair.
He did with the
See that 17,000 little pair. Joe was pissed, guys.
Well, being in that hand anyway with the queen 4 was a little bit questionable from the beginning.
Well, those are the hands he's been playing. You know,
so he must have had a tell or something.
Must have had a tell. Who said that?
Oh, Joe said that.
Angry Joe said he must have had a tell.
No, that Joe must have had a tell.
Oh, okay.
That's just gonna add to it.
Oh, Joe's verbally abusing Leo now.
I think chips are gonna start flying pretty soon here. I hope Leo's got.
Tell you what, guys, things are heating up here at the reserve.
They are.
Security might need to be located next to this table.
Security is on point. He's been around for a couple of days here, just doing a great job.
Yeah, security did. Yeah, he's been active, been doing a good job today, maintaining law and order in the little area here.
He's also a really nice guy. He'll ask you if you want a water. He'll come around, get you a seat cushion.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, he's just not a pretty face walking around like a tough guy protecting all of us.
He's got to do something because he's got to be bored out of school because nothing happens at all. Yeah,
all day, every day.
So he's just like, hey, you want some water? The young lady that walks around, she always says, does anybody need anything? I said, well, I'll take a bag of nickels. She said, I don't know if we have that. She went up and asked Marissa. I think Marissa told her, yeah, don't listen to Nate. Just go on about your business.
So back to this hand, next hand here. AJ opens up with ace 4 of hearts at 2,700. Ron makes the call with jack 10. Leo makes the call with jack 10. John makes the call with queen 8 suited. Scott don't like the odds and decides to fold.
So we got 2 guys going to the flop with the same hand. See how that works out. Ron and Leo got to open the ranges up a little bit. Leo's got 127. Ron's got 33. I think Ron's going to be looking to make some moves here, maybe to get another rebuy in.
I'd like to see a jack 10 flop, jack 10-4 with 2 hearts. Oh, well.
2 hearts.
Oh,
AJ's got the nut draw.
Yeah, AJ's going nowhere, as a matter of fact.
He's going to put some chips in the middle.
Yeah, everybody might fold, actually.
That might take this down.
Pot. He just overbet the pot. He probably could have sneezed at it and mixed it in the pot.
When it ends,
Yeah, everybody's going to fold.
But though, you got to think in his defense there, most kings are going to make that call.
Yeah.
So, I'm probably betting a little bit smaller personally.
I think what GTO would tell you to do is to bet that small because it's such a good draw.
Yeah.
That you want to realize your equity and make as much as possible.
Yes.
So you bet big and push somebody out. You won the pot, but you could have won a monster. I mean, he wasn't winning any more than that anyway because of the hands, but he didn't know that.
George has been a little bit quiet here this last few hands.
George has. I think the lights kind of got to him.
Well, yeah, he's got the sunglasses on. Yeah.
Once I got a headache from the light, it's like I couldn't not see it.
Yeah, maybe George probably just can't see.
Well, Glenn and I yesterday were 9 and 10. It wasn't that bad to me. I mean,
It wasn't bad when I was at the table. It was when I was like the next table over. Actually, I had a really hard time.
Oh, wow.
Because like you look across like my own table and the light's like right there, you know?
Yeah.
So AJ opens
with 9s.
Yeah, with 9s.
Makes it 2.7.
2.7 is a good raise. Looks like 3.5 bigs. Holding around. John Ernst calls with King Jack or Queen Jack off in the high jack.
It's a little loose call there from John.
He's in position, but it's still a loose call.
Scott comes along with King 9 of diamonds.
I'm not mad at that from the small blind, looking at his chip stack. So I think you can kind of look it up and see what happens here on the flop.
Yeah, a lot of times in the small, I'm looking for reasons to fold, and if I want to play a hand, I'm going to raise.
Yeah,
it's such a hard spot to play on the flop, the post flop in general.
Yeah, I agree. I generally don't play much out of the small blind at all. Of course, it's a good flop for AJ.
Great flop for AJ. Murder's a flop, and then
Scott might think he's got something.
John thinks he's got something too with top pair, and he doesn't know how far behind he is.
Yeah, this really could heat up.
That's why I said that Queen Jack, I don't know if I really would have been in there from that. But that
well, that's the problem you have with Queen Jack. He's got top pair, but he doesn't even have the best queen.
Right.
Well, he comes along. There's a lot of draws out there. You got to seriously think about raising instead of just calling.
I mean, AJ's got to be happy right now. He's in a catbird seat.
Oh, man. Well, he's going to die if a heart comes out. Jack.
That's a bad card for John.
Yeah, tough card for John.
That is a bad card for John.
Yeah, Scott really should be done with this hand. That brings a second flush draw in. It brings some straights that we're fishing in.
We might see John raise here for the 2 hearts on the board, and he doesn't want to see another heart either.
2 clubs, too.
Yeah,
There's
2 hearts, 2 clubs. Yeah.
Just 2 flush draws. He really should be raising. Oh, he just calls.
He just calls there.
He does have a lot of showdown value, so he might just want to get there cheap.
We'll see what Scott decides to do. He should be getting out of the way. I think this is just a little for the camera.
Yeah, a little show. He wants a little camera time.
Mm-hmm. It's a great hat he has on, though.
Yeah, take off your hat and smile to the camera,
right,
Scott.
Rub your forehead a little bit, you know.
Yeah, make it think like you got a tough decision.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
that's actually a money saver.
Yeah,
that's gonna
that's
save John
actually
some
killing
money.
right there for the board.
They're gonna go check.
You think?
Yeah, John's not betting.
Set.
And he's getting the bad.
What do you think about AJ's check there? You think you probably just check calling, probably to control? Yeah.
There's no bet he can fold.
I didn't like the 2.
Yeah, with the heart there.
It.
Yeah. No.
Scott wanted hearts.
He bets and John's got a flush. He's going all in.
What?
He has to call.
Hearts.
No.
Yeah, John definitely didn't want. No, neither one of them wanted to see that heart. So.
They both had a lot of showdown value too, so check actually makes a lot of sense there.
Well played. I think AJ got good value out of that hand.
Yeah, he really did. AJ's been kind of on a tear. Everything's just gone his way.
Yep.
I mean, he's played with not much, and he called with those 8s. You know, so he's been playing really well.
Yeah, that was a good call. He's kind of sniffed that out there with those 8s, and Angry Joe trying to make a move there. I think that putt was with Angry Joe in it.
Yep. Yeah. He had 10-6 of spades, I think.
Yeah.
So the blinds are 400, 800.
George looking pretty Hollywood there with those glasses on.
Oh yeah, George, he looks good, don't he?
George is such a nice guy. I like playing with him. Even when he loses, you know, he's
Ron
got a
make a
smile.
call
yeah,
with the
George.
Jack 4. Leo's
It's suited
there.
though, so
Yeah.
that's it. A lot of these guys are playing these suited cards, and When they hit, man, it's big money, but you're just bleeding those chips most of the time, especially when you got to take.
Boys and girls.
Aces.
Right.
Look who wakes up with this.
So Joe raises, Ron folds. He just threw another 800 out.
Yeah, Ron better watch it. He make that call.
No, he ain't gonna make that call. Will Leo set mine? He's got 100. He's got 126K in stack. So
Look at him.
he's thinking he wants a 2.
Yep.
Leo is going for it.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't want a 2 to flop.
A 2? You've been asking for a 2 this
Yeah,
whole
but
time.
Joe is already mad
Don't
at
back
Leo.
up now, buddy.
Leo's gonna get cards thrown at him like none other if a 2's on this flop.
I want to see deuce, deuce, ace on the flop. I gotta see it.
This is a huge raise pre-flop, 7.5. It's almost 10x. It's like 9x. And there's a call, and then John comes along.
Oh my goodness!
The deuce.
Holy smokes!
Oh jeez.
Oh man, Joe's gonna go nuts.
Well,
there.
John's got the second pair on a pretty safe board for him with backdoor flush draw. He might continue as well.
Joe's gonna lose a lot of chips, guys.
Leo needs to call here. There's nothing he can do but call. Yeah, good call.
I think John makes the call here too, or does he get away from
he doesn't like it.
Yeah, he does have backdoor spades.
Yeah, but he didn't have much in his stack.
No, a lot of people can't fold that hand right there.
He only had 18,000.
Yep, they stick it in a lot of times.
Joe's gonna lose probably all of his stack right here.
Oh yeah, that's
a great card.
Joe's thinking that's a great card for him.
Yep.
So
he's thinking that king might have connected with whatever Leo was floating.
He's only really worried about King Jack at the moment right now. That's all he's thinking. It's hard to flop a set, so
I think a half pot bet here we'll see from Angry Joe.
Yeah, I mean the stack size.
Oh, he shoves.
He's all in.
That's great.
He's gonna get snap called.
Oh no!
Watch it. He might throw him.
Oh, the eye roll. That's tough, man. Everybody's been there. That's so difficult.
Yeah.
He's got 2 outs. One of those 2 black aces is all he can hope for.
I don't think we saw any aces folded in the graphic, in the pre-flop graphic.
But John was upset with that king, though. For a moment, he was feeling like he should have called his 6.
I just want to run that good one fucking time.
With 18,000 though, I think I wouldn't have been mad if he had made that. No, if he'd have made that call on the turn. And then he's happy at that point.
No, he's at the point where the rebuy period's almost over.
Yeah.
It's like less than half stack, so you take a shot.
Yep.
And then you rebuy, and that's okay.
Well, there's a couple aces in the deck. What do you think?
He's missing. I didn't hear a lot of noise out there 15 minutes ago, so
yeah,
I'm expecting
good point.
to have been a nothing burger.
2 outer, we'll see. Hey, Joe's already got his rebuy money on.
Yeah, what Mark say? He's got to stand up, put his backpack on.
You get the keys out, fire the car up. Yep.
Yeah, he's got to do all that stuff.
Boom.
Yeah. So brick. Yeah, that's a tough hand for Joe. I mean, almost anyone's you're just gonna lose in that situation. There's just nothing you can do.
9x.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like so.
Yeah. Are you staying with the deuces?
No, you know me. I'm not. I'm not. I generally try not to set mine. If I'm super deep in position, I might do that. But you know, in that position, I just like to get rid of those meddling pairs. But you know, worked out for Leo this time. And
I think we just saw Leo make a tremendous turnaround.
Oh, yeah, he's got 200K stack.
But he was low. I think he was low when we started this table, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he won that hand with the King 10 of hearts, and he won, was it the Jack 6 he had?
The Jack 6 of spades, yes.
Yeah, those were big hands. I feel like there was another one in there.
And he chipped away at Joe. A lot of those chips came from Angry Joe, so I think that Joe's pretty upset with Leo right about now.
Well, he's keeping it together.
He kind of owned him in this round. George with the Jack 6 suited. Just gonna let it go. Ron's gonna let his go. Leo with Jack 10, that's his perfect hand for him. I bet he makes a call.
He's feeling good too, isn't he? He's feeling pretty good. He's running good, so he's gonna splash around if these guys are gonna keep it cheap.
Right.
Well, good for him, man. I hope he keeps it going. Nothing better than when you're running hot like that. You build this huge stack. You just feel like $1 million.
Corey makes a raise with the ace-6 off from the button.
Just saw that hand.
4,500, eh?
Nothing you can do. 9x raise.
Yeah, the 6-8 hand. Yeah, he just got unlucky. You guys on break then, right?
So it looks like we're gonna go 4 ways to the flop.
Looks like a whole lot of garbage.
A whole lot of garbage, but Angry Joe looks like he's just making an angry call right there with the 10-4 off from the small blind.
I don't know what he'd have to be angry about, but
well, I do. I would be.
Yeah, it's always tough to come back after you've been 2 outed for your stack when you lost a significant pot there. So I can understand frustration.
Yeah, Corey's gonna lead out with the middle pair.
He's got second pair. It's a good board for his hands.
I think we're gonna see some folds.
Yeah, not much else out there.
I don't know. Leo's been
Angry Joe all in.
Oh,
look at that.
we got Angry
Joe.
Oh,
he gets snapped. He gets snapped.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was just an angry call right there. He is
just
not
wants to rebuy.
happy.
He's so low.
Well, he just rebought though.
Oh,
I mean, he's trying to double up real quick.
Yeah, but according to his little wad over there, it's a little thick, so he wants it to be a little thinner now.
And he wants to show you that he's pissed off.
He's
So.
got a backdoor straight draw. 10 over.
Yeah, you math guys have to figure that out. I don't know what's going on. I guess you can hit
7-8,
10,
2-5.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Yeah, we're gonna take a second and get it all counted out here and see how this goes.
Yeah,
sometimes when it's like this, I'd rather they just play the hand.
Yeah, just play it and then
you know one's got more than the other, so you can.
Well, but I think obviously for the live stream, I think they want to for us.
They do it a lot. I think they're supposed to do it that way to make sure everything's right, the pot's right. I can understand it. But when you're sitting there playing, you're like, this is an extra minute or two where you're just kind of doing nothing.
Yeah, especially when you're card dead. You want to see hands.
Right, and you're already angry.
So let's talk about the call from Corey with the, with a middle pair right there.
I think he just felt that Joe was tilting a little bit, and he was just trying to drive some action and double up.
Yeah, 10 is it.
And that's not going to do it.
Oh, looks like he missed all there and got another hundo and another set of chips.
Oh, I love it.
Are we going to see these go right in the middle right now?
No,
or is he going to slow down a little bit?
Well, you know, at one of the earlier tables today, there was guys that were just literally just going all in every.
Yeah,
I think one of those guys is sitting to my left a little bit, isn't he?
No, I don't know that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know
hey,
that
how'd
guy.
that guy do? Did he make it through on that flight?
Both got. I don't think either guy made it through on that flight. To be honest with you. Yeah, it was. It was one of those days.
Yeah, it happens like that sometimes.
It does. You know what? There'll be a tournament. In a day or two.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Glenn, you're one of the winningest players around here, so I mean, come on.
Don't fluff his ego up anymore.
I mean, so nobody can hear Short Arm Tim from the door trying to make jokes over there.
Right. He's excited because he might win his prop bet. So.
He might. Yeah. He's actually been working pretty hard these last few days. All the dealers here at the Reserve have been doing
the
the
dealers, the staff,
all of them but Tim.
Everybody working super hard.
The staff and everyone it's been a great tournament. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. It's been really professionally run out here.
Sure has.
This has been the culmination of a year of these tournaments building up to this, and they've really hit it out of the park.
And I think that it was a great turnout from everybody. And everybody shows that they just appreciate.
Yeah, there's some people from Chicago, Buffalo, obviously Detroit area. Yes. So it's been there's been some people that have traveled to come out here, and it's great. It's great to see.
From Wisconsin, I don't know his name. He's been down here 4 different times.
Really?
Yes.
I thought Buffalo was Buffalo was the furthest way that I played with because he was at the feature table with us yesterday.
Yeah, I got to get that guy's name. He's been out here at least 3 different months. He's come for the big tournament.
In the Wisconsin, from Wisconsin?
Yep, he stays at the Red Roof Inn down by the Turnpike.
All right.
Spends
taking
the
chances
weekend
with
with
life,
us.
staying at the
Yeah.
Red Roof Inn. But
All right, so let's try to catch up with this hand. There's a lot of graphics. Looks like Jack 6 of spades just shoved all in for 17K.
It was a rebuy
Not
period.
bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's a 3-bet in there with some calls, a lot of dead money in there.
Angry Joe thinking about it, and he's going to
Yeah.
put it all
Angry
in.
Joe,
He's
he's
gonna
on
go
tilt
for
mode,
it,
Makes
man.
the call, yes.
Either he's going to double
He
up or
wants
he's
to
going to
chip
double
up. He's
somebody else
going
up.
to rebuy again, I bet.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's got the best hand, right?
Right now, yeah.
Look at that. Who thought he got it in good?
Ron can't even believe what he's seeing. He's scratching his eyes.
So we're going to
Did
go
you
to
get
the
the
flop
table?
with a Jack 6 and a King 3. Looks like this is going to be the last hand before break. So we're going to settle it out here. Let these guys go. As you can see, the King 3 is a slight favorite.
A lot of dead money in there on this pot.
Yeah, you got to kind of go for it.
Well, if you're John, you're going to pay $100 to surrender that and get your 40,000. So you might as well try and do it for free.
So this is the last hand before break?
Yes, it looked like everybody.
Oh, look at
got
this.
King in the
up, so
window. Nope, not the window. But on the flop.
King on the flop.
He really
so,
needs 2 spades.
Not technically.
Yeah. There's an ace on the
That's it,
turn,
he's
and that's
dead.
it.
Got the king ball.
Angry Joe's going to take this one down.
Nice little 53K pot for Angry Joe. So hopefully he'll be a little bit calmed down on break.
We'll
I
see.
think he's still angry.
I don't know. I mean, he might be kicking around cans
Would you
back
kick
here
it off?
before it goes.
Okay.
25-minute break. Bye, everybody.
We're back
Come
in about
back in
25 minutes.
Yep.
About
We'll
25
see you
minutes.
then.
Grab a snack, grab a drink, smoke them if you got them.
Whoa.
We'll see you in a bit.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Caught on the river on you, buddy.
No.
Sorry.
No, should have done it.
Yeah. Back on bullshit, you should have fired at that one.
Nice. Scary board. Very. I thought someone was sitting on somebody.
I thought he was slow rolling his little king over there is what I thought, I ain't gonna lie. I don't expect you to play anything less than what you turned over, you know what I mean? So, now bluff me out later, please. 6 folds.
Aren't you getting tired? I got 20. Are you in on this?
7 folds. 8 raises. 4,000. 9 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold.
All right, we're back here with some action at the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo. This is just after the second break. The rebuy period is over. We've got a new featured table. In the 1 seat, we've got Eddie. Then going around, Amari, Jack, Alexandra, Bob, Willard, Caleb, Greg, Kevin, and Eric. We're going to get you guys into the action here soon. The blinds are, I believe they're 5 and 1,000 with a $500 ante. Looks like Amari has bet on the button with pocket tens, raised to 15,000. Oh, I'm sorry. Greg bet with ace-8 off to 15,000. I feel like the graphic was messed up there. We'll catch up here on the next hand.
15,000 is a bet. 4 calls. Heads up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So, Greg now with 2 pair on the turn. Looks like Alex with pocket deuces. Just gonna fold that away for 30K. So
Bolt the gut shot.
Take that down.
Yeah, sometimes on a flop like that, you might take a stab, but with the ace,
You did the over?
it's real hard to get people off the hand if they continue, because they've either got it or they don't. So that's a good fold on the turn. He's not likely to get any fold equity in any type of bet or raise, and he's just drawing the 6 outs. Got a new table here.
New tables, new players, some old faces. Last night, Glenn, we played with Jack, and when I got home and saw the replay, Jack was on fire.
Yeah, he had some big hands early, didn't he?
He really, really did.
Willard under the gun with King.
I think Willard, probably, I'm going to go out on a limb and say one of the oldest players in the game right now. He's 78 years old.
78?
78.
Wow,
Saw that in
nice.
his bio.
Well, that's just because Grandma and Grandpa aren't here.
They're a little older than that?
Oh, yeah.
Grandpa just turned, what, 86 or 84?
Yeah, well in his 80s. I don't know which one, but yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, he is our local grandpa.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Great family.
I think he raised under the gun to 2,000 with the pocket kings. Caleb making the call. Gray's gonna get away from 4-3 off. And
Yeah, this is the danger of a min raise, is that you might get some too much action. Especially with a hand like kings, you don't want, like this ace deuce suited, they're probably going to call. Yep, and that's exactly what you don't want.
Jack's
you want to
coming
try and
in with
isolate.
the threes, and I like I said earlier, I don't like the min raise. I think somebody did it earlier with the jacks under the gun. I don't really like the min raise.
Right.
I wouldn't mind
six-handed.
if you limped and then you got a raise coming around and then you 3-bet or something like that. I'm okay with it, but seems like it's gonna work out pretty good, favorable for him this time with
Well,
the
he
jack,
doesn't know
jack
that
7
though. With
flop.
5 opponents, somebody's got a jack usually.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Oh, a lot of times. That's the
Yeah,
trouble. All those hands, the jack 10s, the jack 6s suited, ace jack, king jack, queen jack, all those hands.
So he put out the 5K feeler bet.
Yeah, that's not a terrible bet. You do need to bet something, but there aren't a lot of draws out there. It's like 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 8 have some straight draws, but you're either way ahead or way behind at this point. So 5,000's decent.
Jack coming along with the pocket threes.
I heard a raise. Jack,
Actually, that was an
Did he
excellent
raise? Oh wow.
That's an excellent raise.
Jack is representing the jack.
Yeah.
How about that?
I see what you did there.
How about that? How
I
about
see-
that,
I
guys?
see what you
Yeah.
did there.
Yeah. This is not only poker analysis. This is a comedy show.
Yeah.
Probably not as good as last night's comedy, but you know what? That's tough.
I don't know if
Caleb
the
makes
math
the
checks out
call
on
and
that
then
one.
checks the flop. The turn. Jack's
Jack.
check it back. I think Jack should have continued betting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he,
if
he
you-
missed his shot there, I
If
think.
you're gonna tell the story, you gotta be willing to barrel on that.
Yeah, you got to keep going with it.
But you know, give him credit though. He did try once, but sometimes you just gotta man up and do a couple of them, a couple barrels.
Well, there's some people, and Willard might be one of them, that are going to have a hard time finding a fold. And so you might just feel like, you know, he's short stacked as it is, doesn't look like he has very much, doesn't want to chip off with threes in that board. He took his stab, it's time to move on.
I hope we don't break up this table the rest of the day. No, that's a good guy.
And you know, sometimes playing against older players, they fall in love with hands. You know, and well, a lot of players. I'm not just going to point out older players, but a lot of players fall in love with hands. He made the call, but like you said earlier, pre-flop, with all those guys going, you had to think somebody may have had a jack. You know, so I'm not mad at Jack for just kind of letting that go. Like you said, Rob, he tried it. Didn't go, so he let it go. I'm surprised Caleb wasn't. But I think a lot of times we're going to see a lot of changes in play because this is the last flight. Rebuy period's over with. So the guys were a little looser before the first 4 flights. I think you're going to see guys tighten up a lot now. Try to take these stacks, win good pots, and go on to play again tomorrow.
Yep, I'm with you.
I know of these players, I would tend to think that Caleb will be a player that won't lighten up at all. He's you know, when he likes to fight first pot. Eric in what is that, seat 5. Eric is a player Oh,
yeah,
excuse
Caleb's
me.
from the Fremont area. He discovered this place about a month ago, and he's practically lived here ever since.
Yes, yes.
He goes, this tournament he's gone flight, cash games, and then comes back for another flight and cash games in between.
Yeah, and he's been running really well of late.
He's just
So
loving the poker and found a good home here. Bob with aces jams to 53,500 against 2,000 in the pot. That's a really big overbet. It's going to take the pot down almost all of the time. And aces are just too strong. You want to be raising and bringing people along with you there.
I'll give Bob credit for one thing. He don't like chips. Because if you like chips, I'm thinking that you're going to try to extract a few from people. But he wanted to shut her down pretty quick.
Yeah, you can bet, even if you bet large, like you bet a third of your stack, you know, it gives you something to play with.
Yeah, I don't really like the shove right there.
He's not too short stacked, and
no, you gotta play some. You gotta try to get as much
he
as
had
you
like
can.
50 some bigs, so that's I think it's still 5 and 1,000, right?
That would be the level. Yeah, 500 and 1,000.
500,000 with the 500 big blind ante.
Yes.
15 and 5. There you are.
No, 1,005.
Okay. That small blind.
I like it though.
Right.
I
don't mind
really
it.
like it. I really like it.
Or some places
especially when you get to 10 or 20,000, then you're almost committed to playing your stupid big blind.
Yep.
Looking at the bios here, our elder statesman there, was it Willard? Has his biggest cash on a tournament. He's at a $12,000 score down in Daytona. Don't know when that is, but he obviously can get it done. He's not afraid of the money.
Looking at some of the comments from the live stream there, I guess we got Caleb's daughter is watching.
Good luck all that.
Whose daughter? Caleb's daughter?
Caleb's daughter, yeah.
Michigan fan.
Brianne Rice. She said Caleb is my dad.
Brianne Rice, hello, from Toledo, Ohio.
Right. Everybody wishing a lot of luck to the players going on, and we got 80 people watching right now from a little bit of everywhere. So.
That's great. This is the first time we've ever done a stream out here. This is the second night of trying the stream out, and so we're just kind of learning it and figuring it out. We're glad you guys have joined us and want to learn this process with us.
And I think tomorrow the final table.
All day, right?
Yes. Oh, no, just the final table.
Oh, they're
Just
doing
the final
future?
table, right?
I think they're just going to do the final table.
And I have to correct myself. The name is Brennan. I'm sorry.
Brennan?
Brennan, so it's his son, not his daughter.
I'm sorry. Brennan.
I looked at it, right.
Caleb's son.
Caleb's son.
We looked at the name wrong. We apologize.
Yeah,
Well, I've played quite
Shout out to Brennan.
Yes, I've played quite a few hands with Caleb in the last
Me too.
couple weeks, and he's a fun guy to have at the table. Not afraid to get his chips in the middle, and when he loses, he's not angry about it like some.
He's not throwing chips at you.
No, he's not throwing chips or cards.
Yeah,
So
right.
he wins good and loses good.
Yeah.
Fun guy to play with, that's for sure.
Really nice guy.
I don't know when he sleeps though.
I don't think he sleeps much.
I don't think he sleeps.
No, I don't
it's
think so
poker
either.
around the
So-
clock.
Yeah.
Well, at least when he's out of town, you know. Nothing else to do in Toledo, right?
There's so much to do here.
I was just
It's a
kidding.
great place to be. So it looked like, looking through the bios, we got a lot of guys here that's got a lot of poker history, a lot of poker action, and not really a lot of new players here. So
And we got Amari in seat 2. He's had 70K. This is his biggest score. Sounds like
the antes are up now. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, I think
We're
that's,
on a delay. So
right.
the antes are up, but we're not up.
Yeah, we're still at the previous
I
level,
take that back.
I believe.
Had something good, you'd be raising me. So. Or shoving. Yeah, you would. You wouldn't have raised if you had something, no? Yeah, true. Whatever little chip becomes.
Oh yeah, but I'm not that bad of a player.
It looks like we're still at 500,000 with 500 ante.
I don't believe your best.
Kevin in the big blinds, a regular out here.
Yeah, Kevin was at the. He's been on. That's probably his third or fourth time at the feature table, right?
Yeah.
at least his.
He did it twice.
At least
yesterday.
30. He was
Oh,
with
so
us,
this will be
Glenn.
his third time. Yeah, lucky him.
Yep.
How's his chip tech? What's his stack update?
I didn't get a chance to see it there.
Jack
There's
in the
young
3C
Jack.
with ace-4, he folds. Alex ace-queen offsuit, he's gonna probably raise here, yep.
Bob with a king queen. Probably gonna make that call. Willard gets out the way. Caleb looks
Oh,
at
he'll
a
be
king
calling.
jack.
He,
suited.
Caleb's
He's
unafraid.
definitely
King jack
calling
looks
that.
like aces to him.
Suited king jack with an overcall. You're 3 ways, that plays pretty well in bigger multi-way pots. That's a good overcall. I like his call better than Bob's.
From the button, I wouldn't be mad at a raise right there either, though.
Yeah, you don't really, yeah, you're right. You could take control, but you get 4-bet and then you're in trouble with that.
You are.
Seeing a flop is, well, it looks like Kevin came along with 6-5.
6-5 off. I don't know if I really like that too much there,
He's
but
defending his big. It was a raise to 3. That's
He's getting a
that's
pretty good
standard
number.
defense.
ace 8-6 all hearts.
So
Well,
Bob's got
gotta
the
like his draw.
yeah, he's got the best flush draw.
Alex has got to like his hand right there. With the,
Well, Kevin might be liking his too with the pair and a flush draw. You might be thinking he's got something to work with, but really Caleb's the only one that shouldn't be too excited.
Yeah, I think Caleb's gonna get out of the way here most of the time. Oh, Bob lays down the king queen with the queen of hearts.
Yeah, second nut flush draw. That's a tight
What's
fold.
the bet? 5.5. That was about a third of the pot. Yeah, that's a pretty tight fold, but it is a four-way pot, and he was first to act relative to the better, so I don't really hate the fold there.
Yeah, it could have swelled up pretty substantial there by the time it got back.
You could leak a lot of chips calling there, especially if somebody behind you decides to raise.
Oh, yeah, I watched that. You gotta watch for that emotional. Exactly. Yeah.
Now he has a king of hearts and an off queen, you know. I think that'd be a pretty bad fold.
There's a timing.
Where are you from? Toledo?
No.
Just because it's the nuts, nut draw.
I think it's just his look. Very, very stern look.
Eddie in the 1 seed, I think he's been playing out here for a few flights this weekend.
No, I was feeling the same way for a while.
Yeah, to talk about it.
Yeah. He keeps staring at me, but I can't tell what he's looking at because he's got the dark glasses. So when I see him do that, I go like this, so he can't see what I'm doing.
Folds.
A lot of guys now that we've seen in for a couple of fights are already qualified for Sunday, and they're looking for that double bag bonus, which I think is what, 1,500?
Yes.
1,500, that's right. Rebuy period is over, so we might see people actually kind of tightening up a little bit and trying to be a little bit smarter about when they expose their chips. We may not see that.
Or not, yeah, because it seems like we got a few callers on this one.
It's like 50-50. But what you are going to see is chips start to consolidate, and people are going to start busting out faster, and some people are going to sit on their stack and just grind it down, waiting for big hands. So like the play is going to be different, mostly.
Oh, really?
That King Jack would have been nice on that flop.
Two pair for Greg. Looks like he takes the lead.
Yeah, Greg's got a
Yeah, if I'm Greg, I bet you have to bet. There's too many draws, and you're exposed.
Yeah, I think from the button, he's probably going to get everybody's going to fold out on
Caleb might see one. He's got a
pair
and a gutty.
And an over.
He's got a piece
he's
of
looking at him. See, this is where he's looking at the stack and he's thinking they're deep enough that he's got some time to make some moves, maybe.
Yeah, if that was a 10 of clubs on the flop, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe it might bring more merit into doing that, so you maybe get a backdoor draw. But it's a solid fold by Caleb.
Yeah, it's a good fold. I mean, he's a good player, and so he's thinking about some opportunities.
It was either two pair or nothing.
Right. I just don't want nobody else in it.
Hey, you read his hand right.
He called it out.
He said that he thought Greg had either two pair or nothing, so he was really thinking about putting some chips in there.
Yeah.
Just about.
That's an awesome read there.
That is excellent.
Good enough.
And that's why when you play in a polarized way, it's really difficult for your opponents because you're either getting smacked or you're way ahead and you just can't tell sometimes.
Are we going to finish the tournament here?
No. We'll go all the way to the next break.
Table has to. Another table.
So we'll be here an hour and 20 minutes.
So, with our total players here with this fight, was it 108 or around those lines?
I got it. Hold on a second.
Because I believe we're playing down to 20.
I think they said 20.
20 on this
20.
flight.
I think the rule. What it
I'll
was.
tell you how many buy-ins and rebuys we had. We had 106 unique entries with 76 rebuys for this flight.
Wow.
The largest flight we had would have been last night with 110 unique entries and 89 rebuys. Although 15 of those rebuys last night were one individual who I think was trying to set the record.
I think he was.
I did not get his name, but he was very proud.
He was well into double digits, right, on the rebuys?
Oh, yeah.
He was trying to explain the reason why he was playing that way and the reason why he put all that money into the field.
You couldn't make sense of it?
Yeah, I couldn't make sense of it at all. But, to each his own. I'm glad that everybody plays their way.
It would be a boring game if everyone played the same, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
And if there wasn't as much variance in poker as there is, the people who play it in certain ways would never come back.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. Go for it.
That's what makes the game great, is that there's a lot of different ways that are successful, a lot of different styles. And even the best players lose all the time. Hey, Glenn, how'd you do this weekend? I don't know if I got an update from you.
Well, I'm kind of like the best players. I lost all the time. Not saying I'm a best player, but I definitely lost all the time. Yes, there's a lot of words I can. You know, it was a tough weekend. Yeah, just you know, with no bad beats or nothing. Just one of those weekends where we could not get any traction, and that happens. You know, we've played this game for a long, long time, and you know that happens, and you just gotta shake it off and move on to the next deal.
Yeah, that's what happened in March at their big 50K guarantee. Is I just couldn't get anything going.
Yes, I could.
Out there that weekend. Yeah, you had a great tournament.
Yep, I did.
Yep, but that's how it goes. Yeah, I think you won that one, didn't you?
I did.
So it looks like we're a little behind on the graphics here, so I'm not sure what's really going on the hand.
They're just seeing how much we're paying attention.
Yeah. Looks like Bob takes that hand down.
Loving that shirt.
Whatever he had.
I need to buy a few shirts like that. They just feel like a little festive. You know, I got T-shirts. Right. That's all I wear. That's boring.
Live from the chat, Tina Augustiniak wants to say good luck to Bob Augustiniak.
Christina wants to say good luck?
Tina.
Tina.
Yeah.
Good
Shout
luck
out to Tina.
Good luck to Bob.
Rooting for Bob.
All right.
Same last name, so I'm going to assume it's his wife.
Thank you.
I'm not.
I like the shades.
Sure.
I love the shades.
I can't play with sunglasses on though. I know it's bright out there with the lights, but it's I'm just not a sunglass.
It was only 2,000 to call.
Sunglass guy. Plus, you know, the older we get, the vision goes down, so maybe that's part of it too.
Well, see, that's why I pay a lot of money to get prescription lenses put in sunglasses. You know,
That's an old Ford.
Yeah, but you look cool though.
No, I just kind of.
You have to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, you gotta
Is that
look
what you're
cool.
saying?
Yeah, it's like if I wore that Hawaiian type shirt that Bob's wearing, that wouldn't look near as good.
I need these glasses that Rob's got on with that Hawaiian type shirt, and I'd be
Yeah, but those are like 70 porn glasses, though, aren't they? That's kind of what those are.
I love these glasses. I don't care.
They're
what you
great.
think.
They're awesome, man. I'm telling you.
All right, how about back to some action here?
All right, so Greg
lack thereof.
looks like he called. Actions to Eric. He hasn't played very much. He's a big cash game player, but he comes out for the larger buy-in tournaments, takes a stab at him.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be surprised to see him, Martin. There you go. Wouldn't be surprised to see him push with that stack with an ace-king right there.
Yeah, you're against a raise. You might actually get a call there. And Eric's pretty deep. You could just 3-bet a more normal amount, but he wants to take it down. He's just trying to protect his hand.
Yeah, I don't see Eric.
No, not with ace 8. But he could have a lot of other hands that call.
Eddie probably let it go.
If Eddie has a heads up, he might think about it, but there's a good chance he's dominated by a bigger pair, so that's a good fold for Eddie too.
That's Amari's first pot at this table under the live stream, I believe.
Might be the first hand he played.
I think it is. I'm not really mad at the shove right there. I mean, looking at the relative stack sizes to that table, I would probably take that chance right there. You got to remember, these guys have been playing together probably for a longer time, so they know he knows how it's been running. We don't know how many rebuys he has in there, but
I like that in a tournament when you're at the same table with the same people and like you get a sense of what's going. There's kind of a dynamic. But when you bounce around from table to table, I find that to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah,
you know, maybe we should request that on the next stream, is that see if production can keep track of rebuys.
Yeah.
So we can say, hey, you know, player X has, you know, he's got 45 rebuys or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. That would be good to put on the bio sheets to see how many guys are in for. But, you know, saying that he had 37.5, I'm going to assume that he probably rebought right before break or something like
Perhaps.
that. I'm going to go out on and let
Alex raises under the gun with Jack 10 of diamonds. Can't see how much it is. Raise to 3K. Standard raise. That's a really good raise with a suited Jack 10.
Uh-oh, Eric.
His jacks are folding around and he's up against kings. That's big trouble.
Eric's got kings there.
Raise a coming here, that's for sure.
Yeah. 9,000. That's a very standard 3x 3-bet. He's gonna call this probably and see a flop. They're just both too deep for him to fold.
Yeah, I think Alex has got a easy call here.
That's the type of hand you can double through against an overpair. So with Eric having him out chipped, he wants to take that opportunity.
And Alex with the Jack 10 of diamonds, and Eric no diamonds in his hand.
Well, but that ace helps him.
It does. It's going to slow Eric down a little bit.
A little bit. This is really anybody's pot right here.
Eric does have the backdoor hearts.
And backdoor straight.
He's bet small.
Yeah, that looks really strong, but if Alex check raises here, that's going to look very strong, especially to somebody with pocket pair like kings. So really, his raise here is targeting kings and queens. That's really all he's shooting at. Okay, he calls. So if we see a Broadway card, there's going to be some action. Yeah, that's not going to change anything.
I think this might go check, maybe.
Yeah, if I'm Eric,
I'm taking another shot.
Yeah, I might, because you know.
I think Alex has other plans here.
I'm loving this lead here.
Definitely not mad at the lead from Alex.
I mean, you gotta bet to win, and it really puts Eric in a tough spot.
So 7,500 from.
It's a small bet though, so it looks like a value bet on the one hand, but on the other, it's pretty easy to call with a hand that's got great showdown value like kings. Yeah, he's gonna make the call.
Six of hearts on the river. So Eric gets the check mark. We'll see what Alex is going to do here.
I don't know. A good sized bet might do it.
Might shut it down.
Oh, he checks. That's not a bad move either.
Oh no.
I don't think there's much point in Eric betting. I think he's probably happy to.
He should never bet this here.
Yeah,
the way this hand played down.
You got the ace out there. You got the flush hit on the river. I don't know.
But I've been wrong for the most part. So
wow,
here it comes.
Here we go.
He's reaching for chips.
I mean, worse hands than kings are folding. Better hands are calling or raising. It's not a good bet there. You don't really accomplish anything. And there's the fold.
Yeah, it's an easy fold for Alex.
I mean, maybe he thinks that he's got a hand he can't let go, like ace queen or something, you know, or not ace queen, like shit. I don't know what hand you'd have there. Queens and jacks probably the only two hands that are really gonna call. Yeah, but who's calling at that point on that board? You know, if they check the river. I mean, maybe. I mean, I've seen people call like all kinds of crazy stuff when they should just be letting it go. So maybe he just thought he could get more. And what's the harm?
So Greg is our chip leader at this table with 197K, Eric 184, Caleb 143, Alex 104, Bob with 77, Willard with 62, Eddie with 53, Kevin with 52K, Amari with 45K, and then Jack with 26K. Jack needs to make something happen.
I think young Jack will be making a move here soon. Okay. Yeah, I think young Jack will be making a move here soon. We've seen him play yesterday with short stacks a lot.
Well, and I believe on the stream yesterday, he was at the first table, and in the first, 10, 12 hands, he just had like pocket pair after pocket pair.
He did. He was very, very hot for, coming in. Ran over me in a hand that he had, I think I had an ace king, and he had pocket kings on that hand, I believe.
Greg calls with queen 7 of spades. Blinds are up 500, 1,500 with a 500 ante. He just calls. Willard calls with ace 3 off out of the small. Oh, not out of the small. Folds around to Alex in the big blind. 8-7 clubs. He checks. Willard flops a huge hand. He's actually, they're both drawn dead against Willard's hand. That's
this
pretty unusual.
Unless somebody gets out of line, this pot's going to be over.
I mean,
well,
looks like Greg made a bet there. 9,000.
That's a huge bet.
It is. I think Willard's just going.
Yep. And this is the risk of betting like that. You know, you had 4.5. You had a 5,000 chip pot. He overbet it. against a hand that's not going to fold.
No, but he's going to shut it down too.
Wow.
Willard needs to bet here because it's likely to go check. If he doesn't,
It's like a 15,000.
That's a great bet.
I think Greg knows that
He's
lost
showboating
that.
right now. He's just
Yeah.
trying to Hollywood a little bit
Right.
because he's got queen high. He's never calling here.
Can you make a raise here? Can you see a
I
raise?
mean, you got to represent the flush, you know,
Yeah.
but that's a really tough one because if he's got an ace, it's going to be hard to fold.
Definitely.
Gus, you're out?
And
Yeah,
Willard may not be the guy to try that move on.
Okay.
Yeah, he swung at it. Probably let it go. Probably good move.
See you when I see you.
That was a pretty large bet though on
He
the
got knocked out?
on the flop to try to represent that. You know.
Yeah.
That kind of didn't work out too well for him. So, Deborah Haskin from Northern Michigan says hello. Says wishes we were all there. Good luck to everybody on the stream.
Well,
Hello, Deborah.
Hello, maybe next time.
Make the trip next time, Deborah.
Yeah, we're not that far. I drive up into northern Michigan all the time.
Unless it's like the UP or up in the thumb or something.
I've only done that once. That's a hike.
That's a long way.
Yeah, I go up near Traverse City, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not mine.
Oh.
Who's fucking?
That's mine.
So if anybody's watching the stream, you left
Random
the phone
phone.
back here. Yeah.
Random phone's got their dad calling.
Dad's calling.
Oh,
there
here she is.
We know you weren't watching the stream on your phone.
Yeah, I was like, how did this phone get next to me?
Yeah, but your dad's calling now, so tell Dad we said hello. Oh, well, tell Jim. Oh, Jim's your dad. Well, tell him you left your phone back here. Nobody can hear you, so. Huh?
I don't know how it got back here. I got my own.
Glenn pickpocketed you.
Wow. She just
Sorry,
looked
we
at
had a
you
little
like
bit.
You took her phone.
Had a little bit of phone controversy.
Sorry about that. We were talking, and I guess it wasn't on the stream, so. I know everybody's wondering what was going on. Deborah says she's from Alpena, Michigan.
Alpena. I don't know where that's by.
What's it this time? 7 deuce?
Yeah, I go up.
A little better?
Go up near
7 dudes.
Benzonia, Frankfurt, up in that area. That's what I'm more familiar with. Kind of north of Grand Rapids.
Better with you, Bob. Why'd you fall for that?
I don't know.
I think you see as the day progresses, the opening raises should generally get smaller.
2018. How
You're valuing your stack a lot more.
I'm pretty sure he was better than
So some of these guys that at standard open should probably be anywhere from 2.5 to maybe 5 times if you're in early position, but.
Right.
And generally, in those early positions, you really should be playing tighter. Your raising range should be pretty tight. Premium holdings only.
Well, like we said, this is it. You don't have any more opportunities. This is the last flight.
know what's going on.
No more rebuys. So you really got to, if you're not in for Sunday, you really got to kind of buckle it down. And there's my man Jack with the ace queen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eric.
3-bet Eric.
Taking his stand right here and going to put it all in. And I like that move from Jack right
For
there.
28,000, Eric's going to think about it. He's probably going to let it go, but it's enough more
But I
that he's
think-
not getting good odds.
Yeah, I think he thinks Jack's range is pretty wide. Yeah, I was gonna say I think he's gonna make a little bit of a crying call.
Wow.
Eric's not playing for second place.
Yep.
He wants to win these races.
I'd like to see Jack win this hand right here. Nothing against Eric. I just like Jack. I like the young guys who play aggressive and not willing to get it all in there.
we were talking about outside.
On the 8, 9, 10 flop, it
That's a great flop for Jack.
is. Needs a jack, ace, queen, 7 to win.
Doink.
Ah.
And Jack is out of there.
Deuces hold.
Eric's going to take that down.
Jack will be back.
Jack will be back. We will see a lot of him coming up playing in tournaments at the reserve, and I'm sure he will always do well.
Did you just say that because it rhymes?
No.
Let's play with you, Jack.
I think Jackson go get a snack.
Jason Morgan checked in the chat and said, "Who's doing the commentary?" And we just want to tell you that I am Nate Ford, and I got
Rob's here, Foss here.
And I'm Glenn Porninger.
and those are the people doing the commentary live from the reserve. at the 100K guaranteed poker tournament, the 1-year anniversary of the reserve. And we have smashed the guarantee. Prize pool is probably going to be about 125.
Yeah, we don't know what the total prize pool is yet, but it's up there.
Definitely.
Yeah, they decided to host the biggest guaranteed tournament they've ever done. They put their necks out there, put them on the line for the poker players. The poker players showed up. We got people from Chicago, all over Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Buffalo. We got people coming in from all over places.
And these great guys from Chicago that's actually putting on the stream for the Windy City Poker Championship Club. I mean, Windy City Poker League. Putting on this live stream is just awesome. I mean, I think that they've been doing a great job.
Yeah, for sure.
This guy sitting over here running the broadcast, man, he's been the busiest guy here for the last, 2-3 days that we've seen him. And he's still got another day to go, so.
Maybe I'll remember his name.
If I knew it, I would say it. Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk. I could probably remember that.
Yeah, James T. Kirk. Probably.
So Greg limped with King 8 of clubs under the gun. Caleb raised out of the big blind with Queen 10 off. Greg just called. See, now you're Greg and you've limp called, so you really can't represent that ace, right? It's not credible. Caleb, who bet out of the big blind when he could have checked and seen a free flop, can represent the ace a lot more.
Well,
and without much thought, he lets it go. If Greg bets there, I'm not going to let him off that easy, I don't think.
No ace.
It's hard to have an ace, maybe an ace deuce or an ace 3, but he hasn't shown up with those hands.
But remember, like we said, guys are kind of tightening it up a little bit. Maybe earlier in the tournament you could have took a flyer at it or something like that, but you really want to kind of hold on to those chips that you got.
Yeah.
Wait for your spots. If you're not really sure, just go ahead and let it go and live to hold on to your chips and fight another day, fight another hour. And that's all that matters. Because we still got a long time to play here. We're going to play down to 20 players. And I'm not sure how many we still got in, but I bet we got at least 80 still in.
Hey, Josh, do you know how many people are left? Just ballpark? Sorry, man. Are you on your break? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's up. He's moving.
Josh is doing a great job.
Josh is one of the dealers we got out here.
Yeah, we're not allowed to see the players. We're tucked in this tiny little room, sitting almost on top of each other.
75 people left, playing down to 20.
That was a good number, Nate.
We're going to go from 75 to 45 pretty quick, I think, and then it's going to slow down.
All right, so we got King 10 of diamonds, opens up the 3K.
Caleb with the pocket fours.
Willard makes that call with ace-jack. Caleb calls pocket fours. Greg will be calling with the old 5-3 offsuit.
Yeah, that's easy. It was a min raise. Hey, Nate, tell me how you feel about that min raise.
I hate the min raise.
Just wanted to check in with you on that one.
Well, you know what, though? Later in the tournament, though, the min raise is powerful.
I can't stand this.
Yeah,
but not now.
Right.
Not now.
I don't like the min raise either, but I will get down to like a 2.5x.
Yeah.
And I'm going to foresee the future. Rob is going to min raise me tomorrow at some point.
Yeah,
promise you that.
That is
They're
for sure.
Put you, like, right to your left.
I know.
And every time you're in a big.
Yeah, I'm going to be so teed off that it's not going to make any sense.
Well, now I have to.
So Alex will take down this small pot with his pair of 10s, king kicker. Be adding 9K to his stack.
I feel like Alex should be wearing a hoodie, like a hood up, you know what I mean? Like those glasses, and like he's real serious. Just gotta complete the look. He's just one step away. Everybody else at the table's got a hat, right? Almost.
Yeah, there's serious business. These guys look serious at this table.
Yeah, they're not playing around.
They know there's video evidence of their poker play, so they gotta tighten up a little bit.
I was going to say they don't want to get out of line, but some guys have definitely got out of line.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Gerald Parr says, hello, Glenn.
Gerald Parr. Gerald Parr. Holy smokes.
Man, another guy from the Swamp days.
Yeah, FNG, that's what everyone calls him. I don't know what the F stands for, but F and G. That's his name.
Stuck in the lights of the.
Eric, big stack at the table with 214,000 folds away.
He's like, how good do I look?
Fold around the Bob Bob folded. Willard in the cutoff with the queen 9. It's like he was thinking.
Yeah,
about
queen
it.
9 offsuit is a call from the cutoff. You know, it's folded to you in the cutoff. You need to, if you're going to play that hand, it's in your raising range. There's no value to limp in there.
So we got Greg out of the little blind, comes in with a raise. I like that play. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it might be successful. Yep, it is.
Yeah, so Willard just threw away 1,500.
Yeah.
He can't withstand any pressure, but he can give pressure and maybe take the pot down.
I want to say hello. We got the camera. We're on our 5th camera for the night. I done broke all of them ever since.
Well, if it's not you, it's definitely me. Then one of us two will definitely tear up this camera.
The Windy City Post is really tired out. So want to say hello.
Imagine that, right?
Because this is one of those
He doesn't have short-term memory.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, it's been in the basement for 17 years. It's never coming out.
Right.
Yep.
We don't know what's on it, what's been on it.
Right.
Probably don't want to
All your
know.
teenage kids are
Yep,
doing stuff.
what's in it.
I
So
ain't throwing these jeans away when we leave here.
You know the dealers sleep back here sometimes.
yeah,
Oh man, if Tim has been sleeping on this couch,
yeah, we know how clean he is.
definitely burning them when I get home.
No, it's too low to the ground. He wouldn't be able to get back up.
Well, you know he's got those short arms, so just push yourself over.
Well, that helps him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short arm,
Short
singular.
In one ear, out the other.
Tim, one of our favorite dealers, if you can't tell.
Yes.
Probably.
Tim's getting tired. I think he'll be taking off early tonight.
Tim's always tired.
He's been dealing very
Tired of
hard
working.
today.
He wants to gamble.
Eddie making a raise to 4,000. And speaking of Eddie, his
See,
mom,
this is a great raise under the gun. Eddie hasn't played a lot of pots. You know, there's some money out there, and he can really represent like a legitimate good hand. See, Caleb folds an ace. Greg's probably still going to call with this hand, but he's got to be thinking Eddie's got something.
and Eddie mom just
You know?
checked in and said hello.
Ace King's just too strong. Who
Oh,
checked in?
Eddie's mom's
Eddie's
watching
mom.
this? Oh,
Yep.
Eddie's
Eddie's
the
mom.
favorite, even though he's not the favorite percentage-wise.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 4,000. That makes it easier, right? I mean,
I'm not a rocket scientist, but those graphics seem a little bit
No, not for me, for
a little bit wrong, where King Jack is not favored over Ace Queen.
When there's three players, I think. Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't.
There, now we.
It might be from
Now
dead
we're-
cards. It might be dead cards we
got
we
it.
weren't
Well,
counting.
it's corrected right now.
Yeah.
Now it looks good.
So
Anyhow.
Greg with the 3-bet to 11,000 and
Yeah, so it
Eddie
didn't
makes the
work
call.
for Eddie. He didn't get any type of credit.
No.
Sorry, Mom.
Greg. Oh, see, he just gross overplay. He must have some history with Eddie. He's just pushing him around.
Yeah, that all-in 184. I don't like that play at all.
Well, he knows he's got the best hand, and
fucking Matt, he's already got enough chips. How about the rest of us want to hand out?
yeah, you know, I think it's also a missed opportunity at some value too, because if you check there, Eddie might fire that turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you bet small, he might float one time. But when you jam and put a tournament light on, he's got a fold.
Just let me get in.
Yeah, but you already know that. I mean, again, like we said it earlier with I think it was Bob's play when he shoved all in. I mean, what are you playing for? You're just gonna shove.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's chips that he gave up there by betting so much.
Definitely missed out on.
He wants to
something.
continue to.
And sometimes it's a safer way to play. You guarantee or increase the odds of winning a smaller pot, and some people prefer that.
Right.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
man, when you got a hand like aces or kings, man, those hands are hard to come by.
Right.
And you need to maximize that value as much as possible. And sometimes if you lose, you lose. But I'll take my chances every time.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So we have
Mari raises to 3.5 with sixes. Eric's got ace queen. Oh, and he just folds it. Look at that.
Folds the ace queen.
I know if that
No.
graphic's wrong. That
yeah,
must
I was
have
gonna
been-
say, well, Eric ain't playing that tight.
Yeah.
Okay, they just had it on the wrong spot.
I was gonna
Okay.
say from the small blind, Eric folding ace queen. No.
Get ace king.
So he just flats.
Yeah, because I think he knows that Amari is not. This is probably maybe a second hand that he's raised at this feature table.
Well,
here.
you got to worry too for the amounts with 42,000 to start the hand. Amari might just reshove, and you don't want to do that.
We got 3 king 9 all spades on the flop, and Eric doesn't have a spade.
Nobody likes it, but Amari's going to try to stab.
Amari has to bet here.
Oh yeah, the viewership would have been through the roof.
Oh, Eric's going to float that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have gotten
Going to the turn.
Oh yeah.
You should have stayed because
I know.
I just on the turn. Amari's still in the lead.
I could have.
Yeah.
I just had to take a few.
I mean, he wasn't looking at him.
See if Amari takes another stab at it.
It's tough.
I'd say
Chip him out, you
if
know.
a spade comes, I think Eric's going to go for it.
Knowing my luck, you know,
King on the river.
he's got.
I think Eric makes a bet.
He might go for this.
He knows he's got ace high, and there's really not very many hands he's actually ahead of.
I know.
He called on the flop for this opportunity.
Oh, and he bets small too.
He might have a little bit more
Amari,
hundos in
with
his
your chip
pocket
stack,
than
I think you got to let that go.
He bets, what was that, 9,500?
For a little while. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, it's 25% of his.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, at
stack.
first I was like, this prick. What the hell's the matter with this guy? Then I'm like, you know what?
I mean, he hasn't shown any interest on the flop or the turn, so that king really shouldn't have changed Eric's hand.
Caleb, Greg.
I'll take 20.
There you go.
You know, he might figure it out.
He's not happy about it, but
Not happy.
he probably felt he had the best hand, but just it's too much of a stack to risk it, and just probably figured he'd pick a better spot to.
Well, that's
play.
one of the major tools you got. You got the cards, you got the position, you got the stack, and Eric's got the stack. So he can afford to take those stabs against some smaller stacks.
When he first sat down, he goes, it's going to get rough.
And just right now, Amari in that position, he can't really. He couldn't make that call. If he had a different size stack, if he had 130, 140,000, I think he would have looked.
And I paid him back with one. Yeah.
The one he won.
My pocket fours.
Someone mind giving C2 some change, please?
That's this guy. That guy.
Yeah. So what? Oh, I can give him change.
Did you give C2 some change, C4?
Fives for Biet.
C4
Under the gun. He is short stacked. He's got 43,000.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He is he's from Vietnam, 38 years old.
Player to the table.
He's new. I have not played with him before. I wonder where he's coming in from.
It's just his look. It's too stern.
He just calls with the fives. I don't really like limping with anything.
Not at
that
this point.
Not at that point. Not with that stack.
No.
And it's perfectly reasonable to just fold those fives.
Yep.
I fold a lot of small pairs when I'm in early position, especially when my stack is vulnerable like this one is. And you got somebody at the table like Eric that's going to take advantage.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's you can raise there. Raise looks a little bit better. You can continue that initiative on the flop, but still you're playing out of position with a small pair.
Small pairs under the gun. I'm folding them.
I fold that most of the time too.
We got seven ways. Yep, seven-way flop.
Like all these hands that I would not play a certain way, they were just smoking it today.
This just proves that everybody is so much of a better player than I am.
Absolutely. And the case five.
Right.
The case five at that.
Oh man.
Two players hit. Three players hit.
Three people have top
The case
pair.
queen comes out.
The case queen and case
The
five.
case
That's
queen,
right.
case five. So there might be.
Let's see if the case 10 comes out on the turn.
There might be a little bit of fireworks. So that would be sick.
This is going to be action for Biet, and I think he's going to love everything that he sees going on here.
I haven't played a hand in like an hour and a half.
Oh, you shouldn't have said it, Kevin. You're right. You haven't played a hand, and that raise looks like you got something. You can't tell people you got something because you haven't played a hand. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Sometimes you do the opposite.
Oh, he got 1 queen 10. Well, that Biet goes all in here for 40.
Well, he's up against the set, so it doesn't matter what he's doing or how he's doing it. He's actually drawing dead.
Is Kevin gonna
because
make the call?
there's no queen and there's only 110 out there.
I mean, Kevin don't have much left, so I think he's just gonna.
Yeah, he's actually drawing dead.
Yeah, I think he's got to call it off.
No.
He's gonna make the call.
He has to know he's beat.
And Kevin can definitely make laydown, so it would not surprise me if he did the laydown. Me, I'm probably just paying it off at this point in the tournament.
Right, because otherwise you're feeling you're real short chipped, and
yeah,
you're gonna have to gamble anyway.
Looks like he had maybe he had less than 30 left.
I think he's gonna make that call there. It's so hard to tell.
You know what? 30. I mean, you still got 20 bigs. If I thought about it long enough, I could probably find a fold here. I actually think Kevin will fold.
Yeah, there's a big reason to fold is he really doesn't have any other draw.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a couple of spades
Right.
or, a couple of clubs or something. There's not a straight draw for him out there. Not even a backdoor straight draw.
I think Kevin's gonna find a fold here, guys.
Bietlich just looks absolutely bored.
And he's like, man, I got your ass.
I don't care if you call or not. Just go ahead and do something. Not giving up any information. That's the hardest thing to me. Like when guys want to stare at you and stuff. Like when people stare at me, I'm like, what are you looking at?
Yeah, he's talking himself through there. He's talking about all the hands that can beat him. And what does he beat? He beats maybe like a pocket 9, pocket 10.
And it was a seven-way limp pop. So. Yeah, very disciplined. Very disciplined.
That's so hard when you're that short stacked because there's so many chips out in the pot. You don't want to give them up. But kudos to Kevin there.
Yeah, that's a good fold. A lot of players wouldn't do that. Like I said, even when I first said it, I don't know if I could fold that. But if you're thinking it through, and you got enough blinds behind that, and Kevin's pretty disciplined.
I mean, he's losing to Queen Jack. There's a lot of hands there that have him kind of crushed.
Yeah, almost any queen. Queen 5, Queen 4 suited, those hands will limp in.
Which people have been playing.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised watching the stream how many people are playing those suited cards that are not connected.
This late.
I'm surprised by that.
Especially this late.
Yeah. We saw that a lot more in the last table, though. I think a lot of guys now, limping in with it on that hand, of course, we saw a lot of it, but I think that's going to kind of go away. It's got to.
1,000, 2,000.
So Alex folds his Jack 5 offsuit. Good for him. Bob has Queen 4. Probably folding that. Yep. Willard. Jack 10 off is just not a great hand in middle position.
I don't like the limp.
Yeah, and if you're going to play it, you should be raising it. Yeah. I mean, it's tough at this table to raise. There's a lot of aggressive players.
Greg raised. Greg raised.
Yeah, that's fine. There was a raise to 11,000 by Greg.
Eddie's all in with the ace king.
So Eddie goes in for 4x on the raise. That's fine. That's great. And that's a huge hand.
Yeah, Greg's got 198K.
He's calling. There's no doubt about it. Willard's folding. Yeah. He should just snap call. You shouldn't even think about this.
And he does.
He's getting 2-1 on his money.
Yeah. Eddie hasn't exactly played a whole lot of hands this table
and
here.
The last time he did, Greg pushed him around. So he might think he's just pushing back.
Well, he's in good position to get a complete double up.
Yep.
Oh, Queen would be bad.
Ooh, Queen would be real bad. Nobody has a heart. So.
Well, that's not going to change anything. There you go, complete double up for Eddie.
He's been patiently waiting for that. He tried a little something with King Jack and it backfired. That's all he's played, I think.
Yeah,
have you seen him play anything else?
I think that's So he's got to be feeling a little bit better. Kind of card dead here, and picks up Ace King suited and gets the full double.
My man.
They might as well just flush the horse cash right over.
I also seen a guy.
So I believe that we are going down to 20 players today. The restart tomorrow is at 1 p.m. and I believe that the live stream is going to be for the final table.
The guy I was against turned to full house.
Are you live streaming the final table?
I don't think they'll have me back. I don't think I'm invited back. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't got a pink slip yet. I don't know if I've been fired, but I'd be surprised if I get invited back.
Would you like to say something controversial now?
Oh, I'm always up for saying something controversial.
Yeah, do you know anybody well enough at this table to give him a hard time?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, I've played a lot of cards with Eric for many years in seat 10. Caleb, I've played a lot in the last couple 3 weeks. know, I could probably, you know, say something controversial there, but, you know, I don't know him well enough, so I don't want to leave here with a black eye.
You can talk about Rob. I mean, I think that's always, that's an open option. And, you know, fair game.
Yeah, I mean, a fair question to ask me might be something like, you know, what chip stack did I take into Sunday? Do you guys want to know?
Yeah,
that?
you know what?
You
Like,
guys want to hear? You guys
we got like 5 big blinds.
I don't care.
Just don't ask me how many chips I'm taking into Sunday.
Right. It's like Greg's going to open up, raise the 12K with the pocket 5s.
You know, Greg's had some hands, but he's also been really active, so he's going to get action a lot of times, and I just like how he just kind of keeps going at it. He's not sitting back on his stack. He knows he needs to chip up, and he picks up a pot.
I don't even know why Bob was in that hand with the Jack 9 under the gun. He kind of limped in. I hate that play right there. And
Well, people get short enough where they start feeling like they can't afford to raise. It's too expensive to raise, and they want to see the flop. And the answer is fold.
Right, if you can't afford to raise,
right.
fold.
That's
right.
the answer.
And with a Jack 9 off early
Yeah.
position, that wasn't even you just wasted. You gave away 1,500.
Yeah, and if you really have to play that hand because you haven't played a lot or you're getting antsy, you better raise.
You better shove or do something.
Yeah, you better like take the initiative and give yourself some fold equity because Jack 9 doesn't win enough on its own.
Not at all.
You need that fold equity with it.
And the only thing is I would have got paid, but the damn Royal was off the board already. Yeah. Because they pay you over there.
Oh, Greg picks up pocket queens this hand.
Greg has been getting some.
He has been getting some hands.
I mean, he's just been.
And he's going to raise a lot, and people are going to start getting tired.
Wait till he looks at it. He'll be like, He'll continue the conversation, make it sound like you don't have anything.
Right.
You need to do the exact same raise you did last hand with the 5s.
Yeah.
Say it again.
See, there he goes.
Jack.
See now. What?
Jack. You haven't changed a bit.
Oh.
But you're all right, Jack. All right.
So he's going to deflect a little bit of attention.
Wow, he's.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, so he upped his raise here. That probably means he has a better hand.
What, like 30 players up or something? 20,
And he might just pick it all up
Yeah,
here.
he brought quite a bit up.
Yeah, he's losing some value when he does that.
y'all getting
I mean,
luck?
16,000 is.
Yeah, maybe open it up for 5,000 somewhere range would be my thinking.
I mean, maybe you don't want to raise too small and get a bunch of opponents, but you can still raise like 4x, you know?
I would.
And I think that last hand, his raises are a little off because that last hand he raised like 11,000, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Right, 11,000 is a large raise.
It is a large.
And 16 is a lot larger.
Right.
Yes, he does.
But for 1 point, I mean, for 1,500 blinds, I don't know why you're raising 11 and 16 right there. I mean, but he's been playing a lot of hands and he's been getting good hands, so you know somebody's gonna look him up and then he's gonna have something. So that maybe that's what's thinking on there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and actually that's how it goes. A lot of people do that action and play that way to get action later.
Yeah, I think that I'm not mad at it. I mean,
Kevin with the ducks. He's under the gun +2. He probably should just fold.
Definitely gonna fold.
Yeah, that's not.
He's gonna limp.
He really should never limp there.
The other Megan
Eric with the ace
Kevin will
queen.
grind that stack down to crumbs though.
Yeah, but grind it down by folding. Save those 1,500 in chips are much more valuable in his stack.
There you go. Eric's gonna make him
Yep,
pay.
and so you
punish the limpers.
He can't call with deuces. His option is to fold or jam, and jamming doesn't make a lot of sense.
Ooh, how about this? Alex wakes up with a legitimate hand here.
I think we're gonna see a 3-bet here.
He's likely to 3-bet for sure.
From the button, definitely gonna 3-bet.
He's a very good, tight, aggressive player. He's serious. He doesn't give a lot away. I mean, just look at him. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Love it.
Puts in the raise.
25,000. Love it. Yeah, Kevin's gone.
Yeah, I like that size in as well. It's
Yep.
I think Eric's got enough chips. He could definitely afford to make the
queen,
call.
yeah.
I don't think he's gonna.
I know.
I don't think he'll be 4-betting.
No, ace queen's too strong.
Oh wow!
Wow.
They're very, very, very
Wow.
solid.
It's probably because it's Alex, you know, because the
That's
way
a lot of
Alex
respect.
Yeah, that is. Well, he's been earning the respect.
Yeah.
If I was playing at the table with him, I would think he had a legitimate hand.
Yeah, you gotta give it to him.
Yeah, that's a very good fold.
And you don't want to play ace queen off out of position to a 3-bet. I don't mind that at that fold right there. at all.
Greg makes that 3-bet. Eric calls.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
plays
right.
like that with Eric. That's why he's among the most solid guys that play in this room. You know, cash game, tournament
Right.
wise.
Even if he's ahead, he doesn't want to have to try and figure out he's ahead. He's got plenty of chips.
Yeah, he'll just
He'll wait for a better spot.
Yep, we'll wait for a different hand.
Oh, I do see it. Thank you. You just made me money, Jack.
Underneath your big chips over there. This guy in the sleeve.
Kevin with 8-6 suited.
I think it's a light. Oh, yeah, it's a light.
He's starting to get down there where he really just needs to be folding. He just
Yeah,
can't be
he's
thinking
gotta
about these
fold
hands.
there. But now, I'll tell you something. I like that 8-6 suited hand better than I did the Ducks.
The Ducks?
Yeah.
I agree with
I'm
you.
still not playing them in the early position.
I agree.
But I would have rather played that hand than the Ducks.
If you want to set mine, you need to be deeper stacked.
Yeah.
But 8-6 is going to play a lot better against bigger pairs. A lot of crap hands. Limp.
There's a lot of limping there. Caleb
Limp,
just gets in there
check.
with that 9-7.
Right, so this ace-5 of diamonds hand that Bob open limped with, or no, he over limped. Yeah, as an over limp, that's not terrible.
On the button, I'm raising that hand.
Yeah, well, you have a limper ahead of you, so you really should tighten your range, your raising range, and ace-5 plays really well multi-ways. So yeah, you can raise, and a lot of times I'm going to raise. I think they actually say ace-5, you should treat it like ace-king.
Yep.
As like your bluff candidate, right?
I was just gonna say that the young guys. That's kind of what they.
I have a hard time with ace-5, ace-4.
Yeah,
they talk about doing that a lot. And, I mean, I do like them better than ace-7, but
sure. Well, all I know is when I try it, never works for me.
Yeah.
I get that kind of a flop.
Yep.
That's right.
The button's right.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so, you know, by limping the button, he was able to see a flop cheap with a good hand that plays multi-ways and then get away from it cheap when he missed. So I understand why people do it that way sometimes, but I just don't think I'm that good.
I'm definitely not that
A suited ace on the button, that's hard.
I'm raising.
Yeah, that's hard to not raise. Maybe if the action's like real big
Yeah,
to you.
I'm probably raising on that 75% of the time in that type of situation. I don't like limp pots, even in position. I prefer to try and take control, and especially in position, you can kind of set the price.
Yeah, I have tried to overlimp more in position and play in multi-way pots, and it just hasn't been very successful for me. I keep thinking it's gonna get there someday. See, this is a really good candidate. He's under the gun. He should really
look at that.
Fold or raise. Yep.
Yeah.
And so he's got enough back to have a credible flop shove if he gets called. And he probably should be shoving most flops. Ace-10 clubs, Biet calls in position on Kevin. Fold, fold, fold. Fold around to Greg. He's got queen-deuce off. Should fold.
Yeah, he's just taking his time.
Alright, so Kevin's got the initiative. He's got the raise pre-flop, and he's first to act. Pot's 18.5. He's got 24. He should seriously be jamming most flops. There's only a few he really shouldn't. Like, that's a tough one to jam, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Because those 2 overs to his 8. Yeah, that's a tough one.
He's open for check, and maybe peel a diamond.
Oh, buddy.
Wow. He's going against the nuts right now.
Right.
I like Biet's bet here, although I wouldn't mind it being smaller.
Yeah, I mean, you got the nuts with basically a no-draw board. So.
Yeah, but you want Kevin to think he could. Kevin knows he can't. There's no fold equity. If he jams, Biet's calling everything.
Yeah.
There is nothing he's folding. So
if you're Biet, you check it and you want Kevin to get his chips
let
in
him
there.
bluff, right?
That's such a safe board to
you have
check
the nuts,
there.
and you don't have. There's no real redraws.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I don't mind him betting it, but
I mean, Kevin would have put chips in if he had a pair or 2 pairs. So I'm checking that if I'm Biet there and trying to have Kevin keep his bluffs in play.
Yeah, make a stab at it on the river.
Yeah, it is a good strategy a lot of times to give people an opportunity to hang themselves.
Not that Kevin would, he generally, but I've seen him bluff
Well, we
a few
just
times.
saw him make a nice fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Although that was a bet into him and not a check, 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 check.
I did catch Kevin bluffing once or twice.
You know, I play with Kevin a lot in the weekly, the daily tournaments, and I thought he was nitty, very tight, aggressive. Only played fit and fold on the flop, and I found out weeks later that he's got some bluffs in him.
Sure.
He's got some looser hands that he plays, but he just presented as a real nitty, kind of tight, aggressive player, and so that was really to his advantage because I folded a lot against him when I don't think I should have.
Especially when you see him grind that short stack, and he'll grind it down to crumbs, like I said. And
Yeah, and that really goes to the image
it
too.
does.
Yeah.
It does. It goes right to the image. So you got to play him a little bit differently. Then when you see him make a move in a pot, it's like, wow, I didn't see that coming.
Alex opens up here behind BS limp for makes it 10,000. We saw Bob fold a king 10 suited. Actions on Greg. I think he's gonna fold this hand all day, every day. Biet can't make this
I don't
call
know,
when it
that's a-
comes back around to him.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I don't know what
He
Greg-
really
Greg
should be
says.
folding the small.
It's for the camera.
So Kevin's got a potential shove, but against a 10,000 raise, he cannot call it.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
That's grinding the stack down to crumbs.
I really appreciate a couple of his folds, but that call right there is rough.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I mean, he's hoping to hit a queen of nine, maybe a good draw, and then he's going to jam. Yeah, see now what does he do?
Hey, you're kind of stuck. And of
He
course-
might jam anyway.
Well, I mean, that's...
He just missed.
Yeah, because, I mean, if he sticks it in there, I mean, ace-king might call, but, man, most of their hands are going to fold. But
Yeah, ace jack's not calling.
but it's tough. He waved the white flag. He needs to get a heart on the turn or a queen or a nine
Nope, no crackers.
if it goes check-check.
Pepsi's good.
Alex thinking about it. I think he's gonna.
He said all
Does he
in.
know
He
the
said all
actions
in.
on
He
that?
said all
Okay,
in.
somebody said all in there.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Oh, Kevin did shove. No, no.
No.
No,
Alex shove. Okay.
no, Kevin checked.
Oh my God.
I mean, actually, a call here isn't actually terrible because he's got two overs to the board and a backdoor flush draw. He's got a backdoor straight draw. But, I mean, he has to know he's behind.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna. Well,
If he was going to call this shove here, he would have just gone all in himself.
Well, and he's facing what, the little blind next hand?
yeah.
Yep.
Which is 500 still? Is it still?
500, I think.
I make friends wherever I go.
So he folds. That's what he's got to do here. And if he
He's
doesn't,
got-
if he check called instead of shoved and busted, he's gonna like all the way home be mad at himself.
Right.
So he's probably folding.
He's got about 8 bigs. I honestly, I was gonna say, I was gonna say it before fold. I've seen him fold in this situation.
Yeah. We had a guy last night at my table that ground down to 25,000, made it through to day 2. And that's what he was doing. He just simply would not play a hand.
Somebody said that they made it through with one chip.
Yeah, it was a 25,000 chip.
I can't catch it.
Oh, it was a 25,000 chip. Oh,
That's all
okay.
he had.
Okay. Because he told John, because John was telling me the story, and he said he had one chip. I didn't know what the chip was though. But
There was one hand that he had 40,000 chips, and the blinds were the big blind was 15,000. He limped the 15,000, and then folded on the flop.
Wow.
And then he had that 25,000. A few more hands later, we were into day 2.
It's about 15, 20 minutes.
Beautiful card.
I had top pair when he shoved. When he shoved, he had a set.
Outrageous. Take all the catches.
I had queen twin. Yeah.
So now Kevin's just looking for a spot to stick it all in, and really it's going to be when there's not a lot of action before. So this hand, next hand, when it folds to him. But with Alex raising, he's probably not, unless he's got a big hand. What did he have left? He had like 15,000, 13,000?
You're calling?
Yeah, and he's got 8 deuce. He's folding now.
Five straight.
Greg makes the call with the 8-4.
Ace 4.
Yeah, I
Ace
think.
4, I'm sorry.
Eric will probably complete this.
Yeah, he's going to defend in the big blind.
Nope.
Wow. You know, I actually kind of appreciate how he's playing. He's
Yeah.
got chips, and he's waiting for his good spots, because the chips that you don't lose in those small situations are actually really valuable down the road. He's out of position. A lot of people would say you'd have to defend, but there's 2 opponents, so really you don't. You can fold that big blind every time.
Ace-4 versus ace-4. See how this goes down.
Well, Alex is, he's really tough.
I think the first one to, if this one gets bet, I think that's going to take her down. But
And Greg's got position, so of course he's going to make a bet right here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, positions.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened there?
What do you do?
Alex? Oh, yeah. Okay, Alex folded. So.
Oh, I didn't see Greg bet.
Yeah, Greg bet. I saw him reaching for chips, and then I saw him fold. So Alex wants to snap fold it right there.
Yeah, a lot of those times position makes the difference.
Makes a
They
lot
happen to
of
have the same hand, but you know they both have missed hands. That can pull it down.
I can.
Looking at a little chatter from the stream. Ron Spears is here. Where's Ron?
Ron's one of the chip leaders going. He's got 1 million chips. I think 950.
Does he really?
yeah, Ron has a good stack. Good luck tomorrow,
I'll tell
Ron.
you what, man. Ron Spears is one of the most difficult tournament players to play against.
Yeah.
He is so challenging because he's all over the place, but he's smart about it.
It's gonna be
And
hard
you
to
just
get those
can't.
1 million.
Oh, you just can't put him on a hand.
Yeah.
Don't tell him I said that, because I don't want it to go to his head. But
Yeah. Ron, very good, very solid player, and has been for a long time around here too.
yeah.
So, you know, people seem to know Glenn. Gerald said Glenn's motto: "Punish the limper." So,
Yep,
he knows
that's been my motto for a long time.
Well, it used to be the sheriff.
Yeah, that's true.
I catch people speeding. That was Glenn Pointing right there. Don't try and bluff him on the river. He's gonna call. But
Speaking of call, Biet calls with the pocket 4s, and we get a raise from Bob with the ace-queen offsuit. Eric folds ace-6 suited. Eddie with a pair of 10s.
Yeah, this hand's going to heat up here. Bob's probably not going to get away from his hand.
So Eddie made the call. Wow, that's kind of a little surprising.
Yeah, I find that interesting because, you know, he is deep enough that he can wait for...
And he hasn't been very active, so you think he'd be able to...
Well, the one time he tried to play on that image, he got smacked.
True.
You know?
But, you know, pocket 10s in the big blind, you know, with a... It's almost just a min raise, wasn't it?
The raise was, what, 3 times?
Yeah, it was a small raise.
Yeah, so I'm raising that. I'm raising that 100% of the time. I don't want to play that hand out of position.
Yeah.
So Biet bets his, well, he flopped a set.
He flopped a set, yeah.
Easy game.
And he bets it. Yeah, I don't know how Biet plays enough to know that if Eddie had raised there, if Biet would have come along with his 4s or let him go.
It's really easy.
You know, he's monkey in the middle with Bob behind him. You know, bet from Eddie pre-flop might have got him out.
If they do get something, somebody's freaking...
Yeah.
Start playing down here.
Just a 50.
So, you know, it's going to be kind of, I'm not, you know, making any kind of assumptions or anything, but Willard's got to be struggling there. It's 11 o'clock, man. And
getting tired?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I mean, if I'm 78, I'm a little tired at 11.
You know, Grandma and Grandpa come play all the time, and they usually, one of them usually makes it, you know, into the money, and so the other one's waiting. But when it's Grandma comes up and tells her how tired he is.
Yes. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at Willard. He don't look like he's tired.
No, he looks like he can keep going for a little while.
He just looks uncomfortable. You know, it's like he needs another seat cushion or something.
He just picked up pocket 6s, and he's going to try to flop himself a set.
See, look at this hand. They're all sharing those outs. Those 6s are actually in pretty good shape.
Well, it's a lot of limping on that table right there.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity to take it down. So Greg has got A7 off. So Kevin, you know, that's a hand where you say, look, man.
All right, somebody's got to put the squeeze on here, guys.
Somebody has to.
Come on, Eric. Oh, my goodness.
Eddie, come on.
Does anybody else want to call?
Oh, jeez.
I don't believe it.
The only person not in the hand is Kevin.
Holy smokes.
They all limp.
And the lonely duck sits on the side of the road.
This didn't happen at this point.
Oh my goodness.
No, I guarantee you I did.
Come on, guys. I mean, that's just.
Because I
mean, Amari's got 35,000. He jams there. That's enough more that nobody can really call.
Yeah,
and that's all that dead money is, like half his stack.
Yeah, if you got 25 bigs, that's a great spot to stick it in there.
And Amari was
steal
big blind, so he's last to act. There's nobody that hasn't acted yet.
I'm jamming right there every day.
So we have a couple guys hit their jack.
Oh.
Couple.
I know I saw 2 queen jacks earlier. One of them.
Pair of 9s.
Oh no.
Gut shot.
Yeah, Bob.
Yep.
All kinds of stuff. We have open ender.
The 8-7 might come along. Yep, he calls. Greg calls with the gutter. I mean, that's the low end of the gutter. You hit your 10. It's still not great. Alex with the queen 10 calls the up and down straight draw.
You know, watching Biet here, he's not afraid to bet his hands.
Well, so far we've seen him play straightforward. He's just bet when he's had it. I'd like to see what he does when he doesn't.
See what Bob's gonna do here. It's like he's putting it all in.
I love it. Great bet, Bob.
Well, he picked up a ton of equity with the turn card there with that club.
You take it down because he could be second best. He happens to be best, but he's chopping. He'll free roll if Biet calls him.
Here it comes.
It's 52 to make this call right here.
Yeah, but there's a 112 in the pot, so you're getting 2 to 1. You've got a pair and an over. Yeah, that's I mean, it's 5/8 of his stack, so like this is a major call. Oh, 42, it's half his stack.
You got no clue where you're at with all those limits free flops.
Yeah, you have no clue. For me to call this off, I'm 2 pair minimum.
Yeah.
On all this.
The problem is
nine way limp pot. It's
Right.
2 pair.
Yeah.
And I'm folding 3-4. You know, to me it's like Jack 9, Jack 4, Jack 3.
Yeah.
Right. The problem is how much money's out there.
Yeah, there is a lot.
And he might be thinking, well, look, I can play to get to the the bottom of the money, or I can play to win the tournament, and this is an opportunity to win, Because what does somebody do in a short stack? Maybe he's got 2 clubs. Maybe he's got ace 3 of clubs,
Well, I think he's thinking
Jack
about
10 of clubs.
He keeps looking at Alex, so I think he's wondering what Alex is going to do if he makes this call right here.
Yeah, that's another reason to fold, actually, because you still have Alex behind you.
Oh, it makes a call.
And if you're gonna play it, you should raise it. Alex folds. That's a good fold.
We'll be seeing some free rolling.
Yeah, chop that up.
Oh yeah, Bob's happy with the free roll. He's up there fist bumping. He's doing his walk around.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Thanks for letting me know I'm going to hit it on the river.
Hell, he didn't even know he had a club draw.
He didn't.
Jack.
Yeah, he didn't know he had those outs.
That guy, man.
He's good under pressure.
It's a chop or a win.
Oh, wow.
Bob takes that down.
Look at him.
Wow.
Man, you went from bad to bad.
you weren't going to lose, though, Bob.
That was a nice play.
Oh, that's great.
He went in.
Look at him. He broke a sweat.
No, he didn't know. He was ready to chop
He was packing his suitcase.
I was ready to chop it. Yeah, I did.
I don't know, Biet thought about it for a little while, man.
Yeah, I think he
I
needs to
don't
find
know.
a fold there.
No, not I knew I had to. I just was looking at my top pair.
Especially since it was a limp pot.
That was hard. I mean, 9-way limp.
Man, what do you think the GTO is on 9-way limped pots in the middle
Well,
of the tournament?
I can't even.
What do you think it is?
Oh.
I mean, Bob catapults himself into 3rd place at the table right now with 154,000. That was huge.
That
Give
was
me 10%,
monstrous.
I'll stack those for you.
I'm kind of surprised
what
with
a
Caleb
guy.
at the table. I've played with him enough to expect him to have been more aggressive. This
Yeah,
last orbit
he
or
is.
two.
I've been kind of looking at his hands. He definitely has not had
He
a whole lot of
he hasn't
playable
had
stuff.
many hands, but I guess I just had an image of him that maybe wasn't fair.
But like I said, this is the last fight. You can't do anything. This is it. Like if you're not there for Sunday, and this is it. So you gotta tighten up here a little bit.
And I think talking about Caleb, I think he generally, when he's betting, he has he has a hand, or he's got a lot of equity in his hand.
Yeah,
so
he's not loosey goosey weird. You know what I'm saying? He knows
good.
what he's doing.
He played in that charity tournament out here. That was the first time he came out, and I played with him for hours that day, and he was great.
Yeah. I mean, he's not the kind of guy that's going all in the dark.
No.
All right, watch him go all in the dark here in a few hands.
That would be hilarious.
He definitely.
I've been wrong all night, so might as well be wrong about that.
Kevin's got 5s. There's no thought here. He's got to just stick it in. Absolutely no thought.
Yeah.
There you go, Kevin.
You have to. It's actually a decent hand in this spot. Half the people have already folded.
I think Bob's gonna look him up with the.
Well, it's only.
Well, Bob just won a big pot.
It's only like 13. Oh, it's 10K to call for Bree.
I got a triple up, you know. Best thing I've seen in 2 hours.
So Bob makes the call.
Here we go.
And we're gonna go to the flop with Kevin's tournament life on the line right now.
Well, this is what Kevin wants. He's not dominated.
I think it's a good hand.
Yeah, he needs to double up, so he doesn't want to just steal the antes all the time. He needs to have a true double up and then another one.
Oh, look at that flop for Bob.
That's a terrible flop
for Bob. Yeah.
For Kevin.
Yeah. So Kevin now has to dodge a 6, a king, a diamond. There's your diamond.
So Kevin W is out of here. He a good player. Always
Great
been a good
player.
player. Plays well.
Do we know if he's bagged at all?
No, he has not.
No. So he'll be with me tomorrow.
Yeah.
Doing
maybe you can
doing lawn work.
Yeah. Yeah, he stays in town.
He's out there in the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Was that what they're calling me now?
Yeah, you hear him cussing all
that's the first time I've ever been cussing. Yeah, I would have said big. I am the biggest guy in this on this couch right now. We're not gonna count Glenn.
Oh yeah.
All right. So Kevin played well. He's played well on each of the flights that he's been in. He actually took a bad turn Thursday night when he got knocked out. Yeah, it was he.
Couple from
he was close. I mean, he had a lot of chips, and he was always ahead, and guys just kept catching up with him, and he ended up going.
Yeah, he told me a little bit about that. I mean, we've all been there.
As a matter of fact, I think I took him out Thursday. He had ace-6 and I had ace-5, and I caught a 5. But he was low stack by then. He had lost the hand right before that. So.
Let's see, just beginning.
All in. Good luck, all in. So he takes a hand there. He's going to scoop the dead money. He'd have been better off to make a, 9,000 chip raise and try and play for a pot. This will help him survive a little bit longer, but we're talking in terms of orbits. He wants to make it into the money. He's going to need to actually win some chips. I mean, I don't hate it, but
he missed his opportunity. I would have shoved with the 7 limpers.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be. And you know what? I've busted a lot of tournaments making those moves. Yeah. But you have to do them.
Yeah.
Well,
you have to.
And I believe, are we at the 1,500 3,000 level?
No, we're at the. Are we? That
I think
high?
we're at 15.3 with a 15 ante. So.
Did we miss 1 2?
Yeah, I think we got to be 1 2.
It's 1 2 now.
On what we're seeing, we should be at 1 2. I think I see 2.
I think it's 15-3.
Yeah.
Oh, it is 3.
Yeah. So if it's 15-3, then that makes sense on that last hand then, because he's only got a little over 10 bigs.
And there's 6,000 out there, so that's 20% of his stack.
Caleb is card dead, and he's showing up.
Look at that, Brian.
Yeah, it's
new to the table. He's got jacks. I think that's the best hand he's ever had.
Yeah.
Usually when I play with him, it's 6-5 suited.
Rhino's his nickname. He's a local legend.
Yeah, he is something of a legend. Jax, I don't know if he's gonna know what to do with him.
No, normally he likes the 5-4. In fact, I don't know if those graphics are wrong.
Yeah, they're backwards, right?
Right. I think that Rhino has the 5-4 and.
That's a good raise. He bet a third of his stack, 18,000. That's a 6x raise.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Well, and he just got unlucky.
Amari's all in with the pocket
Bob's
tens
doing
and
the.
Bob
I'm not very strong.
Yeah.
They're both. Yeah, he wants Ryan to come along, and Ryan's gonna.
I don't know. It looks like Bob's sweating there.
Bob
He started sweating when he realized he had a club draw.
Those little lights out there, like a you feel like a hot dog on the rotisserie at the gas station, just sitting there cooking.
Bob looks like he's cooking right now.
He's been outside barbecuing all day.
Yeah, jeez.
I don't know. It's probably those lights, man.
Yeah, they're warm.
It's like a little sauna in there, and he's got 2 of them blasting right at him.
How much was it?
What did he do here?
So
Put
Bob
on a raise.
just makes the call.
Holy
right
smokes!
There. And I think Rhino's going to
So
here.
Amari all in for
39.
39. Bob call.
So he can actually, Ryan can actually re-raise here. You really should be putting it all in because you're gonna cripple yourself, and if you win, you want to win it all.
And
you
he's
don't
got
want to
30.
win.
He's only got 36 back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he can find a fold here.
What will the Pink Panther do?
I mean, a fold's it's. I don't know if I'm good enough to fold here, but with the jam call, you can find a fold.
I think a jam shove you can find a fold.
Well, a call is a lot. Well, I mean, you might be right, but a call seems to be stronger to me.
So
he just calls.
He calls and leaves a little bit of gas money behind. I don't know what he plans on doing with those chips.
20,000 back or something.
55. Of course.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. See, I would have stuck it all in or folded.
Yeah, if you fold, you got 10 bigs. But jacks are isn't
ace
strong.
Comes down.
Man.
Does he fold his 15,000? No, probably not.
Yeah.
And if he does, 15,000 is a whole lot tougher than 36,000 would have been. So if you're gonna fold, you should have done it already, and if you're gonna play, you should have them all in there. Yeah, it changes nothing, man.
Yeah, it's going in.
Jam. Score right there, no problem.
Yeah.
And he's Bob's gonna stop him off.
Rhino has his 5 minutes of fame here, guys. He'll be exiting here real
That's why he
quick.
stuck his head in the door, huh?
Yeah.
We couldn't say that.
He played one hand.
Yeah,
dude.
right.
Damn. Could have gave me kings and I would have
Wow.
completely fine with it. For now.
Hey, you're open-ended. You're open-ended.
Oh, yeah.
What about you? Yeah, I think people are dropping pretty quick now out there.
Yeah.
We'll get an update on the field, but it looks like they're breaking a table.
So we have a three-way all-in. Queen's way out in front.
Way out in front.
Yeah.
Deuces.
I think Bob's gonna scoop this.
There you go. What about Bob?
Wow, Bob is cleaning up now.
Killing it with the sweat equity.
Oh yeah, he's and he's got a lot of sweat equity.
Oh, don't give the man a hard time.
Yeah, that was
He's wearing
Nate.
2 shirts. It's not his fault. He didn't know he was going to sit under the sun.
Oh, Nate brought jokes.
They got spotlights on him.
My official chip stack there.
For
a little. Oh, okay.
That was a nice job. Nice double L. Nice pot.
That was a solid pot. Yeah, I mean, you got to have situations like that.
You think you can afford the blind?
You know, I am a little blind. Yeah. It's unfortunate. So they lost 2 players at the table. We're going to be getting 2 new players coming in here. And I feel bad for some of these guys. It's been quiet. Caleb's been card dead.
Oh yeah.
He's been getting nothing.
Is that John coming back?
I don't know who that is.
The green hat, I think. I recognize the hat.
Eric's been playing solid. Greg's been playing solid. You know, it's been a pretty good play here. Biet making moves and doing what he needs to do. He took a hit though when he lost that. Yeah, that is John, isn't it? Look at there. Wonder what he's bringing back to the table.
Not much.
Yeah, it looks like
10, 20, 30, 40, 44.
Yeah.
No, it looks like 30 according to the graphic.
No, that's wrong.
I'm with
40,
Rob.
No, it was 49. There was another purple there.
You guys got better eyes than me. I can't see it. So
See, that's the problem with my. That's why I wear sunglasses. I had LASIK eye surgery, so I got perfect vision. But I have a side effect of that was light sensitivity.
Really?
Yeah. So it messes me up sometimes.
Oh, so that's why you're wearing the porn style glasses from the 70s?
Well, I got another place to be tonight.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
all right.
But seriously though,
the single life.
Like those lights in there, they kill me because I've got that. Normally, I've got that problem.
Right. Eric opens up to 14,000 plus 3 with pocket 6s. I'm not mad at that right there.
Eric's been playing just great. I mean, you got to give him credit. Well, he's smart. He's a good, successful cash game player. He knows how tournaments are different. He's not trying to play a cash game like a lot of guys. He's accepting that there's a lot of folding.
So how about Eddie with the
6-4?
A little bit of the old overcall with the.
Surprising, given how he's played, but he is in position. And if he's setting up to make a move here, that's actually not a bad flop for him.
We'll see what he does here.
I want to see what Biet does because I haven't seen him bet without it yet.
We know Eric will bet without it.
So there's 15 into 51.
I think Eddie's going to get away from that. Biet's going to fold that off.
Yep, Eddie folded instantly.
I'm thinking.
I want to see just a call.
There's no clubs, so I don't think that Biet's got to think that he's behind because he went 4x pre-flop with the.
Yeah, if you're gonna make the call, you really should do something on the turn.
And you make a move on the turn, right?
Yeah.
If you raise here, a lot of people won't think you have the king because why would you raise it?
But he bet 50. He's only got 20, so it's all in. Are you going all in?
I didn't. Good eyes there. Good eyes there, Nate. Your eyes are better than mine.
I thought he was deeper. When did he lose chips?
Yeah. He lost that big hand to Bob.
Oh yeah, this is an easy fold. Yeah.
Fold. I mean, you should have jammed the pre-flop.
You could literally be drawing stone dead.
Stack.
Yeah.
And Eric's so deep anyway. For another 5, he's gonna snap call.
Yeah. So that's a good pickup. I mean, Eric just picked up a nice pot, 37,000 chip pot.
Yeah, he's been quietly stacking up here.
He has. He really has.
Well, he's also, he's also saved the chips he would have lost where other people would call. Like
the ace queen fold.
So
real solid.
That helps your stack by not exposing it, not taking a shot.
But when looking at chip size with Biet and like I said, a 4x raise right there, playing queen jack suited. I don't think I'm just limping there. I'm either putting it all in or
with his stack size. Yeah. I really hate the limping when you're short. When you're playing cash games, that's fine. When you're super deep, that's fine. But when you start getting short as the blinds go up, you got to be a little more aggressive, tighter and more aggressive. So Greg's got a great hand here. He's deep.
But it's under the gun. I think I can get away from Jack.
Oh yeah. I mean.
Well, you can, but you can also play.
Yeah, I think anything's in play. I'm not as big fan of the open raise there in early position with Jack 10. Me personally, I'm folding it, but
I fold that a lot too.
But I'm never limping that.
But I play it. Yeah. I don't limp it either, right?
Yeah. I'm glad he didn't limp it. Right. At least he did. At least he did put in a decent size.
Well,
raise.
Greg has done that really well when he's had hands. He's been aggressive about them.
It's 11. It's 11.
Yeah, it's thinking about it. Man, no, he had to fold that.
Well, he's going to have to double up. Yeah, he folded.
I'd like to thank the production crew for the no info on the new player.
Well, we had him earlier, so maybe they're just assuming we were.
No, there's 2 new players.
Who's the other one? Oh, yeah.
Seat 2, right?
Yeah, somebody over in the corner.
Well, maybe he's like.
We have mystery guys.
10-9.
Yeah, Caleb's
been struggling.
Yeah, he hasn't been hitting flops at all.
Yeah, that's a tough move right there. And then with the king.
Jack 10, check.
Oh, he caught it.
Caleb takes the lead.
That's the gutter ball right there.
Yes, sir.
But it's a pair with an up and down, so Caleb probably missed a bet.
I think he should have bet right there.
Hey, here comes somebody with some paperwork.
This is my guy right here. This
is my favorite Chicago guy right here. That's not the paperwork we're looking for, as it flies all over the floor.
All right. Well, we still got one player in there that we don't know who he is.
That's all right. We'll figure it out.
We'll get them later.
2 seed and 9 seed just came to the table.
I thought
for us.
That's all right. We didn't want to wake you up out there. We figured you were napping.
when he called you, I thought.
Caleb.
All right, Caleb wins his first spot in like 2 hours.
Yep, takes it down.
You think he's one of those guys that sleeps with his eyes open?
I think he's one of those guys that don't sleep.
Don't sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could do that, man. If I don't get enough sleep, I'm a wreck.
I only need about 4 hours.
I need to get my sleep machine on.
You got a sleep machine?
Oh, yeah.
I've had a sleep machine myself.
Yeah, no, I shared a hotel room with you once.
Oh, that's
I
right.
don't care about the sleep machine.
I don't want to hear
You said,
about
I'd like
that.
to sleep cold. I said, no problem. Then it was like 45 in the room.
45 degrees.
I'm not exaggerating, man.
Huh?
You're just talking to him, though. You're not talking to me.
Just to bring everybody up to date, there's somebody at the doorway threatening us. Hopefully security will come over here and get him out of here.
Yeah, maybe they haven't told him the rule.
Production team only, sir.
He's a very nice guy.
He is a great guy.
If I don't make it home tonight, guys, it's because of a guy named Ben. He's threatened me. He's a little sensitive.
So Ben might be trying to triple bag. He's already been through twice.
Well, I think his one, he's got like 2 big blinds on it.
Yeah, but you surrender that. That's the second bag, so that chip stack's irrelevant.
Maybe he's got 4 big blinds with his double stack.
He's trying to squeak in again. Man, kudos to him. It's $1,500 every time you do that. I wasn't able to.
I feel good for Ben. No, he's said he always struggles on these bigger events.
He almost didn't play it. He actually wasn't planning on playing it.
Yeah, he said he just kind of struggles and kind of gets out of his game, so it's kind of good to see him.
And especially to do well, too.
Yeah. So it's like we got 4-way action here.
Eddie flops
A lot
an
of
ace.
kings, a lot of kings out there.
He flops an ace with a bad kicker, you know, 5-way
5-way.
pot. Yeah, see, that's another reason why limping's tough, because you can't really know where you are.
No, you're
There could be a
lost.
queen 5 out there for all you know.
Yeah, Willard's got the heart draw.
He goes ahead and bets it. All right, he's got an 8,000 bet. He bet
Oh, Willard, look at this.
Willard
sticks it in for 46K.
Good luck, all.
I'm gonna need it.
Willard, I love it. Nut flush draw.
Will Eddie man up to make this call?
You know, 51,000. There's 71 in the pot. You're getting better than 2-1. You have enough chips to fold and play for another day, but this is a chance to chip up, like a real shot.
And from Eddie, you know, I mean, what's he beating? He's beating a flush draw. He's beating a queen. You know, most aces he's losing to, so he's only beating a couple of aces. And
I mean, when you're playing ace-6 early position, I don't think you can fold that hand right there.
Yeah,
well,
Willard's on the
I was gonna
button.
say, I'm thinking that really should be a fold. I think that's the smart play.
Yeah, well, Willard's on the button, and he just limped after all those limps.
Yeah.
But you
does he
gotta
really
ask
have a
yourself,
better ace?
why are you
You
playing
know?
ace-6?
Well, Willard is old, and those older guys do like to limp on their aces.
Well, Willard has
I
king
haven't
9.
seen that a
No,
lot.
Eddie. Why is Eddie playing ace-6 plus
If he
2?
called, yeah.
Well,
It's
Ace-6
interesting
off plus
because,
2.
you know, he was playing really tight and pretty well at hand selecting, and you're right. Like,
Yeah.
why would this be the hand you
I mean,
limp?
if you
And
limp it in with that.
at less than 20 bigs, you know,
Right.
you really got to be careful. You got to early position. You have to protect your stack.
You
You
got
might
it.
just
Yeah.
be frustrated with the cards, you know. And so, fuck it, I got an ace. Excuse me. I gotta keep it down.
That F-bomb was brought to you by Robert, guys. Absolutely nothing to do with that F-bomb.
The words here were not condoned by the reserve.
Yeah.
Poker room.
I mean, I condone him. I don't mind. It was fine.
I believe when Ben came in, he says, "Hey guys, watch your mouth. My kids are watching."
And I don't know him. I was about to say it.
So
my
Ben,
bad.
so
I
Ben's
apologize.
kids, we do apologize.
I apologize.
I almost said
Oh, there's
something
Gary.
smart.
You coming to the final table, Gary? Or the feature? Yeah.
He was running the table over.
Jacks for Caleb. That's his first real hand, I think, the entire time he's been here.
And getting jacks on the button.
I'd be a little concerned. He's been so card dead, he might overplay this. We'll see
Yeah,
what he does there.
you want to give yourself an opportunity to win a big pot.
I think Caleb's cool. He's not going to overplay it. I think he's going to play it just right.
Oh, I had a lot of fun playing with him. The hours I've had at the table with him. He's a good guy
Well,
to talk to. He's smart.
He's not going to get any action.
I didn't see what he raised to.
Well, I don't. Did he rate it? The graphics.
he didn't.
Oh, he raised and everyone folded.
What a call!
He raised to 6,000. It was a min raise.
He's irritated by that.
So I believe we are on break here.
No, they're on break. We got 15 more minutes.
Well, no, they're on break.
No, they're on break
now. On our delay. They're
Yeah,
back
yeah, they're on
yeah.
break here now, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're done.
Captain Kirk
So,
is not here.
We will be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're back there in about
Right.
15 minutes there, guys.
Well, we got to wait for Captain Kirk to take us away.
Well, I don't know, but if Captain Kirk don't, they're just going to look at that empty couch because I'm going to the restroom.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, 15 minutes. We'll be back. Captain Kirk is going to probably be a little irritated, so we'll see you guys in a minute. Oh, shit, man. You didn't say you was going to shit on yourself.
guys have this in Chicago? Do you have this in Chicago? No, I've never played on anything like this. I think they do have games like that, but pretty wild. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I had no idea this. 9 folds, 10 folds. My kids always wonder what I do when I leave, so now they know. Sits around, feels good. 4 call.
All right, welcome back to the Reserve Poker Room in Toledo. We are on the featured table for the 100K poker tournament, $260 buy-in. We're at the final group on this featured table, and the blind levels will be at 2,000, 4,000.
All that time I was walking around out there, I didn't even look.
I know.
Yeah, I think
it's 4,000.
I think we're 2,000, 4,000 with the 2,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, I didn't look either.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
did find out how many go through till tomorrow. We've got 85 people minus whoever double bags out of this flight. So if anybody that's already through gets it, that'll be 1 less seat. But right now the most is going to be 85. That's a fantastic day 2.
Over the next few minutes, we'll kind of bring you guys up to speed with who's at the table.
It's a good thing you waited. Scott paid you to listen to us.
That's a good lineup at that table. I mean, all of them have been really good lineups. But,
yeah, this is a tough table.
And I believe Ben in seat number 5 has already double bagged. I believe
he has,
and I think he's going for his 3rd bag, and that would be a pretty good accomplishment. And for those who don't know, that if you bag twice, you get $1,500. If he bags again, he'll get another $1,500. So that'd be a nice little deal for him. And you get to take whatever chip stacks your largest of the 3 or 2, whatever you got your double bag in. You can take that to Sunday with you.
And it looks like he has a decent stack. I didn't actually catch his stack size. It's at least 150. There might have been more purples there. Might be over 2. Ed Yee is the guy from Wisconsin I mentioned earlier. I didn't know his name. I found him on the break. He drives down with a buddy for our bigger tournaments each month. Really likes playing poker. Says his hobbies are making money. I like it.
Yeah, that's a good hobby to have.
It's a very good hobby.
Great dealer.
I think the theme for this table is, reading through the bio sheets, is that everybody's favorite poker player is Glenn.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that?
I did not like
I'm telling you.
Well,
my name was not on there
now
not
are they
one
talking
time.
about that Glenn?
No, they're talking
there is
about
another Glenn.
No,
They said Glenn Pottinger.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yep.
well these guys are
damn well they're talking about.
These guys are easily fooled.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Well, they said the question was favorite poker player.
Oh, that's
yeah,
you know what?
right.
That's true. That's a good way to look at that.
Right.
Okay, yes. So
you are fun to beat.
Well, it's not very hard. I think the last 2 days,
this month,
everybody's been beating me the last couple days.
It just depends, you know.
All right, how about we talk some poker?
All right, nobody's got nothing, but Kevin took it down.
Well, that is great analysis.
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
that was a. I'll tell you, that was the best hand breakdown of any hand that we've had yet.
You prompted me. You said dance, and I danced.
That was awesome. So
I said, you better talk about this hand.
That's awesome job.
For this table, those expectations were high, but the bar is set really high. So.
You did it there, buddy.
See if I can do better this next hand.
I do know seat 1 is from Chicago. He enjoyed a couple parts of the live stream last night we were talking about.
Yeah, I guess we got about 25 people or so came in from Chicago. Check us out this weekend. Mike's got ace-5 suited. He's just gonna. Oh, he went all in. Good for him. 21,000. You gotta stick it in there.
Yep.
So I was folding around to Kevin with ace-4 of hearts. He folds.
Check me out.
Mark's got pocket
either way, it's
sixes.
weird.
He's got 198,000. He's probably calling this one.
I think you can. I'm not mad at that call there from the button.
Yeah, he's really.
I try not to dance.
Well, I'd probably raise with sixes just to isolate, but you can call too if you just want to try.
They folded.
Well, especially since the raise was what, about 5 bigs, 4 or 5 bigs.
Yeah, it's 5 bigs. Yeah, Yeah, I'm mostly on the button. I'm going to isolate with sixes, but it doesn't matter at this point. He did 3-bet. That's what you should be doing, I think.
I guess you got to use it by one time, right? What they always say on TV.
I had hearts. Mike needs an ace or some spades, probably.
He did order up his one time.
Oh, geez.
Oh, there's a 6 on the flop for Mark.
One got outs, but they don't look
one
very
time's
good.
looking difficult. That's not going to help.
That's it. Mark's going to get the check
Play,
right
guys.
there.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good Glenn, I think that takes away one of the players that said Glenn was his favorite player. So.
Well, that shows you.
Yeah, I wonder who's next. There's gonna be another one.
All right. Yeah, that might be the doom. If,
might be.
Well, I think Ben did, so maybe Ben's next. So he's got a lot of chips though.
I think Angelo did too.
Yeah,
This is a
Ben
must
and
fill, so
Angelo
we're gonna bring some
and Ed.
How do they rotate that in and out?
C10.
Everybody. We'll just say it.
My feeling is Ben's behind all that.
No.
Ben likes to start the pot.
He filled out everybody's sheet.
Right.
I think Ben's feelings are hurt. He's not wearing his hat. He normally wears his hat.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
You would have pushed me out the next bat.
I mean, nobody give a man a hard time for wearing a hat, would they?
No, not at all. Especially one that, it fits so well.
There you go. All right, it's folding around to Ben. Ben's got ace 8 of clubs. He raises to 20. That's a quite large raise.
Well, it's 5x early with ace 8. I'm not too mad at it.
Yeah.
Mark opens up, looks down at pocket 5s. He's going to make the call.
It's ace jack for Ed.
In the small blind, Ed makes the call. So we'll go 3 ways to the flop. 7, 10, 10.
Looks like a whole lot of nothing for the players.
I think the 5's got to take a shot.
And he does.
Especially because they check to him.
Yep.
25,000 is excellent.
That's a good size bet.
That's excellent. That's a lot of pressure. Oh, look at that.
Eddie.
What is he doing?
Is it Eddie or Ed?
It's Ed.
Ed? All right. Sorry, Ed.
Ed Yee. His last name is
Yee.
Yee, so
Okay,
you can
I
say
get
Ed Yee, but...
So we'll just go Ed.
Yeah.
That way I don't get confused.
I think Mark's going to slow down here. And Ed check back. King on the river.
Definitely not a good run out for Mark's hand.
No, Ed missed his shot there, I think. I think he bets that river. He's got a reasonable shot taking it down.
So that went check then?
But yeah, check, and then Mark's going to take down that pot. But if I'm Ed, I might
you take a
bet
stab at
there.
it.
Yeah, you got position, and with that board,
They are at the moment.
you never know.
And it's credible too. You check call, and you're hoping you check the turn, hoping they'll bet. They don't, so you bet the river. That makes sense.
Right.
Would I have won the hand? Yeah, he would have folded. Yes. The turn I would have jammed.
Oh.
He would have folded
Ben's
if I
saying
raised.
kind of what we're saying, but
Post flop?
jammed.
Yeah.
What, that
Yeah,
Ed
that's
should have
fine.
jammed on the river?
He's saying the turn.
I mean, I know
Ed
you
should have
like
jammed on
pairs.
the turn.
Yeah, no, I think...
I'm not married to him.
Yeah, no. You don't want to get married.
I don't know. I mean,
he's saying that having known what he has,
okay.
he showed the 5s. Ace 5 with diamonds for Don. He's under the gun. Raised to 17,000.
Well, we said earlier that some people said play ace 5 like ace king, right?
Yeah, I know. It's
Ace 5 suited.
Yeah, a suited ace 5 and maybe an ace 4 sometimes. Just to balance your hands is the idea, that you can't always just be doing it with the big aces. You got to have some small aces too, and those play to straights. So, yada yada. But it's still ace 5,
Yeah, I get it.
So you flop an ace, and you're not really loving it.
He would have made me fold at the next card come out.
We got a new player coming in, the 4 seat.
Of course, I would have had 4 hearts.
Do we got his information? Or are we going to have a mystery player?
No,
I kind of like the mystery player.
It'll be a new player. Remember, he just got knocked out. Didn't somebody just get knocked out?
It must have been Ben, because they have it written down as Glenn Portinger's favorite player, but it got crossed out.
Oh, so he changed his mind. He came to his senses.
Perfect. Purple's binding. 4 fold.
Ben's got 9 deuce.
5 fold.
8 deuce for Angelo.
Ace deuce.
Or ace deuce.
6 fold.
Angelo's been playing poker around here for a long time, I think.
He's looking good there, sporting the man bag.
Nothing wrong
It's
with
a
that.
satchel.
There's nothing wrong with a crossbody.
I never said that. I
for a
just
man.
said he's looking good with the
Very
man bag. Don't take things so
fashionable.
personal just because you got yours on too.
I am not currently wearing one. Very fashionable, and it allows you to keep all your money in the bag instead of keeping it in your pockets.
That's why I don't carry one.
Right. Well, we know you keep all your money in the bank. You own the bank, so
Yeah.
we all know that.
I'm gonna have to tell my wife that I donated to charity.
So it looks like everybody called that flop with a lot of nothing. We'll see what's going on here.
Gut shots in play now.
2 gut shots.
Yep.
Tony bet it. Who's gonna be the first one to fold? Ed calls too.
Tony's got quite a comfortable stack.
Brick.
I think somebody fires, they take this down.
I think so. Can Tony find a?
There's 30,000 in the pot. You know, you bet.
He's got a big stack over there.
25, 26, 16. There you go.
There you go. He's not afraid of the lights and
I
the
mean,
cameras.
Ed really can't call here.
No, he won't.
He can raise. He's probably just gonna fold. Yep.
And that's why Tony has 370,000 in chips.
Yeah, I fall into that trap sometimes too, where I just keep wanting to have like something big before I start putting chips in there. And sometimes you got to do it light.
Right.
You got to take your shots here and there.
What is the glare coming from seat 4, guys? That's like the sun.
That's his hat.
He's the one. He had the hat that just got sold yesterday.
The one that I wore.
Yeah.
I
Do you know how much it got sold for?
No clue.
George bought it for $100.
Why would George buy his hat for $100?
Because I told him, whoever had it at the time, he
I was
said,
thinking that same
"Hey,
thing.
if you get busted out, I'll buy your hat for $100." And so when he got busted out, he handed him the hat, and George handed him $100. They saw it.
Is that
I forget who it was.
Juan?
I forget. Yes. Oh yeah, his name's on there.
Oh yeah. Well,
So
looking
Ben
at this
raised
here.
to 20. Sorry.
Right, with the ace king under the gun. Angelo looks down at pocket nines. He's probably gonna make a call right here.
Juan. He's got the cool hats.
Looks like he might have some raisin chips in his hand.
He hasn't played a hand, so
He just makes a call.
except for the fact that Ben has ace king, you know, he's got to be thinking Angelo could have a real big hand.
Right.
He's probably not sitting on aces and kings, but he definitely could be. Juan needs to get out of the way. Under the gun +1.
Juan?
You know, I guess just for
Ace 10 suited and big blind.
yeah, I guess that's not terrible.
5x?
I
No.
thought Angelo raised.
Angelo hits the set.
Yeah, and Juan has
And
the
Juan's
nut flush
got
draw.
the nut flush draw, so it's going to be a little action on
I
this
think
flop
Juan
here.
needs to check here.
Definitely can find a check here.
Yeah, consider raising actually. A check raise.
Yeah, with 2 overs, and the nut flush.
Looks like he's going to lead out.
Yeah, leading's not terrible.
This pot could swell.
If I'm Angelo, I'm definitely raising right here. I'm worried about the...
Well, Ben might raise actually.
You think Ben's going to raise?
Oh, I just heard Angelo say all in, but
Yeah.
I didn't see what Ben. Oh, he called.
Ben called Angelo all in. I love that move from Angelo right there. You're protecting your hand.
Yeah, you need to raise there. That's
Yeah.
that's very good. Well, yeah, you should be raising there. Maybe not necessarily all in, but you only had 51,000 more, so that's a good bet.
Right. You got to protect that hand right
fold
there.
ace 10 of hearts.
No. No, it's not all of your chips.
No.
You have an opportunity to really chip up. You're going to have 77,000 back if you lose.
You guys on a break?
But I'm not calling, I'm shoving.
Yeah, you're shoving. Right, you want to push Ben out.
Yeah.
You guys sound great.
And if Ben calls with something better, then you're going to triple up because you're drawn to the nuts.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to jam there if I'm one.
So I think Ben's getting out the way, without a doubt.
Yeah, Ben will be gelling up his hair between this hand and the next hand.
Glenn. He wears a hat, he don't wear a hat. Doesn't matter.
And there's the 3 of hearts.
Yahtzee.
Wow. Angelo needs a...
See, this is where Juan missed some money.
Yeah.
If he raises...
Lock it up.
Oh, Ben called?
Ben
called the
Juan
78?
and Ben both just called.
Wow.
So now Angelo needs the board to pair.
That's a good pot for...
Nope.
That is a good pot
It's a
for
real
Juan.
good pot for Juan.
Well, that's why you play those hands.
I'm confused by Ben's play right there, making that call after Angelo shoved. I mean,
Yeah, and after Juan called.
Yeah.
So Angelo
especially
shoved,
after Juan just called. Right.
Yeah, he didn't need to do that. And especially because his big goal is just to go through and get another bag. Holding on to those chips would be a lot more valuable to him. Now he's...
Yeah, I don't know why he made that call right there.
Yeah.
I couldn't see it.
I mean, what's he beating? He doesn't have a draw, and
He didn't have anything.
He's not ahead of anything.
I mean, you're basically playing ace high.
Yeah.
You're giving nobody around you to your left or your right any
Juan
kind of
folds
credit.
and it's just him and Angelo. I feel better about it.
Right.
You know.
But when Juan calls.
But when Juan calls, I don't feel so good about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You got to at least feel that one of those players definitely has a made hand, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, I didn't see that one, but that's why we're sitting in here and he's still on the table.
Yeah, fair comment.
You know.
Glenn's got ace queen off. He's probably going to raise here. Yep. Oh, he sticks it all in. 76,000. I totally get why people do this. I actually end up doing this a lot, especially when I'm feeling like frustrated with some of the hands I've played. But that's too strong of a hand to just take down the blinds to the dead money. You're going to want a caller. You might get it with the nines, but
if you're Tony, can you make that call with the nines?
He's got 369,000.
He's got a big stack. I mean,
nines are right on the edge there.
I've got a lot of history playing with Glenn at Hollywood. On his rip there, if I'm Tony, I'm probably folding, only because Glenn will rip that with a lot of pairs, you know, and you know a lot of pairs are beating nines. Yep. I'm gonna find a better spot, especially there's a couple guys to act after.
Yeah, nines are really close for me there. You're calling for what is that? 20% of your stack. You know, that's not a small call. But still, as Glenn, you know, you make a good raise, the nines call. You know, you could win a big pot.
Coming to the table, I don't know this guy's name right here, but I do know that he won high hand last night because he took it away from me.
Oh, so it's like $1,300, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Like
so he's got a lot of cash in his pocket, huh?
It depends on how many rebuys he had. We don't know those details.
We must not have too much cash, so we don't have one of those man buns. man bags.
Okay. But I had quad sevens with an ace, and he came through with quad aces with a 9, I think, to win the high hand last night. So they're just giving him the rules right now to the feature table. And look at now, Mark has nothing. He's going to fold that. Kevin's probably going to get away from that. Glenn, look at that ace king all over again. Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, he would be good at an all-in or fold tournament.
You know, I have had tournaments where that's how I play, and it's often when I feel like I'm just getting outplayed. And this way, like, you just can't be outplayed. They're either going to call you or not. There's no post-flop, but he's just giving up some value, I think, especially with the suited ace king. That's just so strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate it. It's not a bad play, but he's got enough chips. He's gonna want to raise.
What is he? Is he about like 25 big area probably with that?
Was it still 4,000? Yeah.
Yeah. So
he's at 20. He was at 20, 25.
Yeah. I mean, early position, I can see that for sure. You just want to. Let's just get it in there. You know, later position. If I'm on the button with that, I'm not going to stick it in there. I'm going to try to get some, you know, get some value, or maybe get one of the blinds to, you know, to stick it in on you.
Yeah, I mean, it depends too how your strategy is, because if it's like that's the lowest risk, lowest reward move, and that might be fine. You know, you might be wanting to play that way.
So just saw the chip stacks, and Juan made a huge leap up the leaderboard for the feature table with 315,000 in stack after those after that nice hand with the nut flush there.
Ed calls with pocket threes. Juan calls with 9-8 clubs.
Kevin wakes up in the big blind with ace king. Definitely putting in a raise there.
Oh, that's a nice raise. 24K. This is what I'm talking about. That's 6 times the big against 3 opponents. There's a good chance he gets a call. He does. Pocket threes call. So now he's just made pocket threes paying under 20,000.
And I like Juan's call right there with the 9-8.
Yeah, that overcall with a good hand that plays multi-way.
Kevin's got to get out of there.
Right, so Kevin's got 56,000 back, but there's 78 in the pot now. Yeah. So he's set himself up to truly double.
And Kevin can represent almost any flop, really, true.
Right.
He hits his king, but Juan with the
he should just
open
stick it
ender.
in. He should stick it in, and he checks. So he's consistent with it. He's trying to get somebody to bluff at it.
So now I picked up a pair with his straight. So Kevin sticks it in there.
I don't think Juan's going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean it's 56,000. Juan's got a 290, so he's got a pair open ender. I mean he might pull the trigger on this.
He's gonna think about it.
I mean he's gonna call 56 into 134K pot.
It's not terrible. And, if you're on a heater, too, and you're just feeling good about it, you got a lot of chips.
Yeah, and he's got the hat.
That hat is...
I mean, the hat alone is worth quite a bit.
What is going on with that hat?
I know, I almost like that hat better than the gold one.
Than the what?
The gold hat.
The one he had on yesterday?
Yeah, with the little door knocker thing on him.
I didn't pay any attention to it.
I just wish I could wear clothes like that.
You can, Glenn.
Yeah, they wouldn't fit.
They would.
Well, they would fit, but I mean, I could find ones that'll fit, but it just wouldn't fit my style.
It would fit.
I wore a purple shirt one time, and everyone at home started calling me Barney.
See, people shouldn't tease you for your... Listen, I'm going to tell you what, Glenn. Tomorrow, I'll get you all the way together. You're going to come here, they're going to be like, look at Glenn. Yeah.
We know you can dress.
So by playing pre-flop the way that Kevin did, he allowed himself an opportunity to double up. And he did a little better than double up. He also got 20,000 more out of Ed. And that's what you need to do to get to chip up and go. And
I'm not mad at any of the play right there. I don't blame Juan for making that call. He was kind of in there. I don't blame him for making the call pre-flop.
Yeah.
Or
Well, he checked through on the
56.
flop, so he got to that turn for free. Probably isn't calling on the flop.
So coming in the seat, where did Lawrence go into?
6.
Seat 6.
Lawrence gray
G.
shirt next to Ben.
No, that's Kevin.
The name of the top says Lawrence.
That's not him. That's Kevin. Kevin played last night. Remember? He won the high hand.
Oh. You got so what sheet is that?
I don't know when Lawrence is coming in. It was just handed to me by...
Oh, you shouldn't be saying anything.
Yeah, we're on tape delay.
Oh, yeah. I guess I should.
Yeah.
Can we
We've been
bleep
on
that?
tape delay for
Yeah,
3 minutes. We'll have to rewind that. Nobody will hear it.
We have our own delay.
I forgot all
Next
about
time
that.
I'll just beep over that.
Yeah, I just cancel
Hey,
that.
listen. We've been sitting...
Yeah, kind of like when Rob dropped the F-bomb and
nobody helped me out
Yeah, we
with
had no
that
beeper
one.
on that.
We've been sitting here for 6 hours, so I think I get a little credit. I might be a little...
Us old people are getting a little tired, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's way past my bedtime.
Hey, I know.
I'm just as old as you guys.
I know it's a little
All right, so
fire
back
right
at the
here.
hand here. What we got going on here? Looks like we had a raise to, 11?
Joe raised, and Kevin and Juan called.
It's Joe from Chicago area.
Kevin might get in trouble with this hand. It's a tough hand because, figuring out you got a worse king.
That's going to be hard.
That's difficult.
Juan splashing around a little bit. I don't like that too much. He could have sat back and not made
Well,
it.
he's got that gut shot. Yeah, he's thinking about that.
He is now, but, why are you in that hand with ace deuce off?
Sometimes you see that, I do it too. You go up big in chips, and now you feel like you got chips to splash around with.
Kind of playing the heater, so to speak.
Yep, and then you go back down some chips, and you're mad at yourself for playing different.
Nothing can change.
I love it.
Only have 69 chips.
So it looks like Joe bet, Kevin raised, Joe called.
Thank you.
Really, Kevin needs to see an ace come on to save him, or a diamond maybe. He might be in trouble here. Yep.
Oh, he ripped it in
Yep.
there.
Paid account.
Joe's probably going to call here. and
134.
It's a pot-sized bet. Yeah.
Can Joe make that fold?
I mean, it is gonna hurt him. But
pre-flop raising. I mean, he's got to feel Ace King is most likely the only hand he's losing to.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so when you think it out, you think, well, I don't like the call, but I think I should make the call.
Yeah, if you're playing to win, I think sometimes you just got to man it up and stick him in there.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna find a. I think he's gonna find a call here. Of course, I've been wrong most of the evening, so.
I know every time we get real confident about something.
Right, so he's probably gonna fold.
Be a huge spot if he makes his fold. If he
I'm
takes
calling
his
here.
spot down, that'd be a good. Oh.
Uh-oh, that don't look good.
I mean, there's.
Wrong again. Wrong again.
Well, I know. Yeah,
Wrong
we
again.
got so confident.
Jeez.
I mean, there's 2 diamonds. There's front door diamonds. So there's a lot of bluffs that he could have, and there's also worse kings.
So it was
King
that
Jack,
single
King
there.
10, King 9.
Yeah, that one's not so bad.
Pocket 10s. There's a lot of hands that Joe is beating there.
The guy that
And he's not. And he's not blocking aces.
Right, exactly.
He's not blocking aces. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff, but I mean, aces.
Yeah, I guess it.
There was a raise and a call pre-flop.
I don't care. You can show me kings, and then you flop quads. I'm still gonna stick around.
Yeah, so he didn't re-raise with that hand, so he's not going to have aces a lot of times there.
I was yakking and I missed the action coming in.
Well, he was early position.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Joe raised, Juan called, and there was a flat out of the small.
You want her with 1 o'clock in the morning. Unless you're at the Windy City Poker.
So I think he probably, you can discount aces probably. Oh, we got an update on the total prize pool for the tournament. This was a 100,000 guarantee, and they smashed it. $130,392 is in the prize pool. That is an exceptional prize pool.
That is a very nice.
I mean,
and I'm assuming that's after they're paying us $2,000 each to do this tonight, right?
Oh, you're only getting 2?
Oh, you're getting. Well, I'm not running very good, so it's only fitting. I should have negotiated a better deal.
I just asked for half a meatball sub.
I just wanted some of those chips that was up there at the door.
I ate some of them.
Yeah.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I wanted a barbecue sandwich, a pulled pork or whatever you got up there.
We got out of there a little late.
Yeah, we did. That was our bad.
So I had hot Cheetos and Slim Jim. Felt like a prison dinner.
Well, no, it'd be like ramen noodles.
Yeah, right.
Ramen noodles and cheese that doesn't need to be refrigerated.
Right.
Sorry, guys, I don't know what that's like.
Oh.
Well, just watch a lot of YouTube videos.
Oh, no.
I have
You
no
described
clue.
it very well.
Looks like we got a little action going on here.
Mark's got ace-jack of clubs.
And I think there was 2 or 3 limpers. Mark made it 24K pre.
Yeah, he did it out of the big blind, I believe, small blind. Okay, he did exactly what you should do. And he's going to continuation bet. He has no draw. He's got 2 overs, but against a paired board, he can't trust either of those overs as outs.
And both opponents got pretty decent stack sizes.
That's a great flop for both of those pocket pairs.
I mean, Mark put out the bet, so he's going to continue to go with it. I'm
Yeah,
not mad
Mark
at
does.
it right there.
This is the hand that Juan folds. That's actually a really good fold there.
I think Kevin can make a call here.
He's got a blue chip.
Yeah, he will.
He's a blue chip.
You know, I'm not too worried. We'll see what Mark decides to do on the turn.
Yeah, and he's in position too. Kevin is, so he gets to see what the turn brings.
Nine on the turn.
9 shouldn't change anything.
Well,
Mark checks, Kevin bets. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin bet there. Mark's gonna lay it down. I don't know what the size of the bet was, but
yeah, I couldn't see it either.
Yeah, that was a good play. I'm not mad at Kevin for making that call there.
Yeah.
On the flop, you know.
No, that's a great flop for 8.
Yep.
And then the turn shouldn't help Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, ace 9, king 9 maybe? I mean, like, I don't know what hands he's got a 9 there.
And like you said, you're riding the heat. Kevin's riding the heat right now, you know, so you just kind of stand in there, stand in the groove, and chip it up a little bit. So. He hadn't made, I don't think he's made too many bad plays in these last 5-6 hands here.
Yeah, it's like $3 a person, so I mean, you get your money back. Right. Then you gotta pay service fees and whatever else. Like guys like me to come out. One full. Overpay us because I don't do much. 2 full. 3 full.
Juan's gonna come in. Did he make a raise or did he limp in?
He called. Ben's jamming.
Ben's
All right.
shipping with the old 9-8 of diamonds.
I love it.
You know, I love that ship versus a call.
Yeah, he's got the extra money in there, Juan, and it's really tough to call that. That's like 18 bigs.
I don't think Juan can make that call at all, any day.
I think he's making a raise.
He should fold. All those hands should fold.
It's 128.
And Ben's been, he hasn't been playing, so you can't. Well,
Mark's
now.
got ace queen.
Mark's got too many
Yeah,
chips.
he's gonna get called here.
Yeah.
I still like the move. I still like the move by Ben. I mean, he's gonna be on a, he's gonna be a flip, a little on the bad side, but
he'll be like 43, 44%. I'm assuming everybody else folds, of course.
Maybe not. That's a good one.
Juan's got to get out of the way.
Same man?
Of course he folds.
Hell yeah.
That's only 34%.
He did fold a queen though.
Well, they might take in account the
Who was sharing
cards
8s
that
and
were,
9s?
Yeah, who was sharing.
Maybe some of the other like straight cards. I kind of want to see Ben get another bag. There we go.
A couple outs.
There we go.
There we go. Come on, Ben, bring her home.
A bunch of outs.
5, 10, 8,
God
9,
dang it.
and it's a king. No chance. Once you get that many outs, you can't win.
Right.
Mark chipping up nice there.
Yeah,
nice
true
spot.
tipping by Ben. When you get that many outs, you can't win.
Just, I mean, you got it in bad and you lost. You're like, don't be mad about it.
But you know what, though? Again, I like that. I don't have a problem
I
with
would do
that,
it. I've done it. I've done that a bunch. I like that a lot better than ace 8.
I like it. I like the play right there. I like the shove right there. You can't blame Mark for calling, but he takes that pot down if Mark doesn't have the ace queen.
That's right.
But looking at it, I think still, if you're Ben, you got to look back at it. You shouldn't have made that call with Juan and
with ace king,
Angelo.
going back to the ace king.
Yep,
and
that
put
him in that situation.
That set his
Exactly.
tournament for him, and a lot of times it can come down just to one hand.
Yeah.
One hand puts you in a tough spot. One hand can put you in a really good spot.
That's
Definitely
exactly
can.
right.
Yep. It's my
That's
favorite
all
guy
right. Ben
right
still
here.
has.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ben still has a $1,500 bonus for his double bag.
2 full.
3
full.
Yep.
Who's that?
Oh, is that right? Okay. All right. So, I wish we could have.
That's not me.
No. It's funny because we're reading the bio sheet, and I wish I knew why they called that guy skinny. I mean, I'd like to know that. I'd like to interview him and see why they call him skinny. But he's a really nice guy. One of the crew from Chicago that came down here to put this event on.
So we got a limp pot here. 5 ways. Kevin's got top pair queen kicker. Glenn's got second pair ace kicker. That's about it. So Kevin bets. Glenn just flats. Yeah, Juan folds. So when you play a hand this way, though, it's really hard to narrow it down because it's easy for somebody to have 8-7 right now and just turn 2 pair. There's like every hand is out there. Pocket 3s are out there. A suited king 8 is out there. He takes it down, and that's great, but
Glenn finds the ability to get away from that one. So, pretty smart play for him right there. Going into the chat, somebody was asking about the prize pool. We did mention that a little bit earlier.
we just mentioned it. Yep.
132,000.
130.
130,000.
392 bucks.
Yeah, that was the prize pool. I don't think they announced what the payout structure is going to be.
I think we'll do that in the morning after you figure out if anybody's gonna.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
they got to figure out double
gonna-
bags and all that kind of
right.
stuff. So.
Tonight they're gonna want to go home and go to sleep.
Yeah. Still, heck of a turnout.
Fantastic turnout.
I think it was great. You know, we talked about it. We've been talking about it all night. The staff here is just fantastic. The dealers, you know, Vic, Mark. I don't even know who Mark is, but I met Steve, Marissa, Jim. I think everybody's done a great job.
Who is Mark?
I don't know. I just said Mark. I'm a little tired.
So Mark is just a random name, Mark?
Just a name.
The odds of there being a Mark that works here is actually pretty
probably
good.
is pretty good, but you know what? The only Mark I know poker is Mark at the table and Mark that deals over at Hollywood.
That's probably why I said Mark. Is there a Mark sitting at the
Yeah.
table now? Yeah, I probably saw it and just kind of rode it through that way. But you got to remember, I played till like 2 o'clock Thursday night.
Right, yeah.
I was here till 2 o'clock last night.
Same thing.
You know, so.
I played all day yesterday. I played this morning. I'm like, man.
Yeah.
I bust out early, and I'm like, I'm not rebuying. I'm gonna go home and take a nap.
You're right. Yeah.
I knew I was doing this, so I'm like, geez, I gotta find my sleep somewhere.
I mean, I'm in a lot of trouble because I didn't spend any time this weekend, and it was all about poker, and I've been getting fussed at.
So you'll be doing some time this next week. Then.
Yeah, next week I can't do anything.
Well, you know, I've slept good, guys. I've had no problem sleeping. I've been to bed plenty early, sleeping in late, so yeah.
Right, we get it. We definitely get it.
Tony takes a stab with nothing.
Absolute air.
And Juan also has nothing.
But Juan does have the best hand right now.
This is probably a pretty bad spot to bluff.
Yeah, well.
I mean, like, I don't hate bluffs with nothing, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well,
Juan finds a way to get away from it.
Captain stabbing there, he's going to get away with it.
Captain stabbing. Well, he really hasn't played much, so, like, you know, credit to him because that goes into the calculus.
Right.
Oh, I haven't seen this guy play. I don't remember the last hand he played.
Right,
you know?
exactly.
So now we can introduce Lawrence to the table. Sat down at seat, what is that, 6? From Chicago.
All right, nice.
So,
Nice to have him.
Yeah, glad he came out. Says he's a basketball player.
Okay.
Or his special skills are basketball. But that's awesome. Wants to visit Paris, and his favorite poker. Guess who his favorite poker player is?
Not me.
No, it's himself.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Unless there's a poker player named me.
Okay,
There
he
might
likes
be one out
himself.
there.
Me.
Me.
Yeah, me. Me is my favorite poker player too. I don't know. I like that.
6s for Juan under the gun.
Lawrence sits down right in the 5s. He's got 120,000 chip stack.
This might actually be trouble for him. Wow, see,
He
now
found
that's
a
not a
fold.
bad fold, okay?
No.
Under the gun raises.
Look at this.
You're in early position. Everybody else on the table, you attack, and you got 5s.
Yeah, that's a solid fold.
You're not deep enough to set mine.
Kevin,
Oh, look at this.
Uh-oh.
Kevin 3-bets to 55K.
wow.
And aces
Tony
show
wakes
up.
up with the aces.
This is going to be some heat
I'm
right
interested
here.
to see what Juan's going to do. Yep, he folds. That's a good fold.
Tony shoves. I think Kevin's going to call.
That's such a gross overbet.
Wow, he does.
Wow. He's only getting called by a couple of hands there.
Wow, what a
Yep.
cooler. That's like the first cooler we've had, kind of.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Wow.
Kevin was really
on a
playing well,
wave.
too.
Man, that. Wow.
Oh,
Wow. Man, that hurt.
Does somebody have pocket
Quads.
sixes?
It was Juan.
Yeah,
Juan had 6s.
Juan had 6s.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's not going to fold another hand the rest of the night.
He won't.
He
will
won't,
not.
man. Every hand he
Yeah,
plays
Juan
out.
will not
Juan.
fold another hand.
That's tough.
That would have been a monster pot, but yeah, he just obviously you just can't make
And
those
Kevin's
calls.
gone. That's a really tough way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't stay in there with that.
I'm probably calling with queens. I can fold queens there, but that's because it went bet under the gun, 3-bet, 4-bet jam. You can fold queens. You can find a queen there, but that's a hard fold to make.
With 160 in the stack, I don't think I'm folding queens right there. I mean, but there's a lot better players than me. I'm not folding.
Well, you got to have some chips going through, and so.
I mean, he had what, 140, 160 or something like that.
60 back, I think, after the.
Yeah, it's tough.
Feed over what's messed up.
After his 3-bet, I think he had 160, 170.
Feed that over first. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, still
that's a
big,
cooler
but,
though.
You play to win, and I just think.
I can't tell you how many times I've gone out in situations
right,
like
more
that.
times than not, I think you gotta call that off. And,
if you're willing to fold queens there, then you can be exploited.
Yeah.
And people with all kinds of crap can push you off your hands.
And that's the difference from playing for a min cash or playing to win. You know,
and Kevin did it right.
Take a nice stack into day 2, and that way you have a stack to win.
Tony is chipped up there with 639,000 in his stack.
That's fantastic.
Mark's got 453. Kevin with 239. Bringing up the bottom is Glenn with 72. Lawrence has got 120, and Ed has got 135. So it's kind of all over there at the table right now. We're gonna see how guys play these stacks. We're getting down to it. So I think we're taking 20 in, and we're probably somewhere around.
I would like to know
40, 35, 40 players right now, I bet.
After all, it's midnight.
They've been dropping a little bit here, too. Especially from
I'm going to guess it's around 4 tables.
I believe we're playing the blind levels, appears to be, I think we're at 25-5 with a 25. Oh, is it 2 and 5?
There's no 500 chips.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
It's
it's
the weird level.
2,000, 5,000 with a 2,000 big blind ante.
Two still count.
I don't like the limp from Lawrence there under the gun with the king queen off, but you know.
Yeah, this is the type of conservative play where you're folding 5s correctly, but then you're limping incorrectly. He really should be raising or folding there.
Yeah, I agree.
He happens to be in position because the only other.
Oh, look at that! Checked it right into the nuts.
Yep.
How the hell does that happen?
You know, every time I say I don't like how somebody did something,
they play
monster hand.
Whatever I say, it's like the opposite.
That doesn't happen for
me. They play it way better than I do, and that shows you why I'm sitting here and not out there. Because he played it way better than I did, and that's great. So Juan didn't want to take a swing at it, so
he bets 10 into 14, and
Juan lets her go.
Juan lets it go.
Yeah, he definitely let that go.
Yeah, you can't be afraid of. You want to play king queen. I think you need to be raising at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
But
or fold it.
He played it well, but Juan's not going to be in that hand with the 7-4, so he made more than.
But again,
well, no, he was in the big
term,
blind too.
Yeah, long term, I think you want to, if those guys flop 2 pair, you got to make them pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
2 on 2,000.
And I like, you like to bet when you're in the lead.
6 fold. 8 fold.
Not too hard to get away from these hands right here that we're seeing queen 2, 6,
I've had
5,
some
10,
runs
5.
where like 10-5 off is I see that type of hand.
So you got Joe picks up pocket 9s here, makes it 15K.
Yeah.
Tony
with the ace
Tony
jack
in position.
And the huge stack.
I think everything's on the table here. A raise.
I think Joe's going to heat it up now, and he's going to really try and chip himself up. Because he can put tons of pressure on everybody else at the table.
Oh, look at this. Juan picks up big slick.
Oh, wow.
Just flat.
Oh, my God. Come on, Juan. What the hell?
You got it now. You got to pump that up.
Right, so now Lawrence comes along. And Tony and Joe. That's going to be... I mean, ace-king is... Yep. Look at that. Joe's just on a heater.
Lawrence hits his jack and checks it. I think Joe's probably going to stab at this right here.
If you're Lawrence, yeah, check in. You might want to check raise, but you're not that strong.
But you're running into a buzzsaw with Tony, because Tony is definitely going to make a move on you. And he bet 75.
Yeah, and this is a bet raise back to you, so this is you can fold Jack 9 at this point.
I think Juan can fold that. Yeah, he folds. Lawrence folds.
Lawrence folds.
I think Joe's gonna get away with it.
Yeah, Joe's been folding in those pressure spots. He
Yep.
folded that king queen earlier with top pair.
And the rich
You know,
get
if Juan,
richer.
if Juan pre though, you know, he's out of position. If he makes the raise there with ace king, I don't think that Joe, if he sized it up enough, Joe probably wouldn't make that call with ace jack. You think?
He had 117, so is Joe really going to call 117?
Tony had ace jack.
Overpair over there. You hit that jack.
Tony had ace jack.
Tony
Juan
had
had
ace
ace
jack.
king.
Yeah.
Tony is going to call 20% of his stack. I don't know.
Tony had ace jack. Joe had the nines. The nines are definitely on it.
I meant
Juan
next to Joe. That's Tony, right?
Yeah.
Tony had ace jack off.
Tony's in. Yeah,
C2.
Tony's in 2.
And
Joe's
then-
in 1.
Yeah, Juan's in 4.
I
Juan
said
had
Joe by
ace
mistake.
king. We're all confused.
No, we're
The big
good.
stack with ace jack
Is Tony.
is Tony.
Right.
I don't know if he calls if Juan shoves.
If he shoves, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. I
Said
agree.
he flatted and he let Tony get that.
Right.
And actually, Joe might
roll reversal
with the 9.
He might.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he's more likely to call than ace jack.
Glenn's all in again. He might actually get a call here from Juan. He's jammed again. The blinds have gone up, so his stack is getting lower to that point where just an all-in shove makes a lot of sense. This is actually probably a really good bet for him.
I don't like it with that early position.
Yeah, you're right. It is a little early.
I could have let that go and not worry about it. I mean, you got 2 overs, but...
And a lot of times with King Queen, when you do get called, you're smashed.
We're going to be racing here, guys. King Queen against pocket 8s.
Yeah. And Juan stack's really been up and down, hasn't it?
It has.
I think that flop and quads kind of affected him a little bit that he pulled it.
We've all done that.
Pretty safe flop for 8s. There you go. So Juan will take her down. Nice little 216K pot, or a 153K pot, 216K stack.
Yeah, so look like the new player to the table, Mark, is coming in from Oak Forest, Illinois. His favorite poker player is the Skinny.
Skinny?
The guy who brought
Everybody
us.
likes Skinny.
Yeah, that was the guy who brought us the.
I feel like these
the
guys
sheet
are
earlier.
putting names in there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
I mean, Glenn Pointinger's got way too many.
Way too many
I haven't
likes.
gotten any, so I don't know.
Yeah, way too many likes.
I don't know what's going on with that.
But Mark says that he's an expert tailor. I'd like to talk to him about that.
Playing with you the whole time.
That is a fascinating profession.
Joe, ace 10.
What's up?
Wow.
Ace 10, he folds that. It's not a bad fold there. Don, we haven't called this thing tonight. Got pocket 6s there. No, Joe called with the ace 10.
Oh yeah, originally it said fold out, so I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the call.
Don raises it up to 27.
He probably didn't tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know what he said actually.
Yeah, there's an antenna in the cards. You can't bend them. You just gotta pick them straight up.
Joe makes the call. Joe folds. So nice takedown for Don right there with the pocket 6s. Catching that late, like you said, not a big fan of the call. That's what you're gonna pay for that.
I'm coming in with a raise, or I'm folding that ace 10. However I feel, but I'm not a fan of limping. You know, you're in middle position, early middle position. I think it's probably a fold more times than a raise. But you know, that's how I do it. I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, some people have some very successful passive pre-flop play strategies that I've never really been able to make work for me. And they just might be better post-flop players than I am, and are able to do that. A lot of cash game players actually I struggle against sometimes because they're just seeing a lot of flops and they're making
there's
good
a lot
decisions.
of comfort. There's a lot of comfort in post flop.
Yep. Well, and they're making better decisions than I am in you know, those situations.
7 call, 8 check up.
So maybe I'm just protecting myself from my own mistakes by raising more.
Lawrence is in his hand from the cutoff against the blinds.
We got a little interesting board here.
Oh yeah.
Everyone has
A
little something going on here.
Yep.
Lawrence has got the leads, but he's drawn to a gutter. It's not a very good gutter. With the 8.
Mark's got a pair of 5s.
Got away from it. Yep.
Mark and Mark. Oh,
Yeah, Mark and Mark. Mark Z and Mark H.
Neither are going to feel great about just that 5. Oh, he lets it go.
Good bet.
Did you?
New player to the table is Ross from Canton, Michigan. Coming in with a 214,000 stack.
Yeah, probably.
Guess who his favorite player is. Now, if you can guess what his player is, yep. He can't even remember his name. He won the World Series of Poker.
Moneymaker.
No, it's Negrado. I thought he was going to say, what's Joe Cater? He's from Michigan, right?
Yeah, he's from up there, Detroit area.
Mm-hmm. But Ross is married with 2 kids, and his biggest tournament cash is $18,000 or $1,800. I'm tired. Looks like somebody's shoving right there.
We got a ship there.
Is that Ed from Wisconsin?
Ed from Wisconsin.
We lost our graphic.
Yeah, it looks like 100 and, I don't know, 25,000 or so.
135.
Under the gun with ace queen.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a big shove, but you know, he's been struggling to get traction here.
And,
so
and
I understand.
he's first in the pot too. So
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, so you're a little riskier there. You're getting less doing it that way. If you just make a raise there and the action's crazy behind you, you can get away from your hand. You can also set yourself up to win a bigger pot, but you know, he might have just been frustrated by his cards and wanted to take one down.
Because he's hovering what, in that 27 to 30 big range, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm coming in for a small, medium-sized raise in that. Yeah, you don't want to walk in. You don't want to get it. It's so likely you can go to get into a hand like ace king that you're in such bad shape on.
Right.
But he hasn't exactly been very active here, so. Maybe it looked like pocket aces to him when he looked down at ace queen and got all excited.
Sometimes when I get like frustrated with my cards, I just want to win any hand. You know,
right.
just take one, just get one under the belt, feel a little bit better. So sometimes I'll do that too. Also raising that way, you don't have to play out of position if somebody calls you.
That's a guy making a call with 7-5 off.
He's not afraid to get in there.
He's not, is he?
Ross might play his first hand at the table.
Calling the ace-4 suited from the small blind, and Ed just checks his option. Queen 9-3 flop. Ross in the lead with the ace high, but Juan's gonna bet here. I think Ross is kind of gonna fold that. Yep, everybody folds around, and Juan picks up a nice little pot. Must be nice. The rich just get richer. But sometimes, too, when you get down to these stages in the tournament, to be a little bit more aggressive, you know, you got guys that are going to be passive, and you can kind of pick up some pots like that. So,
well, especially when you get closer to the 15%, when you get closer to the cutoff.
Yep.
You know, some guys are going to knit it up, and, you know, some guys are going to open it up.
Yeah.
When I first started playing multi-table tournaments, I was that guy. I knitted it up and I just ground my chips down, and I make the bottom of the money, and I never did more than that.
And then your
you
strategy is, all right, I'll get into the money, and then I'll start.
And then I'll do
something.
something. But you're so short, you know, people are just monster stacked.
You've lost 20-30% of your stack just trying to play safe.
And when you do play like that, you know, people start saying, oh, okay, well, look, he's probably got a big hand, and you're not getting action on it. So you're winning the minimum.
Yeah, and in these tournaments, the money's, a lot of it's up top. So, you know, if you want to to really get a good cash, you know, you got to play to win. It's so tough to come in with the final day with a short stack and grind it up to a winning stack. It's really tough to do. Not impossible, but it's just tough.
It is a good strategy if you're newer to poker, you're newer to tournaments. It's a good way to get in and get some experience, see a lot of hands, have a little bit of success. That makes a lot of sense. So really, you got to think about what people's goals are too.
True.
You know, because I want to win a tournament at this point. You know, I'm not wanting to play, but I did years where I just wanted to make the money.
Yes.
You know, that was a major win. Back in the days when the only real tournaments in the area were at Soaring Eagle in Mount Pleasant.
Yep, Soaring Eagle, or a charity tournament down in Lima.
Charity tournament in Lima, right? For
the
a
golf club.
Yep. You
Golfers
know,
Association.
and it was important to me to just cash in those. You know.
Boy, those were horrible. Think back on them.
Oh, they were.
At the Lima Rec Center or
No,
Field
yeah,
House or whatever that
But
was.
you know what, though? That was the thing, though, is
Yeah.
you know, not much going on. That's where you did.
No, that's
We
what
all
we
went
had
down
to
there
do.
for those. That was like a football team or something, right? We were raising
They
money
used
for.
to, yes.
Juan looks like he's putting in some chips there with the
So-
10-4 suited.
We're playing 3,000, 6,000, 3,000 ante. Kevin picks up ace 10 of clubs, puts the raise into 16.
One fold.
Probably will get this.
I think Juan's going to make the call.
Two call.
We got a call. Tony's got ace 10 as well, makes the call. Juan with the old
10-4 suited.
10-4.
He's got the old
buddy.
6-gapper suited.
10-4. You know, you gotta like. I don't do well enough playing that many hands, but some people do just fine.
Yeah, like Caleb earlier. Caleb's a guy who plays, you know, plays a lot of hands. He didn't tonight, but
I talked to him after he was on the feature table, and he said he was really focusing on keeping it together, not, you know, kind of doing something dumb. But it was a struggle because his cards were just so bad.
yeah.
Three players.
Well,
Everyone hit their 10.
Yep.
Two bet.
19. Juan's probably just gonna call.
Four call.
Yep.
I think Kevin's going to call
Yeah,
too.
Kevin should call here too.
I think Kevin can get away from it though.
Yeah, I mean,
But
he's
he
got to
makes the
think
call.
about what he's beating, but he's got enough showdown value.
Nice little 110K pot.
Yeah.
They're going to chop up Juan's money. Yeah, that's one thing I've struggled with, and I'm working on, is like what Kevin did right there. Is you don't want to piss away 19 grand, but
Right.
a lot of times that's a correct call when you got showdown value like that.
It is
Especially
what
the way
I.
it played out.
Yeah, with two other people in the pot, I think when Tony makes the bet, Juan calls, I'm probably letting that
You
go
can
because I don't
definitely
think my 10
fold.
is
Yeah,
any
I agree.
good.
Fourth one hits.
So I'll just live to make it another day. But again, it would have been the wrong call. So
Well, it's hard to tell sometimes too what the right or wrong call is, because the outcome doesn't really change whether you made the right or wrong call.
right.
You know, you feel that way.
Yep.
You know, that's how you tend to base it. But
It's like Juan's liking that 7-5 offsuit.
Four call.
you know,
Five fold.
First in.
he's got enough chips. If he's gonna be willing to bluff in some spots, he can probably make these profitable.
Seven call.
Mark makes the
He's
call.
gotta worry about some jams.
Nine call.
You know, gets a little too crazy. There might be some pushback, but everybody's deep enough, I think. The small stack's busted out.
Two raises.
Tony's going to try to take
Joe's
control
kinda
here,
short.
and Tony tries to take control in an early position. King 10 offsuit to 18K.
You can't blame him. He's playing his chips. He's betting out of the small blind. He might take it down with this. He might.
Don's making the call there from the big blind.
Pocket fours. Wow.
Well, what is Juan doing? Juan's got to get away from that, man.
You know, the silly thing too is he might end up in position.
Oh, he gets a 20.
Oh, there we go. He's not. He's gonna be sandwiched.
Mark Z's coming in, and you know, with
Yeah,
everything in the pot, Ross is, you know, he can just go ahead and make the call. See what happens.
5 ways.
Ross and Mark calling, I understand. You know, those play multi-way, and there's so much money in there at that point.
And look at Ross and Juan with the same hand.
But now,
Don hits a set.
Yep.
yeah, and you got somebody like, look at Mark's hand. He's got top pair, but he can't love that. He's probably gonna call at least 1 street, maybe 2, and he's essentially drawn dead.
If you're done, you hit your set right there. You checking it or you?
You're checking it.
That's what I think.
I worry a little bit about the hearts, but you got to play for the big pot. So let somebody hang themselves.
Well,
that 44 might take the pot down.
Yep.
Oh,
See, to me, I think I am betting smaller to try and induce a raise. If I'm on the set of 4s in first position.
A lot of people will bet small on their flush draws too and try and price it. And
right.
So like you see a small bet, a lot of times you want to raise. So that might actually induce exactly what you want. See, now he's drawing dead.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't even know it.
That's...
So that 10 didn't change anything. And Mark called the
definitely
flop.
playing
He
it.
should be calling the turn too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the second barrel tells him something about Don's hand strength, but you know, he's getting 2.5 to 1. This is the call that if he wins makes his tournament.
See, if I'm Don, I'm almost thinking if I'm gonna blast the flop and he calls, you gotta feel he's got a queen. So when that 10 comes, I'm actually probably gonna think about checking that and saying now let Mark take the lead. So Mark might, hey, my queen's good, so he might take a swing, and then Don can ship it in there and give him the bad news.
Yeah.
You know.
Or bet smaller and then split it up over.
Well,
2
yeah,
streets.
but like Rob said, you know, Don made about a pot size bet when he hit the set on the flop.
Yes.
So I mean, I'm sorry, half a pot size bet.
But it was a large bet.
It was a large
Heads
bet.
up.
Had he to bet smaller, then you know you can make that the move as what you were saying. But I like it.
Yeah,
I think
I would like if I'm betting that large. If I'm betting that large, because you know you're multi-way, betting that large, you know if somebody hits that, you know they got the queen. So you almost got them on the hook. Now you check it to them to show a little bit of weakness.
And
the
let
queen's
them
gonna
fire
bet
at
that,
it, yep.
and then you give him the bad news. But you know it all worked out for.
So Mark just lost about 1/3 of his stack because he went limp call with a hand that wasn't strong enough as a top pair to call a shove on the turn.
Terry Dale in the house, ladies and gentlemen. The sporting his Detroit Tigers garbage.
Comes out swinging, Glenn Poiniger. He just tells us what he thinks.
Yep, I like Terry Dale, but I don't like baseball. Everybody knows that if you know me.
I can't watch baseball. I tried watching it.
Terrible
Just
sport.
Can't watch it. The average age of a Major League Baseball fan is like 56. I'm not
that
kidding.
true?
Yeah, it's really it's like the generation, and young people just aren't, you know, paying attention.
That's funny.
All right, we got to stop talking about baseball. It's making my stomach upset.
So Juan has a legitimate hand here against a raise from Mark.
And Juan still
looks
calls
like
it.
he just called.
they
Flops the
flop-
set. Oh
flops the
man,
set.
there have been some
And-
flops.
And we got a pair and a gut shot here.
And Mark's frustrated. He just, yeah, he's gonna bet all his chips off. To
Hey, I
Juan.
think Mark.
Juan, no, give him one more
Wow.
street. Risk the draw. That's what I say. Because Mark might fold this.
I think he can find the fold
Especially,
here. But
especially when your head's up to the flop.
Yep.
yeah,
You
after that last
I mean,
hand, I
it's
don't
a
think
scary
he will.
flop. It's wet, but you gotta take one more street.
It's different if 3 opponents see the flop. One
Right.
sees it. If he hits it, then he
Right.
hits it. You still have outs to improve. Those sets are so hard to get. When you get them, I think you need to try to get 3 streets of value.
Right. You can check raise there, but just not all in.
Yeah. But you know, some guys get all excited and they just want to get all the chips.
I tell you too, what happens is a lot of times I tend to think somebody betting that big doesn't want to call. Right?
Mark shows
so
a lot
I
of
tend to call a
discipline
little
right
bit
there,
lighter
making that
sometimes,
fold.
thinking I caught him speeding when they've, you know, got the nuts. And so sometimes it actually works because it shouldn't work, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I can't tell you how many times I've been in a hand where I'm strong and I'm betting and somebody's calling all the way and then all of a sudden they overbet the pot. And I'm like, oh, they're just trying to buy it.
I think Mark showed a lot of discipline making that fold there. He kind of thought about it for a little bit, but then he ended up making the right
decision. He's got, what, a pair and a gut shot?
Yeah.
Second pair, gut shot. There's 2 clubs on board and you don't have a club, so you really don't want to see most of your outs.
I didn't catch the size of his stack, but it looks like he's a little bit over 100. So
around 112.
No, 112.
The graphics
yeah,
have
so
112.
Yeah.
So he's still got a playable hand or playable stack.
Ross with 8-7 suited. It's a playable hands.
I like it, but I don't like the limp.
Yeah, at this point in the tournament, it's challenging to limp.
So Ross picking up.
Flush draw.
Flush draw with the
bottom pair of Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not a lot of action coming. You really should be betting this flush. You bet that on the come, you might take the pot down.
Yeah, he should have.
And now there's, you know, there's nothing to represent.
Lawrence gonna win that pot with a
You
jack.
were good. You didn't want to show it. You were good.
We are really playing surprise here.
Very nice. Very nice. Oh, I don't want to show. I don't want to show. You win.
Showdown.
Crazy. Yeah, man. That's crazy. More tables.
So Matt Cole from the chat is asking how many players from this flight is going through the Sunday. We're at 20.
Yes.
So I think we're going to end up with
85 and minus whoever double bags out of this flight.
85 players.
And there was, I believe, there was 3 double baggers, and then there was a few guys that still has the possibilities on double bagging.
Ben busted. He was one of them.
Yeah. So you could maybe minus
I think
3 to
Gary's
4 guys.
Yep.
3 raises, 25,000.
So Don comes out with a
Ace Jack
raise
off
here to 25,000. Juan folds 8 9 of clubs.
Juan
wow.
folds?
8 9 of clubs. That's pretty
been
sexy.
the best he's had in a
yeah, it's a
while.
pretty sexy little hand if you want to play those suited connectors.
Wait a minute. Now we got to leave Watt alone. He did have the 5s.
He did have those 5s.
And
Yeah,
then he had a set, so
you're right.
we got to leave him alone. Tony playing pretty disciplined right there, letting the 10-8 go.
Gary?
I think I would have.
How many people are left? Can you tell me exactly so I can tell everybody?
You asked the wrong person to do that. You know that?
I know why you say that.
I'm not.
I know why you
I am not dealing with Glenn. There's a little off-camera action going on
You sure you got the right count?
Yeah, it sounds like we have 39 left in this flight. 20 are going
man.
through.
These guys.
I got rock solid information. It is unimpeachable.
Yeah.
There are exactly 39 people left.
Gary, if one thing Gary can do, he can count players.
Would you stop, Glenn? Would you just please stop?
Deuces with Ross. He raises 13,000. Ed folds. Joe. Tony's got ace-10. He might call here.
Yeah, I think Tony's
Tony
gonna come
folds.
along. Did Tony fold?
Yeah.
No,
oh,
Tony
no,
called.
called. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got bluffed by the graphics.
The graphics are sometimes a little, yeah.
A little bit off.
The graphics guys are getting tired. They're wearing down. It's been a long day.
Captain Kirk has been doing a great job. And
Yeah,
just
for the last hour, though, he's messed up a few times. So let's call it how we see it.
Four-handed. Nobody's really got much. 58,000 in the pot.
Deuces is going to take this hand
We got a
down.
prop card.
Yeah, well, deuces are ahead. They probably don't feel like they're ahead.
Tony's going to lead out
with his gut shot. I actually really like that bet.
He can't take this hand down right here, though.
One folds.
Mark's going to fold.
7 folds.
Yeah, I don't know if Ross is going to fold. I think he's going to.
Oh, Ross is going to fold.
He's gone. Yeah, that's a good bet.
Tony chips
A lot of
up.
people don't do that, you know. He's got a gut shot and an over in a four-way pot, and he took a stab.
They're worried about somebody having a king.
Right.
So we've just been told by the staff that we got 5 minutes left. So I'm going to take this small opportunity to thank you guys. This has been a wonderful time. And,
This has been great.
This was a lot of fun. We got a chance to do this, and I, thank the Reserve Poker Room for bringing in the Windy City Poker Championship into the city and just putting this whole thing together. It's been great. I mean, it's been fantastic. A lot of fun. I've said it over and over through this whole stream that, really appreciate this.
Yeah, I've never been able to sit and watch this and chat about hands with people, and I've really enjoyed it myself. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, it's been fun, and it's new for probably all of us. And,
Oh, yeah.
and so if we were terrible, we apologize. But maybe there was some entertainment value in this.
Yeah, I don't apologize for anything. I'm just saying, you ain't had to be here listening.
Well, I got to apologize because I'm a lot of people's favorite player.
I do apologize for
the
that.
bios that have come through. So
I think you paid people for that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's cashing out a lot of guys.
A lot of $20 bills.
Yeah, a lot of 20s floating around.
The only thing I've made all weekend.
No, you paid them to write your name
Oh,
down.
paid them? No,
Yeah.
I'm broke.
Right.
Why do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm doing this gig on the casting couch? Over here?
Right. So yeah, this has definitely been great. But we see Juan's still playing every hand. Boy, just go ahead
He
and
doesn't play every hand.
he
He folded those sixes.
Juan?
I think we should remind him of that.
Juan folded sixes?
He did. 2 sixes on the flop.
Yeah,
Oh, he did when he would have
quads.
flopped quads, yeah. But you had to get away from that.
But it still sucks when you look down and
Yeah.
would have flopped quads.
Right.
And especially the size of the pot it was. That was a
Yeah,
monster
that
pot.
was a huge pot, yep.
Especially if Juan was involved in it. So how many players, what did they say, about 80, 60 players? How many players did they say about left? I can't.
No, he said
39.
39.
Rock solid information,
So,
unimpeachable.
so they're playing down to 20. So this stream will be over here. So they'll probably have another few levels to go before they get down to the 20 players.
Oh, Tony waking up with kings right here.
2 raise.
Looks like he's going to put in the bet to 16,000. Oh, 21,000, I'm sorry.
It looks like 16 as well.
It did look like 16, didn't it?
8 fold. 9 fold.
It's going to fold around so the kings get... that's the hard part. When you get down to this point right here, you get good hands, you get the kings, you get the aces, and you
win
make
the
a
blinds
bet.
and ante.
That's it. That's it. That hurts,
Well, he's got a lot of chips, so that's tough on him.
Yeah.
When the short stack, when you hit the short stack and oh my, I finally got a playable hand, and then you stick a little raise in there and then it folds. And
Right.
Then you go back to looking at 8-3 and 7-6 and all that.
That really hurts.
It's also why playing the way that Juan is with playing a lot of hands is he's always going to get action.
Yes.
You give him aces, nobody's going to believe him.
Nope.
So if he can just keep his chips in a good medium spot, up and down, and then boom, he's got a monster.
3 fold.
He's going to get his action.
So you know who has not been very active is Joe from Seek 1 there. He is.
Well, he made 2 folds. I think that he had that king queen and those pocket nines.
7 fold.
I think he's just on autopilot right now.
We haven't seen Mark in a lot of hands either. It looks like he's making this call right here
but
from the button.
he got a lot of chips, and his strategy is sit back and play the play the better hands.
And wait for his flush draw. Oh, look at that.
Right.
Yeah, well, he's playing so infrequently that well, he did limp there. But if he raises there, you're going to give him credit for a tighter range.
Right.
He's got a bet, though.
Yeah,
15 to call.
Yeah, he'll be making this call for sure.
I would be raising, probably.
I think I will raise there.
And now you're definitely raising. You got a pair and a flush draw.
I think you want to put a little pressure on him.
Mark's gonna call, guys.
Mark's gonna raise.
He's gonna
right
call,
here.
guys.
You might know Mark better than we do.
There it is. Makes the call.
Yeah, he is in position, so if he misses his flush,
boom,
oh,
there it is.
Nut flush even.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be calling anymore, guys.
We're gonna see if Ross slows down and makes the check, and of course
Ross is gonna fold now.
Right.
And he could have gotten more value had he raised earlier.
No, I think Ross.
He raises on that flop. Mark's got top pair king kicker. He's probably going to pay it.
For the turn.
All right, looks like we're done for the night.
I think that's going to do it, guys.
That was it.
I think we've,
so we can wave at the camera. We broke so many cameras.
All right. Well,
why is he waving at it? He's telling
he was telling us to wave back at the camera. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
It's been fun.
It was a lot of fun.
All right.